Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Namaste. Welcome everybody to the round 5 of the 44th Chess Olympiad in Chennai, India. We are right here together with Mihail Marin, who is going to be my host. I'm Judit Polgar.
Hi Judit, nice to meet you again. Hello everybody.
Well, it's already just few minutes away that the 5th round is going to be starting, and we have quite a few surprises already. So I would want to look the standings right now already, how we are standing, because it's getting less and less people, less and less teams who have a full score. Well, we'll see how it's standing right now after round 4. Let's see in the open section, where we have only 5 teams who has full score, who won all 4 matches of theirs. India too, that's the teenage team of India out of the 3, with the youngsters, great talents. They're playing very well. They have 15 points out of the 16 games. I doubt that they are able to keep that performance, because every match is getting more difficult. Armenia is on full score, Israel, England and Spain. So the big surprise is that, for example, USA dropped half a point yesterday. And you see that on 11th place it's United States, but we have very interesting teams who are like Canada, for example. They are originally standing on 44th place, but now you see that they have dropped only half a point in team matches. Netherlands, who is also, Giri is on the leading board, they are only 18th.
And Israel, they are not so high seeded, and they stand quite okay. They are on the 3rd place.
Absolutely, and also we will see Uzbekistan, who is playing in the top board, one of the top boards. So let's see a little bit more down so we can see the standings. And of course it's only round 5, but the players already start to calculate what's going on, and of course the captains are thinking how to make the team the best way so their team can get the best result, possibly win the matches. Let's see the next page. We are seeing, for example, Norway is standing on the 53rd spot. I'm sure they don't like to look at this table.
And they play against Zambia today, which is a remarkable team. 2 days ago they beat Denmark, which is quite a solid and strong team. So I don't want to say anything, but it's not a trivial match maybe.
Well, I see Hungary is on the next seat on the cross table. Well, actually, previously I wouldn't mind that Hungary is next to Norway, seeing that they are seated number 3 in the before tournament ranking.
Or Ukraine, or two spots behind Ukraine, no?
Exactly. So we see some good teams who are not very happy to be at this part of the cross table. Let's see just quickly the others, so everybody will find their own country. Bulgaria is very much down.
A country with huge chess tradition and world champions.
Yeah, their team is not so strong now,
yes,
unfortunately. We see Hong Kong, New Zealand, number 80. Okay, so let's go for the next page just to see it in the open section. Already we see the bottom part, the second half of the rankings. We see some great countries. Monaco, for example, is there, Venezuela, Jamaica, Lebanon, Qatar. Let's move on, and then let's switch to the women's section. So, there we have more teams who have full score. We have 8 teams. You see Azerbaijan, Poland, they are a very tough team. Ukrainian ladies, yesterday there were some hiccups on 1 or 2 boards. India is also full score. France, they won a good match yesterday. India 2, Georgia and Romania is with a full score. What do you think?
Well, we have good players. It always depends on the shape, no? If you have, I remember that somebody taught me, if out of the 4 players, 2 are in top form, then, I mean, with respect to their own possibilities, then the team will score greatly. So it depends on how it...
What form the players are.
Yes, and how it continues. Of course, I'm glad that they started so well.
But of course we have, actually we have only few teams with dropping only half point, Mongolia, Kazakhstan and Cuba, and after that already everybody lost full match point, 2 points behind. Also, for example, Hungary, we lost yesterday against
So you want
India.
to say less equal matches than in the men's team, higher combativity, you want to say. Maybe that it is, no? 8 teams with 100%.
Well, we'll see, but I think from round to round there is going to be bigger and bigger gap between the very top teams and the lower teams. But let's see now the matchups in the open section, because the games are going to be starting just in a few minutes, round 5. And we're also going maybe to the playing hall soon. So on board 1 we have India, Romania.
Again, I can talk a bit about Romania. I will talk about the players individually later,
yes.
But it's quite a solid team. Each of them I find hard to beat, let's say.
Yes, of course, it's hard to crack.
Very experienced, most of them they are very young. And
board 2, let's see what's going on over there. Spain is playing against India 2. We see Shirov playing against, this is going to be a huge match with the, well, Shirov the oldie, but then we have the youngsters in the Indian team. Then third board we have England, Armenia. Armenia is actually seeded 12th. And of course, they still very strong without Aronyan. Then board 4, we have Israel playing against USA. Israel is seeded 22 originally, but they are in extremely good form for now. And board 1, Caruana is not in the best shape for now, at least until this point. Board number 5, it's France against Poland. Duda is playing again. They play with the top. Wojtaszek also playing on board 2 against Fressinet. Then we have board 6. We have Azerbaijan against Cuba, who is seeded number 32. They are always not easy to beat.
They are very dangerous. Cubans I always considered as a team very dangerous, even without Lanier, without Brusson.
Yeah. Number 7 on the boards, it's Iran-Turkey. This is kind of a strange matchup that they are so forward on the 7th board they are playing. It's kind of surprising to me.
Yes, but yesterday they gave a tough time to Azerbaijan, so they're a good team. No, the ratings are not that bad either, I would say.
Absolutely. That's going to be something very interesting, I believe. And number 8, board number 8 is going to be Uzbekistan, Slovakia. We saw Uzbekistan, how tough they are with the leader, Nordibek Abdusatarov, who is just 17 years old, rapid world champion. And, well, it's going to be very interesting. And the Uzbek team is very tough.
Yes, young, ambitious, with all their career in front of them. Why not?
Board number 9. Match number 9, Netherlands, Canada. I'm sure Anish is ready to play and challenge. He wants to win with the white pieces against Hansen. On matchup board 10, it's Slovenia against Germany. We see Keimer Vincent, who is a very talented young man for Germany. He's playing very well. He's improving continuously. And then we have on 11th board Chile playing against India 3, and board 12 it's Croatia against Iceland. So let's go now to the ladies to see what are the matchups over there, because there are going to be big clashes there as well. And of course the tension is high for sure in that section as well. So France playing against India. which is going to be a tough match. Here, Harika is playing again on board 2. Yesterday it was an easy game for her because it was only like 15 moves, repetition moves against Hungary. Then we have on board 2, we have Ukraine against Azerbaijan, which is going to be very interesting. The Muzichev sisters are playing again. After yesterday, they played as well, leading the Ukrainian team. On board 3, we have India 2 against Georgia, which is also going to be a very tough match for the India 2 as well, because the Georgian ladies are very tough.
All these matches, there are clashes between very strong chess schools.
Yes.
Ukraine, Azerbaijan, Georgia, these, they're already known for...
They have a heritage
Yes.
in chess. Matchup 4, Poland against Romania, which is also quite a serious match, right?
Yes, I think that Romania is not without chances, even though by ratings they are lower.
And then the next match is Kazakhstan-Cuba, which is also going to be interesting. Abdul Malik is playing on board 1, leading very talented girl. On match 6, it's Germany against Mongolia. And you can see that there are quite significant rating differences between the players still, which does not mean that the match is over before the start. As we saw yesterday in the open section with USA, or other matches also, in every board, the German player is higher rated, but to show it in one game, it's not easy. And in Olympiad, somehow it has a completely different atmosphere.
Surprises make the chess world turn around. If everything would be according to the ratings, then we would go nowhere.
Yeah. Board 7, USA, Peru. Then board 8, it's going to be Indonesia, Armenia. Board 9, Hungary against Sweden. Tough match. Board 10, Colombia against Spain, which is also quite serious. Board 11, Iran against Bulgaria. And on board 12, India 3 against Brazil. So these are the matchups of round 5 of the Olympiad. This was the women's section. And then let's go and see a little bit what is happening on the board. It's very in the beginning of the round, so we have only few moves so far. We can maybe see the playing hall, that everybody is there already. It's important.
Impressive. I miss being there,
Yeah. Well, it's important to notice that I remember the first Olympiad where it was 0 tolerance, which means that if you're late when they make the gong, that the tournament, the round starts, this is 3 p.m. exactly. Every time you have a big noise, big gong, you hear, that's when the clocks has to be started. In 2008 in Dresden, that was, I think, the first Olympiad where it was 0 tolerance, which means if you're not at the board when the clock is started, then you are disqualified and you lose the game. So this was very stressful for the players because, first of all, when hundreds and more than 1,500 players arriving to the playing hall with the security check and the anti-cheating measures taking place, it means you also have to find your way, your table, and after that, when you're already there at the playing hall, you also may go to the bathroom or something. And then if you come back to the board, you have to be there by the clock is starting. But this is the first Olympiad since when they demolished this, and actually you have a 15-minute time after the clock starts. So if you don't show up until the first 15 minutes, then you lose the game. But this is a more friendly
I remember
approach.
There was such a situation when the tolerance was, it was not called like this, but it was 1 hour. And sometimes the opponent would arrive late. Let's say after half an hour, you would always already hope that you get a full point without a fight. After 45 minutes, you already prepared to sign the score sheet, and after 50 minutes, he shows up. Of course, this is a huge advantage on the clock, but it can be a psychological disadvantage because you're not ready for the fight yet. For 1 hour, you would think, how nice it would have been if he didn't show up.
Well, yeah, it usually does not happen, right? It happens very rarely.
It happened to me many times. Actually, during the Catalan circuit, there was a very strong grandmaster who came who came late by 40 minutes every game, the whole summer. Probably he was afraid of having to take decisions. He just came, and because of the little time he had to move, he actually won the circuit.
Wow.
That was remarkable. Yes, I beat him in the personal encounter, but he was very successful with these tactics.
Okay, so let's surf a little bit what kind of openings we have. Even though we have only a few moves on the board here, we see Alexei Shirov playing against Gukesh. This is the game, what is on the board right there. So it was 3 knight c3, e5.
Anti-Sicilian, let's call it.
Anti-Sicilian, yeah. For some reason, Alexei did not want to play the open Sicilian.
Well, the Sveshnikov, it's not always easy to light up fire on board. But like this, you have a nice bishop. You never know when Shirov takes on f7, no, let's say. No, of course, it's not that simple, but okay. Actually, he plays the games positionally when he needs, but he has this tendency to see what other people don't see, to create some dynamic attacking chances. And this makes him both dangerous and interesting to follow.
Well, this move h6 is interesting. It's a prophylactical move, so knight g5 is not going to be playing. And I wonder if black also has some kind of idea to play g5.
Or
you
bishop,
never know these days.
Yeah, or bishop e7, bishop g5. Yeah, using g5 here. Maybe g5 here would be a bit exaggerated because it's not an Italian.
Well,
There would be a lot of, but nowadays these things
nowadays
don't count.
it doesn't count. I mean, if in other ways he could go bishop e7 immediately, right?
Yes, because no bishop g5, no.
Okay,
But by
we'll
the way, if bishop e7, knight g5 is still possible, no? Bishop g5, queen h5. I don't know the theory, but this trick exists somehow, no?
Yeah, maybe this is something to consider.
I'm not
with
sure
that.
it's so awful for black. It's the bishop's pair, but that was supposed to be the passive bishop. But it may be a bit molesting.
Okay, so h6, and Alexei is thinking on board 2, let's say what is up to. It's an Nimzo-Indian, e3, castle, bishop d3, d5, c5.
We had this in Lupulescu Wojtaszek yesterday. If you remember this rook e1, I explained a bit, which didn't work so well. I mean, white had some initiative, but...
Knight e2, c takes d, e takes d, d5.
CD is now the critical move, because if black is allowed to take on c4, then white loses a bit dynamism.
Well, this knight's supposed to be... When I was playing the Panov,
I know.
I play knight on f3.
But this, okay, there will be no knight e5, but at least white is somehow prepared to fight against the blockade on d5, because the knight is closer to that square. So it changes a bit the whole setup.
Okay, on board 3 we have... Oh, it's the
same, yes.
same setup, only that black played bishop e7 here. So Pragnananda,
Here with the
actually
pawn-
without these d6.
Yes, because knight g5 does not work
But we
yet.
transpose, because d3, d6,
And on knight g5, okay, it means knight
and
g5
here
is nothing.
a5 was played. Knight f6, because after knight g5 castle, possible to defend the pawn on f7.
And bishop g5, okay.
Knight b4, which means that probably also the team work together. They have their coach and the captain also, Ramesh, Grandmaster. He's leading the team. Knight b4, bishop f6, and knight to d5. So it is a very solid game, it seems.
Well, on first thought, white has something because of this control on light squares. But the structure is not so simple, because in principle at some point black can go g6, bishop g7, f5, so it's not very clear what white can get out of this.
Well, probably knight will be taking,
Yeah,
right?
okay, takes
Capturing,
takes.
let's say g6.
And
white would
now there is a
g6.
question whether knight d2, c4, but this weakens, or h4, but then it means the knight doesn't go to d2, and h4, bishop g4 may be a problem sometimes.
Well, the bc7 is...
Yeah, it's hanging at, okay, let's say rook b8. Yes, so my main question is what to do with the knight. Maybe white has too many squares for just one knight, because you would like to keep it on f3, but c4 is also very tempting.
Well, having the bishop on d5, it looks pretty nice for white. Also, I don't know if d4 makes sense. Probably with the bishop, black bishop standing on the long diagonal, it's not something.
Just double capture, maybe, no?
Yeah, and then
or
bishop
ADCD,
would be-
bishop g4 sometimes. Yeah.
Okay, so after knight d5, Prague is thinking.
No, of course, optically it looks very nice for white, but I know that it's not so easy to get something concrete out of it. I mean, these pawns in like a fork in the center, they control some space. Not easy to break them.
Okay, and on board 4, we have an IMSO Indian as well, e3, castle, a3, not bishop d3 and knight e2.
Okay, the Zemish variation.
c5, bishop d3, d5.
And queen takes d5.
And queen takes d5.
Oh, this is a little bit unusual for me. Okay, e takes d5 is the classical variation. Okay, Botvinnik, Capablanca, and many other games. After that, knight e2.
Yeah, it is a completely different structure.
Yes, I mean, okay, white has this center, which is very dangerous, f3, a4, okay.
Yes.
It's some sort of fight, okay, very, very complex.
Unfortunately, once I played this structure against Kasparov and I got some punishment with g4
yes.
and on the king's side, so that was not very pleasant.
Yes, it looks optically nice for black, blockade on light squares, but when the pawn starts
No, of course, c4 is a huge mistake.
c4 is not what you need.
Okay, so d5 takes.
But he took with a queen,
d5.
which I'm sure it's not new. Actually, I can.
No, that's for sure
I can
not.
check it, but
So probably it's forcing knight to f3, or white can go f3. I was not playing this.
no, I didn't see games with. Apparently there are few games. For instance, Sarana against Indic, Khan against Goltsev.
But we don't have top players.
No,
yet in this line.
Sarana, Indic, they are grandmasters. So it seems to be a rare move, actually. I mean, after knight f3, but I don't think there were deviations earlier.
Well, I believe that f3 maybe it's somehow slow, because if white has enough time to develop, then it's nice.
Maybe e5 could follow, I don't know. But e5, e4, I'm not so clear.
e5, e4, after
and-
that d5.
And that would be absolutely great for. So not e5, but no, of course
If
f3.
black wants to go e5, maybe it's possible to take and
take,
then e5.
But
So
still,
to do very fast.
e4 doesn't work now. Okay. Yeah, maybe, and this is on the edge, of course. Maybe e4 is some sort of threat.
Yeah, that's what I thought, that after bishop b2, e4 is something to
And
consider.
the blockade may be real.
But we have knight f3 on the board,
Well, there is a
which is the most logical.
there is a problem for white in the Nimzo Indian. I mean, you can take the bishop's pair with a3, but then you get some weaknesses there and you waste the tempo. You can avoid the weaknesses by playing queen c2 and then a3, but it means that you weaken your queen side with a3, the light squares, and you move with your queen twice before developing the other pieces, and the queen will most likely have to move again after knight e4. So you cannot have everything with white. So maybe knight f3 is an attempt to show that, well, at least I develop like a human being.
No, it's absolutely is the most
Yes,
logical
yes,
move, right?
yes,
And it
yes.
also stops e5.
I mean, f3 maybe is a bit too much.
Well, that leads to some concrete things.
Yes,
Time can be an important issue there.
But white's position looks nice in principle. I mean, okay, he has the center.
Well, generally probably plays b6, bishop b7, knight d7.
And white has to prepare c4 or e4. He has to understand.
Which e4 usually is not so simple after black can manage to put the bishop on b7.
No, but rook e1, let's say, castling rook e1. No, it's also, because if knight e4, then c4 may be stronger. The knight will be hanging on e4 a bit. Queen c2.
Okay, let's see how they are developing this. Let's see the next match between England and Armenia. So Michael Adams, who's probably, he was also at least 12, 15 Olympiads already participating. He's always a key member.
Classic.
Yeah, and he's leading the English team against Sargsyan on board 1. Also not a sharp line. It's Italian, knight f6,
Gioco
d3.
pianissimo.
Yeah.
The quietest of the games. Well, nowadays it's not necessarily so quiet. I mean, we see these plans with h6 and g5. That's
Well,
not
we have
quiet at all.
h6 here, but I
But
doubt
bishop
that.
is 3. White wanted to quiet.
But this is Adams' style. He was always going for a game. It was always interesting to play against Mickey, as he's not going to the sharpest thing. At the same time, he's always having his preparation done. He's solid. And if the position brings
He
it,
has an instinct for how to place his
he
pieces.
has a
no?
very good sense for natural talent of.
I think he calculates
sense.
quite okay, but
Yeah.
but I mean, no, he's not weak. But his strength is, I don't know, he has some orientation. He's also when talking, when he's kind of modest, never claiming.
But this is what you see, I think, in his games also.
Yes.
It reflects that he's very solid. He wants to improve the position. He doesn't want to jump on your neck. He doesn't want to give checkmate immediately. Just very slowly putting his pieces on a better position, replacing, maneuvering, and it goes slowly. No rush to anything.
No, there is no wonder that he had such a long-lasting career. He's not at his first use already, and he still keeps level to play in the Olympiad.
Yeah, I think
So-
he's also one of the players who are enjoying the Olympiad quite a bit.
Well, who wouldn't?
Yeah. We also do, but in a different form this time.
Yes. I think that those who are not in the team would enjoy it even more.
Okay. So bishop e3, and Sargsyan is not sure whether
Yeah.
should be he taking.
In principle, but this was the knight c3 thing. This was the ultra pianissimo. Because usually the knight is on b1 and white plays something with c3. Only now I realize that it's the completely symmetrical thing.
But somehow it looks like that black is behind in development if he's
yes,
taking.
because he played. Can I see the move order a bit? Because he played both a6 and h6. Okay, d3,
e3, bishop c5, knight c3.
and now d6. So why not d6?
And now he went h6.
Yeah, because if d6, bishop g5 is not a problem. d6, bishop g5, h6, takes.
Takes.
Yes, takes. Queen takes f6, knight d5,
And c3.
queen d8, c3, but knight e7 arrives in time. d4, knight takes d5, d takes c5, knight f6 or knight f4. Knight f4 I prefer, yes. And it's okay. Sometimes check on b5 forces king e7, but with this structure, you play the Paulsen, no? After CD you got
Yeah.
with bishop c5.
But here I
Paulsen.
cannot go cd because knight g2, I think.
No. In general, okay.
Yeah.
After one or two moves. So this is known since my youth to be safe for black, and nothing has changed.
Yeah, but as we know, Sargsyan is a creative player, and probably he's also looking for some original ideas, and he went h6.
Yes, but you know the rules of defense. Okay, now white castled, and he
White
played
castled.
a6 to avoid knight a4. And now I think that bishop e3 is entirely justified. Because if he takes, then okay, as you said, development.
Yeah, somehow I feel that it's. I was not playing these lines, but somehow it feels like that d6 should be there already, and the bishop is ready to develop to e6 or.
It doesn't mean
castle.
anything that
No.
serious, but in principle, okay.
This is what we have already in the.
Yeah, so knight h4 or queen e1. I don't know. I mean, okay, and h6 is not a good. I mean, it's not only a waste of time. It's also a bit of weakening. Knight h4, and sometimes there are exchange sacrifices on f6 if the queen goes somewhere.
And also g6 is, if you want to stop, it's better if you have your pawn on h7.
Yes. And it's a tempo, and not to talk about a6 already, no? Well, a6 may be useful
A6
for
is
knight
not,
a5. For knight a5. No, but
Generally, it's not a problem that you have a6.
no, but it's a tempo. I mean, at this stage. Unless you go knight a5, and there is no bishop b5, unless you go knight a5 soon, let's say, no?
So now the question is how white is continuing queen e1 or playing some a3 or a4, so the bishop can move back on knight a5.
h4 is possible at once, I think, no?
Well, the question is again if knight a5 is something that white is
It's true.
would like
yeah.
to avoid.
I mean, there is already a conflict.
Okay, this
somehow.
game will be also
it's
not
that,
boring,
that
I
symmetrical.
believe.
Yes.
On board 2, we have McShane playing from England.
These old-fashioned Queens Indian.
Classical Queen's Indian.
I used to play
I
a
played
5.
also. I think C5.
You play C5, but I prefer
I had a
F5.
game against Gelfand and I was not very successful.
I was very happy with F5, like Korchnoi played a few times in the 70s. He beat
and then
Polgar
later
twice.
D6 and bring the knight.
Bishop F6, yeah, but there are some nuances. Yeah, okay, F5, B3, let's say. There are some nuances. B3, Bishop F6, Bishop B2, D6, Rook A D1, and now A5 was some sort of novelty by Korchnoi, because you want the knight to go to C6. If you go to D7, then sometimes you have problems with D5 and the knight gets to... But like this, you wait for knight E1. Knight E1 takes, knight C6. And then you go queen D7. And when white plays D5, okay, he unpins the pawn, then the knight can go to D8, defending the pawn on E6. So that was some sort of refinement. I think this is still valid.
Okay, so we'll see how McShane is going to be. F5, C5.
No, but of course even Bishop E4 is a move. No, I mean just to forget about
Yeah, and after
D5
that you play
and
D5.
whatever, yes. Of course it can be a waste of time sometimes, if knight E1 for instance, but...
On board 3 we have David Havel playing with the white pieces. He's so happy to be here in the Olympiad.
So this is...
Well,
yes,
this
this
is usual move order what he's doing, right, with knight F3. Okay, Grunfeld.
Yes, and this knight E5,
C3.
okay.
I was playing this with black.
No, I like this, but this idea with early knight jumps, I think that it went out of fashion. Okay, there's a famous game, Kasparov with black destroyed Julio Granda. I think it was in Dubai '86. Somehow he got strong initiative. Of course, white is not worse, but somehow he showed that jumping ahead with the knights with incomplete development can be risky. No, in principle, white is not worse, of course, but...
So, okay, knight C6 takes, bishop C6. Is it bishop H3, how the line goes?
I don't remember. He went knight C4 anyway.
Yeah, after
okay,
knight
C4.
C6.
Maybe also rook B8, no? I don't know.
Maybe you can check. How
Yes,
does
okay.
that go? Because pawn is a pawn, but I'm pretty sure that black has some good compensation, and white likes to avoid that, to lose the initiative.
Yes, I mean, you go for the pawns.
Yeah, so if instead of knight A4, knight C6.
To take the pawn, you mean? Okay.
Takes.
Okay, so now let's check for... Okay, Firuzia beat Shahid 2 years ago. No, with white, by taking. He beat Shah. And there are some lower-rated players who played it recently.
And what is the move? Bishop H3 or rook
But
B8?
Bishop H3 seems to be, yes, is the main move.
And then probably actively playing rook C8 after
So
rook E1.
Bishop H3, rook E1. Bishop G2 looks a bit sad, no?
Okay, rook E1, rook C8.
And rook C8.
Yeah.
Well, in principle, if you count the tempi, of course, now the knight is coming somewhere. D5, probably. It's
Also trying
it's a bit
to
hanging.
attack.
Yes. Okay, black is fully developed. The bishop stands well on H3 because the white knight is very far. It cannot reach F4 or...
Okay, so knight C6 is not something what Havel wanted, so he continued knight AC4, bringing his knight into the center. And Ter Shahakian played bishop E6. Very healthy position for black, I think.
Yes, the Grunfeld has something. We talked about it earlier, no? That...
This is board 3. Let's go to board 4, how John Gavain is doing. This is this classical open Spanish. It is such a long time that we've seen an open Spanish.
Yes.
D4, here knight G5 is the old classical line.
Yes.
Well, bishop d5 is bad, the way I played against
Yes.
Mamedjarov. Olympiad, Bled, 2002.
Two, yes.
Yeah.
Knight g5 was the idea of Igor Zaitsev, who was Karpov's second in one of his helpers in Baguio 78, and he played it against Korchnoi. Korchnoi sought for an hour or more. I think he played d takes e3 and he defended a slightly worse endgame. Later, Karpov switched to what we have in this game, actually, in the next match, in the Merano match.
Well, knight g5, it goes the long line, queen
Yes.
g5, here, king d7, I think bishop d5 or something. I don't remember anymore how it's going.
It's something with 3 pawns
Yeah,
for a
the
piece,
end.
no?
Yeah, it's an end game. So after knight g5, bishop d5, practically losing to knight f7.
Yes.
That's the point. And that I was so surprised when Mamedjarov was
Allowed it, yes.
15 or 16 years old at the time, and Rajabov was playing there. So the Azerbaijan team was like, really watch out with these talented kids. What we are saying now about the India 2 team as well. And then he played this knight d5. I had it in my notes.
16 years ago, 16-year-old meant young.
Yeah.
Now I'm not so sure anymore.
Well, when you're 26, 50 already, it means
Yes.
you're
No.
still not old.
No, yeah, but I mean now if we say young, we mean maybe 14, 13.
Yes.
It drops
Yes.
continuously.
Yeah, it drops, of course. And so this is already not good for black. So after d4, white went bishop e6, takes, and this is a very solid line, which does not give much, I must say.
It was considered to be completely drawish, but then in 81, Karpov played it 3 times against Korchnoi and scored 2 wins. And a4 was actually played in the last game, which he won. Korchnoi was completely crushed. But yes, this...
And was playing this line with black quite a few occasions.
No, after that it became very popular. It became one of the main lines, actually.
Castle, rook fd1, c5, bishop e3, queen b6.
We have a conflict strategic conflict already. White has more space. This pawn on a5, okay. The square on d6 is a bit hanging. There may be the danger of knight f6.
Well,
check.
the pawns are
That's
kind of weak.
Yes, and some kingside attack with knight f6 or whatever, or knight takes somewhere. But okay, there are these 2 knights.
E6 knight is extremely good.
And the knight on b5 is also
The b5
okay.
also, but basically
yes.
the e6 defends both
Yes.
ways, both
If
directions.
you exchange that knight on e6, let's say, then it can be very tricky for black. But the way it is, even if he gets into a somewhat worse position, that knight would, just keep. Actually, Anand, he held against whom? I don't know if he blundered the queen or what happened, but he held against Topalov maybe rook and knight against queen and pawn. That was the material balance.
Vichy.
Yes.
Yes.
And he had a knight on e6, and Topalov somehow couldn't break.
Yeah, I was there in the tournament.
In this line, actually.
And I was very surprised. It was kind of boring, and I was like thinking that, I mean, really, this is what Vichy wants to do, that he's just made the home analysis, entering, simplifying with the queen down and with the fortress. That's all. What's the point? And he was just working so well on openings and be objective about it.
But I remember 2 different comments. One of them was that, yes, Vichy is very deep in his, and look, he went here because he knows it as a draw. But some other commentator wrote that he was red in the face when he lost the queen. So...
I don't know. As far as I remember, he played extremely fast. He was ready to go into the...
By the way, he also drew with me, Vichy, with such a knight. I had a queen and a passed pawn, and he has that knight on e6. It was another opening, okay, completely different. But I was so surprised when I couldn't touch him. I mean, the knight on e6...
But he was ready. I mean, he was ready to do this kind of thing.
Yes.
If objectively he worked it out, he's sure of himself, he goes for it.
No, but that one was not preparation. That one came after move 40 in our game.
Yeah.
And I thought, okay, now I'm winning, and then
it was not enough.
I saw I could not. Yes.
Okay, so here we have, this is the position right now. So it's very difficult for white to progress because simply how to continue, because if the white goes knight with g5, let's say, eventually, not very
Yes.
far from now, knight from b4 jumps into the center to d4.
Well, there are two possibilities. No, one of them is just taking on g5 and knight d4.
Yeah, either
And-
taking or knight d4.
Or
But
knight
in one
d4.
way or another, it will show up on d4.
But okay, maybe it's difficult to say whom this favors because somehow black needs both knights.
White goes h4.
Okay, h4. So he wants knight g5 under better circumstances to take it.
Or he, maybe
h-
he just wants the h5. He
Yes,
wants to go
maybe,
h5. He wants to bring his queen there.
okay,
and then
okay.
maybe knight h4, knight f5 in
Yes.
a right
That
moment.
makes sense, of course.
Because black will have to make a decision after h5. Should he allow h6 for the pawn, or he should be
weaken-
playing himself
yes.
h6, right?
Not an easy decision.
I like h4 very much. So now I think rook d8 is a very logical move. But usually it's white who is playing for advantage in this position. Black is very strongly defending, as we mentioned before, with the knight on e6.
Apparently, this is a new move h4, but it's quite logical. Rook ac1 and h3 had been played. Okay, they are both sensible moves, but is it...
Okay, so
So
this
that's-
was the match between England and Armenia. So now let's go to see the big match, which is always a big match when USA is playing,
Yes.
even though up to now it seems like they are a little bit rusty.
Yes, somehow they have problems on several boards, no? They...
The top players have to find their form.
Oh, let's say that Aronian, okay, he was out of shape in a game which was not that important because they won the match in the first round. But Fabiano is not doing so well, and Shankland had some problems, no?
Yeah,
So-
today Shankland is not playing because it was replaced by Dominguez. Of course, he's also a fantastic player. And this is what we see on the first board between Boruchovsky and Fabiano Caruana.
Quite an original.
F.
They both started.
So let's see from beginning, because only few moves
Yes.
happened, but the pawn structure is already
I have been
something
playing
special.
English opening for so long, and I'm sure I never saw this position before. Okay,
F5?
G3.
G3, bishop
G3,
E7.
this is actually what what the move order I recommended for white, because because if you play d4, e4, knight g5, that's some sort of fluent play for both players. So g3 is yes, this knight there, bishop e7, knight h3, c6. I mean,
Okay, this is another story.
Both players have somehow fluent play, not easy to prove. Okay, g3, and now there are two things. If black plays knight c6, then d4 is much stronger, because the knight is not well placed on c6. Now knight g5, or yes, now it's a bit different, and g3 makes part of white's plan. Black doesn't have c6, this regrouping. So knight c6, he should delay. And at some point, white's plan is to play b4, which usually you don't reach in these close Sicilians, because there is a knight on c6. So it's some sort of, and after b4, okay, if knight c6, then b5 gains a tempo, because you didn't need to
But
play
here there is
b1.
no b4 yet.
No, you
I mean, it's possible, but
no,
white played
it-
bishop h3.
No, I usually I recommend bishop g2, castle, and then already threatening b4. But bishop h3 is something.
Do we have any games on bishop h3?
Okay, I can check.
Because it seems to be some. It's a strange
it
move, don't you
exists.
think so?
The move exists. For instance, if e4, knight h4, sometimes then bishop h3.
I'm
But
kind of
in this-
thinking that it's a
in this
provocation that black should be playing once g5.
In this moment, I'm not sure there is such a move.
Very unusual. I believe.
Apparently, there is.
And it's only move 5 and something very strange is happening, opening-wise.
Just a moment. They advanced a bit more. So
Yeah, so it's
bishop
move
if-
5, bishop h3.
bishop h3 seems to have been to be a novelty.
It's very unusual. I mean, it really belongs to g2, right?
Yeah, but you know.
I mean, if, for classical thinkers.
yeah, but
I mean, what do you go on g5?
But are we sure that actually G5 is a serious threat? I mean, after
Well, I have my threat.
No. I mean, if I play Bishop G2, let's say, then G4 and what I'm doing with my knight, you want to say, no?
Yeah, I was thinking about something like this to push back the knight.
Mm-hmm.
That's another story where the king will be
Yes, no,
castling.
so maybe we
it's
should...
not clear that I'm just
so-
saying that it's a provocation after bishop h3,
Yes.
which was not done, but
Not accepted.
c5 was.
But let's try to see, because there is no quick queen h5, no?
After g5. you mean?
I don't see ways of queen g5, queen h5ing, to say so.
Well, no, the rules are somehow different in chess. That's not the knight.
No, but there are players
jump
like
over.
Tal who tried to
Yeah.
solve those problems, but I don't know how to clear
Yeah,
them.
like push e4 and knight g5, but it's simply g4 next move,
yes,
right?
Yes.
So it seems like white really has to go back, and
But
after
then
g4 probably go back again, and then maybe white
Maybe
is happy.
h3, maybe d4. Actually, why not? Oh,
Yeah.
actually, I remember now there were games. I know a game by Portish where against Seravan. Okay, it was this d4 e4 knight g5, and Seravan played h6 knight h3 g5, and then Portish played knight g1 and h4, and actually white is better. I mean, he lost a lot of tempo with the knight, but after h4 he was simply better.
Okay, so g5 was not something Fabi played, but he played a solid c5.
But it's c5
Because he
solid.
wanted to stop d4. He
Yes.
just simply didn't want to see d4 on the board.
But when you weaken such a square as d5, the question
Exactly.
is whether this is solid.
Okay, c5, d3,
d3.
knight c6, knight d5. This is the position right now
Mm-hmm.
on the board. So Fabiano is thinking and playing knight f6, I believe.
Yeah, actually, knight d5, of course, white enters in a, he makes a few commitments. I mean, playing knight d5 so early, it would be better to have the other knight close to d5, to have a replacement. I mean, on e3 or knight
Yeah,
d1,
okay,
knight
but
c2.
this is very typical, right? To have f3 and then you have to castle and
Yes.
go to e3. But after f5, you're not going to have time for that.
Well, I mean, okay, you could have, not played knight d5, but played all the things, short castle and knight d1. But he goes,
Yeah,
bishop
but
h3, knight
f5
d5.
is there already.
I know.
Because
but,
normally I was playing this with knight e7 and
with
g6, bishop
yes, it's a bit
g7.
different, yes.
But I think it can make a difference that the pawn is on f5,
Because
like
of f4, no?
f4, e4. I don't know.
No, but it's
somehow.
clear that White's policy in this game is to be very concrete from an early stage.
Well, probably this is what Fabiano wanted with by playing f5.
No, but
Play somehow more.
no, but I mean White. Okay, what Fabiano played, he moved some pawns. It's a typical structure, but White doesn't treat it the classical way.
Yeah, but the question is whether the bishop on h3 will have to come back, and it was only a waste of a tempo.
No, of course he cannot do that. Of course he has to
But
prove
maybe the
something.
idea is at one point he wants to go e4 somehow
so.
to exchange.
I think so, yes.
Because otherwise it doesn't make too much sense, right?
Well, he inhibits f4, which is an attacking move, because then, okay,
So we have knight d5, knight f6 on the
if he-
board.
maybe he won't, if black takes, then just take, and d4, maybe... he
It's
wants
white to
something
move
like-
now.
I
So
know,
the
I
question
know,
is
I know.
whether knight f6,
Do you think he will take?
castle. Well, he has to do something. If black goes knight d5, black is very fine.
No, that
guess.
was what I was thinking, that he wants to allow that, and then e4.
So let's say castle. Takes.
The question is whether to castle or not, whether we need the king there or not.
Well, it's also a question whether knight d4,
Knight
or
d4.
knight b8.
Well, maybe e3 is the move, not castle. If you want to allow... no, this is what I mean. Knight d5 looks a bit premature, but well...
But maybe after e3, e4 can be.
Yeah, always. Okay, so I take, no?
Takes.
So I take on c8.
Takes.
And okay, I take on f... No, I would take on f6 and knight d2. Okay, I know that my development is not so good, but...
But okay, well,
Queen
queen
c2.
c2, knight b4.
And I lose... well, I will... Maybe it's only an exchange, no?
Well, for some people it matters.
yeah, but I mean, it's structure and pawns, but no, it's not enough, no?
Well, I don't know.
D2,
It's not so obvious, I
No,
guess.
it's not obvious. I'm proud of this.
Okay, so what we have is knight f6, and we'll get back what's going on board one.
Unless he shows us what he had in mind, bishop h3 and knight d5 look like an adventure.
It's an adventure,
Yes,
and
yes.
he has to know what he's doing, that's
Yes.
for sure. I don't know if e4, one more question.
E4 at once, no?
Yes, or knight f6 and e4. I guess it's kind of the same.
Maybe e4.
This is the only last question before we move on. E4 takes. I had in mind to take.
Yes, queen probably, no?
Yeah, let's take,
now
and then takes.
Yes, okay, but now question, okay.
If you want to take with the pawn,
But maybe
Nah.
we don't get anything out of it.
and then let's say knight d4 or something.
Okay, but here white is, it's
What is it?
one-sided, no? I take on d4 and queen d3. This is a bit
Takes,
one-sided, no?
takes.
Bishop d2.
Yeah, it looks kind of nice.
Theoretically, white has play on both wings. And black doesn't have that much, no?
Let's see if we have a move there. I see white I think made a move. Knight takes e7.
Okay, he keeps surprising us, no?
Absolutely.
Now he has to show us what he has in mind with his c1. Okay, with the h3 bishop we already have
Well,
doubts.
let's say knight takes, right?
Yeah,
Or queen takes. That's the other one.
both are good.
Both are completely interesting.
So we had our doubts about one bishop, but now...
We have questions and doubts about the other one too.
I see a dream. b3, bishop b2, knight e1, knight c2, f4. But how many moves this means?
It takes time. Let's say it that way.
Bishop, before, no, here maybe b4. No, here he can play
Here
b4.
b4.
Pawn sacrifice, doesn't matter.
But it's not a pawn sacrifice. You just go.
Queen a5,
Knight
c6,
c6,
a3.
a3.
No, with this I'm happy with white. I mean here...
Finally.
I understand what my pieces are doing. No, okay, we accepting the bishop on
Okay,
h3, but,
so after knight e7,
let's
it's
say
queen
queen
e7. Maybe white will be playing quickly a3,
But
b4.
a5, a3, a5. And black, okay, he'll castle and play f4 because now he can weaken the...
Maybe he
Black's
wants to
quest.
go some knight h4.
and f4. Knight h4. If g6, then f4. But maybe f4.
I don't know, maybe bishop g5 first, possible? If you go f4,
I was thinking to keep the bishop if I put such
maybe
pressure.
knight h5.
Yeah, knight g2. Just to have it complete.
Well, it's going to be a very complicated
yes.
game, I think. So after knight e7,
But knight h4, f4 I would be worried of. Mm-hmm. So queen e7, knight h4, f4. That's black's idea, no?
f4.
f4, yes, okay, you take probably on... but knight f5 is... But is it so good?
No, because queen d7,
d7,
everything
no?
is protected. e4. Okay, let's see what Fabi is going to be up to. We have Aronyan playing on board 2 against Nabati.
But I must say that maybe if white really has something in mind, maybe this game will write a new page in the, let's say, strategic theory of the English
Bishop
opening.
h3.
Bishop h3 is, let's say, just the start, but then...
I'm sure it's one of the engines approved. One of them approved it, that it's interesting.
It can also be
You
a
can
human
make a
concept.
good
It can also
surprise.
be a human concept because, okay, knight d5, knight takes e7, but let's see if he sustains it with a credible human concept
Yes.
after knight e7. When everything he did so far is surprising, for me, at least.
Who is an expert in
Well, up to a certain level, no?
So what is Aronyan doing here? It was a Petrov, and we all know that Petrov is an opening which is very difficult to crack and very difficult to get something. Though this is somehow interesting. Bishop g6. I think the regular move is taking on d3 here. Takes castle. But okay, bishop g6. Maybe we can see what what are the games, because somehow it seems to me that bishop g6. I was playing this with white, And I don't remember that I was watching bishop g6.
But generally speaking, knight bd2 is not so ambitious, or is it? Queen d2. Bishop g6 was played a few times. Okay, and now what?
Bishop g6, c3.
c3 was played.
c3, castle, queen c2.
It was Dominguez against Yu Yangji and some lower rated players.
Okay, so queen c2, bishop d6, bishop g5, queen d7, and bishop h4.
So queen c2 castle is still the Dominguez game. Bishop d6 seems to be the novelty.
Bishop d6. What was played there? Queen d7?
Let me see.
After castle, queen c2.
Cannot visualize it.
But
here.
actually, Aronian is thinking more. He's thinking more. He went bishop d5, bishop h4, with the idea, I believe, to go bishop g3 and exchange the bishop and somehow create the e5 square for the knight.
But generally speaking, just asking us from a c4 player to an e4 player, is there any play here?
Well, yeah, it's hard to say. It will be very slow, very slow. I don't see anything big for white. Well, later on probably he wants to go b4, a4 little positional. Of course, the big fight is going on generally in these lines on the e file.
Yeah, but let's say rook e8. I mean, it will be what, a knight ending? Is there a danger of queen?
Well, there can be different kind of endgames later on, right?
I mean, if I know that with black I get this position with the Petrov, I will play only this against strong players, somehow. Doesn't feel so threatening.
Well, it's not much. Black played rook f8. It looks very solid. I would be surprised if black gets any problem here. Let's move on to board 3.
Of course, he cannot.
Smirin. Oh.
We're talking about symmetry.
We thought we moved from one game to another, but it seems like the next board is more or less the same, just a little bit progressed further.
But maybe this was a different opening. Maybe this was.
Well, it was Berlin,
the rookie one thing. Okay.
Yeah, but
so,
it means that.
So, as from a c4 player to an e4 player, is there much?
Well, this game between Smirin and Wesley So is though you can play. Black has a nice position, by the way. So just because everything is symmetrical, it doesn't mean it's a draw.
He has,
yeah, I mean his knight is nicer a little bit than white's. Though, okay, white can also put his knight on f4, but still, somehow black has a nice position there. Probably he's trying to go g5, gaining space, maybe even h4.
No, of course you can play any position. No, I mean,
yeah,
it
but
depends,
it's very hard to create something here.
It depends
of course.
on each player's skills. I mean,
yes.
And if you know the opponent very well, his style, his weaknesses, his impatience, whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
His over-optimism, whatever. Then
generally, it's a draw. I mean, Ilyas Mirin is a very good grandmaster, so he should not
player.
make. He's an attacking player, but it's a drawish game.
He has a fantastic instinct. Actually, maybe this position is too dry for him because he has an instinct of how to regroup. Somehow his pieces are flowing so naturally. But now there are no pieces to flow.
A4, A5, so they are getting pressed here and on the other side, both sides. Pawns are getting blocked with each other. Well, it will be. It's very hard to imagine that there will be something out of this.
But okay, this is somehow logical because so is top players Mirin already not. So I mean, a draw would not be something which would be unusual. I mean,
of course, especially in a Berlin. I mean, it's clear that you can choose.
Yes.
Like this.
I'm a bit more surprised about Aronian, who is the favorite in the game. and he went with white for. I mean, maybe he has something. Maybe he.
Okay, but on the other
feels-
hand, against the Petrov,
there is
it's
nothing.
also very difficult to choose.
I
So,
know.
so top players also say, okay, I do what I can, and if my
Yes, yes.
opponent chooses that opening,
It's
I
not
still
criticizing.
try.
It's trying to understand his mind.
Yes.
It's not. You understand? We all have. I remember that when Matthew Sadler he quit chess and he started writing book reviews for New Chess. And he started one of his reviews. The good thing about not being a professional chess player anymore is that I don't wake up in the night all sweat, asking myself what I'm going to play tomorrow against the Grunfeld. So those were not the times of the Petrov and the Berlin yet. But it's the same thing. I mean, you have this nightmare. What I'm doing against these openings, the Marshall. Also.
I know. I was there.
Yes.
I had not nightmares, but in reality, when I woke up, I had to deal with all these
Yes.
openings. King f2, black played g5. You can see on the body language of Wesley that, well, I'm not happy with this, but okay, let's play. Let's see if I can get anything unpleasant for Ilya.
I don't think he would be unhappy either because he's an objective player. He's not trying to. I don't think he's the kind of player who would try to play against objective for a win against the objective.
No, absolutely, but still, you have probably he would be more happy to have a more lively position with
Yes,
more action
yes.
happening, right?
Yes.
Because Ilya is a very interesting player, and also because he believes in himself that if it's going to be a messy position, he will have more chances. Let's say.
But this can be also a small psychological trick. I mean. You
Yes.
sit like this, I mean, you're just bored, okay, maybe let's make a few more moves, it's not move.
Yeah.
This is what your body language shows. And then you make a small mistake, and then he starts playing, and his body language changes.
Well, now he played knight c5, and now there is a big question what black will go b6, because after b6 I
But
think knight
knight
d7 is
and
possible,
you have-
and then b5 is a must. So the
maybe
question
no-
is
because
whether
it is
who does this favor.
No, okay,
if
with the
b5.
knight c5, then I think I like. I
Well,
start
knight
to like
c5
white,
goes
no?
back, so after knight c5 probably black will be going
Knight d6.
knight d6.
Rook b8 is too. Or rook a7. No, but rook e7, a7
Rook
preparing
e7,
b6.
rook a7 also
Preparing
possible,
b6,
yeah,
no?
with preparation of b6.
But knight d7, okay, so what? Knight d7.
Also knight e6 is possible.
Yes.
Well, okay, we are not going to analyze this because it is pretty balanced. So we have the fourth game. Wow. Let's see this
is this?
because this is
Anti-Marshall, no?
Dominguez against Rochester Maxim. It was also Berlin, anti-Berlin, d3, bishop c5, c3, castle, castle, d5. Knight d2, d takes e4, d takes e4, queen e7.
It's very dangerous for white to take the pawn with bishop c6 and knight e5. When d5 was played, I know, I remember
Yeah.
analysis.
Yeah.
No, this is too dangerous. No?
Okay, so knight d2 takes, queen e7, h3 against bishop h4, I guess, a5, a4.
It's very
Rook
strange
d8.
because earlier in such structures, Italian, d3 Spanish, white sometimes played a4 and then black had to choose between a6 and a5. And nowadays, in both openings, they frequently play a5.
Black play
with-
a5.
Yes, because there are some dynamic things with a4. So actually,
And then white is playing a4 to stop
yes,
the
so-
possible a4
yes,
for
yes.
black.
And actually, in a more general meaning, there are positions where when you analyze, you just make the moves h4, h5 first of all, because you know that one of the players will advance the h-pawn and the other one will do the same. So it just makes
Yeah.
part of the local harmony of the position. So
Queen c2 and knight b8. Look at this move.
Karpov, knight b1, yes. I mean, okay.
Knight b8. What is this move?
It's funny.
Black
no?
wants to go this, right? Regrouping his
He wants
pieces.
to-
c6,
to
bishop e6, knight
reach
d7.
perfect symmetry.
Yeah.
Because it seems, with the knight on c6, it seems that black is slightly better developed. Because okay,
But he says, no, I go knight b8, so I'm not
because
better
his knight on
developed.
c6, it's also about the quality of development. His knight on
Yes.
c6 is
It's not a right place because he wants to
it's-
go knight d7, knight f8, knight
yes,
d6.
but then it means that white is a bit better developed, no? Because he has the knight on d2 already.
Yeah, but the rook is not there.
Okay, rook e1.
And it's not clear to me whether h3 is plus or minus, because if black can go knight
I know,
h5, knight
yeah,
f4.
no, it's
Rook
strange that
e1.
Earlier.
And look, knight d8, knight e8.
Aha. So knight. If you look at the
Very
position-
unusual plan.
Yes. No.
Black is trying to regroup it here and maybe to come with this knight to d7 and f6.
Yes. That's his idea probably.
Very interesting plan. I've never seen this before.
No, I have put my knight on d6 in this structure a few times, but somehow at this stage, I mean, black is playing counter-developing moves.
Incredible.
But white is not so well developed either. So.
But it's a very strange plan.
No, the knight on d6, I believe I have it in my blood. I sometimes played it just like
To
this.
go knight b8 and the next move to go knight e8?
No. Knight b8, this is each move has some
I mean,
meaning,
what
but-
can our viewers,
but
our club players say when we, in principle, say you have to develop with your pieces and then look the center, the open files.
May I give an advice to our spectators? Don't try this at home.
I mean, going knight b8 and knight e8,
No, at this
very
stage, of course,
original. And we can't say
Queen
that
f8.
even f5 is not something black is playing at all. Maybe in another 15 moves.
yes. Well, okay, if black still plays queen f8, then my only question is how is the bishop
The
reaching
bishop
h8, no?
Yeah, but talking seriously about it, he really wants to get here.
So he didn't like the idea of bishop c6 followed by knight c4, probably. So
yeah,
this is why
okay,
he wanted knight b8.
that I completely understand that he wanted to avoid this and to have a nice knight on c4.
And the knight is not so
Which
well
is still
placed
not
as-
the end of the world,
Yeah, of
but
course.
I understand the pawn structure is not something that black is...
He wanted to forget about it. And okay, knight b8, okay, this is typical
and the
for...
strange thing is, normally you would have a preparation on this, right? But it was not a preparation because white has
not.
spent 7 minutes plus 6, so it's like 13 minutes
and
up to now.
Black is almost in time trouble.
And black spent already 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Nearly 45. So it's a plan which was not prepared at all. It's a surprise
I
plan.
repeat, the knight on d6 doesn't surprise me, but at this stage to go back like this with all
Well,
the
now
pieces,
the good thing is for black that knight c4 is not
C6.
possible because of c6.
Yes.
So the question is after knight e8. Can white play... Well, probably white will have to come back in
Or-
order to
or to
open
b3,
up.
or to
or
b3.
to go to b3. Knight b3, very
no,
logical.
I mean, no, bishop b3, I meant to go to b3 with the bishop.
To bishop c4, you mean?
Yes, to go to c4 and b3, yes. That was my...
That I don't know.
And after knight
I
d6.
don't know if I like
But I'm
that.
toying around with the development too, no?
I think I'd rather
Maybe
have
b6,
my bishop on
b6,
f1.
bishop a6. No. Maybe.
Well, b6 is possible. Also, I can try to
Oh, yeah.
start jumping around or even going back with the bishop and,
And
knight
black is still
c5.
better developed somehow. Okay, so knight b3.
It takes too long time for me bishop c4, so I want to go back here.
Okay.
Let's say you go knight d6, and
Knight
then I
b3
can,
or- yes.
knight b3 or knight c4. Knight c4 makes sense, actually. Knight c4 makes sense. I'm attacking, so do you
Probably
play
he
knight d7?
Or takes.
Well, if
maybe
takes, was it such a big deal to make 3 moves to exchange my knight?
No, knight e7 better.
I'm threatening with this.
No, knight e7 first, yes, and... No, bishop f1 and knight c4 makes a lot of sense.
Here, knight d7.
Yes,
right?
knight e7.
Okay, but now maybe I'm going to make some
Bishop
provocative
g5 anyway, so f6
things.
probably.
f6.
Okay, but that's a small weak.
And
Bishop d2.
Bishop d2, or wonder if... I mean, now my plan is b4. Is this knight really so good on d6?
And knight h4 is an issue. Maybe there will be even a mate. Knight g6 check, hg, queen h4 mate.
Wow, you really see a lot of moves ahead. You have a good imagination, I see. Sometimes you want to give a check here,
Yes.
check knight g6 afterwards, and queen h4.
Yes.
But that's far away. That is not something
know,
black
I
has
know.
to be very much worried
But
yet.
as a commentator, we can talk about it. No, but I mean, white has some chances.
Knight
Even-
e8. So the surprise is there, and now Dominguez just doesn't understand. What? What is this?
No, bishop f1 I like. Your suggestion is knight b3. I'm not so sure. Where is the knight heading?
Well, I just wanted to open up for the diagonal of my bishop,
The same
or
idea, no?
somehow to get out. So, but I think bishop f1 is something that will come, because anyway, if black goes here, you will come back, right? So we might as well just move earlier.
Yeah, so probably we want to exchange that knight on d6 because
But by the way, I have another question. What happens if on this move, can white play b4 and takes knight b3?
uh-huh,
b6?
maybe.
Well, I don't know. Can't white go bishop b2? Or
And now you know what the surprise
there,
will be.
and bishop d2?
You know the surprise now. Maybe knight c6.
No, but
but-
knight c6 is not possible, because takes and takes on b4.
Uh-huh, and knight b4 doesn't work, no?
Knight b4, queen
Or
c5.
knight d4. Knight d4 looks bad, no? You just take on d4, probably.
Well, I don't know.
Somehow it's not so crazy about
Yeah.
those A and B pawns.
I think Dominguez will find something. I don't trust the plan of black, because I
No.
believe that it's
No, it's
you don't have enough time to go backwards
Yes, of course.
or move
we
11 and 12. Once you develop,
we understand the concept.
yeah,
But,
if you have enough time. And white didn't do anything wrong.
He didn't make obvious mistakes.
I mean,
No, I mean the first move could be improved probably. But okay.
Thank you. This is what about my e4. Okay, so this was USA-Israel, very tough games. Just let's look back on the first board, because we have some moves there. And, well, this is what we were looking, by the way. Look, this is what we have. Knight h4, f4, bishop c8, rook c8 was played, and gf4.
No, these are very principled games somehow. I mean,
It's a very fun game.
in a far from obvious a position with far from obvious plan, I believe that both opponents take the principle. I mean, they know it doesn't even matter if what the engines say, but it's about principles. I mean, okay, this is what the classical school would require from this position. F4, and of course, white has to take the pawn, and black has to. Okay, knight h5 probably. No?
And we have Fabi playing castle, if I saw it correctly.
Uh-huh. Yeah, because these are four, this kind of sacrifice we see in the Dutch, Leningrad Dutch, for instance. The pawn is not important, the square is important. Somehow knight h5, f takes e5, doesn't matter, the knights are coming. So,
And this is the kind of game what Fabiano is playing. He likes this kind of position, energy, full of
yes,
calculation,
yes.
and he left his
so
board.
far
Now he's
I-
happy.
So far, I believe it was an intuitive game somehow, but of course, at some point, you have to calculate too, because okay, you may be a pawn down with white, with black. So
In the meantime, I also got a question from our audience whether when Bobby was here, was he recommending any book to me to study from? But actually, he was not coaching me and my sisters. He was visiting our house, and we were playing once or twice, only in pairs, and it was not real chess, but it was 960. It was the Fischer random, because he was really a believer that opening theory is ruining the game, and he wanted to focus only about the depths of chess understanding, and this is why he was pushing very much that we have to play the Fischer random, where the basic rank of all the pieces are shuffled. So you have ways of playing it: either beforehand you figure out how to set up the pieces, or you play the first 8 move just without the 8 pieces, and you have to put your first 8 moves wherever you want. To be honest, I was never a big fan of that chess because it can become really messy from the start, and I've seen quite a few games where people are really working very hard in the first 10 or 15 moves to get something similar to a classical, normal middle game of a game. So he was not really suggesting, apart from his own book, my 60 memorable games. But it was very interesting to see him the way he was thinking, but it was a very special experience to meet him in person. Well, I think it's about time to switch to the ladies section to look what is going on there. But before that, I want to make a highlight that actually in the open section, we have certain ladies who are competing, which is very nice, and I hope there are going to be more ladies in case they want to improve and they also fit into the open section team of their own country. And I want to highlight one lady, Julia Label Arias, originally from Colombia. She's the oldest participant in the Olympiad. This time she's playing in the women's section, but she was playing in open section previously for Monaco, and she played for 3 different countries. Before, she played for Argentina, later on France, and now for Monaco. And before we start to look some of the games, I would like you to see some of the participants who are actually playing, the ladies who play in the open section. So let's see the video of that. Let's go. Yeah, so now we are switched to the ladies section already, and let's see what they are up to on the keyboards. And actually, some of the games already seems like not the middle game, but even the end game. If we see, for example, Sebag against Conero, we are already in the end game.
This was an open Spanish, I believe, no?
Yeah, this was again an open Spanish. We're going to see it on the
If I
screen
understand
also.
well the position.
Yes, it was in open Spanish, what Conero
Queen E2
was
probably.
playing.
Yes.
Queen E2 I was not playing. I was mainly knight D2 player. But this actually probably the position we have on the board is old theory.
No, but this is old theory, very old theory.
Very old
yes,
theory.
Nothing has changed.
So let's reach out to the position which is actually standing on the board between the French number 1 Marie Sebag and Hampi Conero. So you were an open Spanish player yourself, right?
Yes.
For a long time. Would you be happy here with black?
No, because it's a draw. I mean, there is no play left. By the way, Tartakover famously said that between the opening and the end game, gods have placed the middle game. It doesn't always happen. In some games, they forget to do that. No, I mean, this is...
Yeah, basically in this game, from opening, we ended up in the end game,
yes,
right?
Yes.
We just forgot about the middle game.
Queen E2, you know, it's not something you should be afraid of, but if you play the open Spanish, you want some interesting structure, and then this is the best black can do. I mean, just equalize and wait for a draw offer.
So what's the next move of black in this position? Should he be playing rook E8 to attack the E5, or he should
Well, the bishop is hanging, so probably A5. A5
Ah,
is
sorry,
logical.
yes. Because at first it seems like white has a little nicer...
There is this knight on D4, okay. There is a knight on
H5.
D4. No, A5 I thought, no, maybe. H5?
Yeah, a5. No, I just misunderstood.
Then maybe rook f1, no?
Because the rook on f7 on the sevens, it looks like a very comfortable place for the rook, and it can also cause some
okay,
trouble.
so let's go rook f1, bishop d5, then e6. She could try, no?
Well, yeah, and if bishop takes,
then
takes rook f7. Even though I'm not sure what is this, because takes, check here, check, but it looks not
this
good.
Is this
I
is
think
better,
h4.
Yes. Or even rook d. Even if you want to make me.
I just want to give checkmate.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
Yes, no, but the endgame would have also been.
Because sometimes there are ideas this.
I'm not so sure what was this.
Whether it works.
No, a little bit earlier if we go, because something is.
So this is the position after rook c7.
No, but to go a bit earlier to understand whether what my old theory was here.
Maybe we can check where we deviated from this.
Yes, but
position.
I also want to. Okay, takes
knight d4.
I'm not sure she should have given the c7 pawn.
Rook b8.
That's my only.
Rook dc1.
She went bishop. Yeah, I would be worried about this moment somewhere. Okay, so knight d4. Knight d4. Just a moment to find my buttons.
Bishop
so rook
b3.
c5 and rook f. Maybe c5 is more restrictive. But okay, she played rook f8.
After rook knight d4, right?
Yeah, c5 maybe is more restrictive.
Yeah, I can understand, because knight on d4.
Yeah, and
the way in the
bishop
game
is under domination. I don't know. It's of course if she analyzed then.
So rook f8, we had games on that.
Rook fb8, yes, there are games on that.
And rook dc1, which is very logical.
Normal. Bishop b3, okay.
Bishop
otherwise,
b3.
why did you do that?
Rook c7.
Rook takes c7, and she played bishop d5. Bishop e6 was more frequent.
Okay, so did not play a5 as we looked, but the immediate attack
a5
on the
was
b2.
yes, it was too slow. I saw the idea with. So Muziciucana made a draw with Saduakasova with white, and Giri a draw with Anand.
So what happens if rook a5 in this position? Because I want to chase the bishop from its
rook
place.
d8 maybe, no?
Rook d8. I don't know, I would still be kind of more happy with sitting on the white side. Though both pieces are very powerful.
Yeah. No, yes. No, in principle it may work. I mean, okay, we have these games, Muziciuk and Giri, which ended in draws. So, but personally, I would have preferred c5. I mean, why to? Of course, if you analyze with the computer and everything, you can be sure. But I mean, intuitively, well.
Well, here knight f5 can happen, right? At some point.
Then bishop
For example,
e6,
okay, I go knight f5, bishop e6, I go, let's say, knight d6 maybe.
Yeah, I mean, with black, I wouldn't like to be worried about such concrete nuances.
Yeah, rook b8 takes, rook a7.
But it's still
no threat.
H6,
It's just scary. I also thought about rook a5, rook d8. Can I go, I don't know, king... Well, b4, rook b8 anyway, I believe. So I thought not king f2, let's say h4. And after rook b8 to go rook a6 takes and rook d6. You have to go back, right? And then simply king h2 and...
No, of course, even if the position is equal, white's position is more equal.
Well, maybe takes, rook d8, no threat yet. But after d7, king f8, if not d7, but king g3, also king f8. Or g6, sorry, g6
king
because
f4,
you have knight
king f4.
But the pawn is hanging already on d6, isn't it?
And don't I get anything, king e5?
Well, you get a centralized king.
No, this is what I wanted to show. And it's nothing, yeah?
Yeah, but it's, well, of course, white has great compensation, but nothing more.
No, okay.
I mean, probably king f6 and rook d6, it's a great way of making a perpetual check for repetition.
Well, g4 isn't really bad. But
then
of course,
king g7, I thought. But
No,
still,
but
white
of
has
course-
a
yeah.
good active king and active rook. But, well, obviously, Humpy probably made her homework. She knows exactly what she's doing.
Mm-hmm.
So this game most likely will end in a draw sooner
So
or
she went-
later. We have board 2. Harika plays with the white pieces against Sophie Millet from France. Some energetic play is there.
It's the London attack. After h4, we can call it attack and not a defense, no? I
Absolutely.
believe.
Well, white does have some plans. Definitely, it seems like white is going to be attack on h and possibly going to be attacking on the king side, while black is going to be
but I'm
looking for counter
I'm not
attack.
so happy with black's play. I mean, okay, this before thing, of course, is typical for the French and so on, but it's very slow. It's very slow, and okay, white can massively advance the pawns with gain of time, g4, g5, h5,
Well, the question is whether, let's say b4, what do you play?
g4, let's say, no?
G4, and then I go knight e4. Like, I
Aha,
want to
you
block
want-
the bishop. I mean, g4, h4, I know what it is. I'm playing it all the time. It was my way of doing it.
It's also a good question, yeah? So I'm just, okay, maybe g4 is not what I need, but then, okay, but then what?
Well, h5 can be a continuation, but anyway, I just want to go knight e4
knight
next.
e4 is the perfect. You can start
Yeah.
with knight e4 actually.
I wanted to push b4, so
This is not a
I'm
bad
acting
thing,
like I
yes.
want something, but maybe bishop a4 is possible here. Bishop b7,
And maybe just take, because Carlsen had some games.
to take bishop c6.
Yeah, Carlsen had some games in which.
But where is the attack after that?
No, it's not only attack, it's also the blockade on Dars. Somehow, this is what he did in some games. I don't see
But
that in
here
this
I think
position.
black goes knight e4 and
Knight e4
f6.
anyway, no?
At f6.
So, no, I don't know what. No, okay, let's go back. I don't like white's move knight df3.
Okay, so it was here.
So
But she played very early knight e5, I see.
this makes some. And now
It
she.
was a very early knight e5.
Oh,
Castle, bishop d3, c5, c3, knight c6, knight d2, queen c7, knight df3. There is no way out from
no,
here.
you can take on c6, but okay, the question
But
is
it's
what
is
that,
it
yeah.
a big deal? Just bishop here, or even queen c6 or bc6?
Well, I mean,
There's nothing
it's,
really,
it's
no?
the English defense. I mean, okay, you cannot.
Well, maybe this is why I never played it. Okay,
no,
so
because
knight d
everything looks so fine for white. I said, okay, come on, how did she manage this? But yeah, the problem is that now there is no control on e4. Maybe queen b1 is the move, but okay, after b4, the
Okay,
queen.
h4 was played, and now black to move. So I go b4. You cannot go queen b1. I mean, after that bc, rook b8, and it just
No.
or rook
No, I
b8
try to find
immediately.
some.
Yeah, the idea how to. Okay, so I'm not sure I like it for white.
No.
I'm not sure the attack is prepared well. Okay, so black is thinking. Probably she got scared. h4.
Yes.
What is it going? What is it coming over there? b4 we are expecting. Board 3. Let's see. Shavina plays against Vaishali.
Oh, what was that? Looks
And,
like a Ninzo Benoni something.
Yeah, it's a merge. It's a hybrid something. It's 4e3, castle, bishop d2, c5, d5, takes, d6.
No, of course, this is
92.
highly unpopular,
Knight a6,
which doesn't mean it's
a3, bishop a5, knight f4. That's a good spot for the knight, isn't it?
Are you sure?
Well, g3 is more logical, right?
Yes, but the knight c7.
Knight c7,
And
but I
because of-
think she went knight f4 because d5.
Yeah. Because
She wanted to make sure that it's defended.
Yes. But maybe knight g3 is possible. Knight g3, knight c7, e4.
a4.
E4.
Sorry, that's why I was
E4.
surprised.
No, to defend the pawn.
Nowadays, you never know. Yeah, okay, but it means that
but
you...
rook e8, and I'm going to lose the pawn anyway. No, rook e8.
Yeah,
I'm
rook
not in
e8
time.
or even bishop
Yeah, but-
c3.
Yeah, first rook e8
Yeah.
and losing a pawn somewhere. Yeah, doesn't work, sorry.
So she went knight f4, knight c7, bishop d3, b5 castle.
Well, of course, I don't like White's position.
Well, for now at least, black cannot take the pawn because it would be a blunder of a piece. Takes.
Yes, but
Actually, it's not even a blunder because after queen h5, f5 is possible. So after knight d5, bishop h7, I guess.
And there may be a little something, no?
I'm not even sure there is so much.
Yeah, we have this check and b4.
No, but maybe in this position, instead of queen h5, to go here first. Maybe on e4, the queen stands better.
And maybe b4. Oh, okay, but my idea would be to block,
Yeah.
to keep the pawns under control, and then I have a stable advantage. I don't know how much, but yeah, but what about bishop e7 instead of this force operation? Instead of everything.
Here?
Yeah, what about bishop b7?
Bishop b7. Yeah, I mean, black is definitely not ready to do that.
E4.
But maybe-
No, then e4. Okay, so bishop b7, no. Then rook e8 she has to start with. Okay, yeah. So white has developed a bit artificially.
But isn't this b5 something that I can try to eat?
So is it edible?
This is a question, and also the other question is if I can go b4 first,
Yes,
and
such
after
that
that
is
to play knight
something.
b5, especially after rook e8, that after exchange bishop b5 would be a tempo.
Okay. So white's development looks a bit
I mean, there is
artificial,
knight d5, but it looks kind of shaky stuff.
yes, then it justifies knight f4. So maybe white's development is subtle. It's not artificial, but it has some hidden. And actually, white is a little bit better developed, no? Her bishops are developed.
Well, of course, it's always the d5 pawn. If you can keep the d5 pawn, that's already...
Yes. That's her main point, to keep the pawn and then play. But it seems that there are some
Okay,
dynamic,
this is board number 3, and let's say what is board number 4. It's Tanya playing against Navrotescu.
the former Romanian player. Actually, with her father, I played so many games, 40-something years ago.
Some time ago.
Yes.
So what is this position?
Well, it's a nice blockade for white in principle, but okay. This is not over yet, because if white wants to consolidate the queen side with a4, then knight d5, knight b4. So, okay, the question is how to make progress with white. If you play e4 to prevent that, well, bishop g7, and that bishop may...
Well, e4 I don't like because of the d4.
I know, especially with the bishop on f8, no?
Yes.
So I would say that white has stabilized the position to her favor a bit, but it's not...
It's not easy to progress. Well, definitely a4, a5 is generally the plan.
Yes, but if the
So
knight comes to b4...
I go a4.
Okay. She
Knight.
can still wait, okay. Knight d5, okay, knight d5. No, but now the threat is knight c3, so you have to...
Knight c3 and bishop g7.
So you have to parry that.
Exactly.
And I will play bishop g7 anyway, and maybe
Okay, so
then...
it seems like a4 is early.
Yeah.
Maybe rook b1.
Rook b1, probably. I think that knight d5 anyway, no?
Knight here. It's not so easy why white
They are
has
somehow,
a...
the position are just like this and not so easy to...
Black
course,
maybe
a4
has a very reasonable position because black is really going to put her bishop to g7.
And white
Also
cannot keep the
sometimes
knight.
even knight b6
Yes.
if she wants.
Yes.
So it's also black can double the rook d7, rook
Yes,
d8.
because she has the umbrella on d5, no? She has that
Yeah.
umbrella there.
Yeah.
So maybe black is... no, optically, I thought it was
But
good
maybe
for
for
white.
her, the first step will be to play bishop g7.
Maybe.
She just played g6. She could play
Uh-huh,
knight d5 anyway already
Okay,
before.
Yes. No, so this is an interesting position.
Match. Let's
No.
go on to Ukraine, Azerbaijan. Wow, g4.
This is a non-typical hedgehog.
Well, up to this point, it was kind of a typical.
It was the bishop b5 check, no?
But bishop on b2. Yes, again, a Sicilian 3 bishop b5.
Yeah, okay, now the black queen has some freedom because with the light squared bishops on board, the queen would never go to h5.
Yes, yes.
But okay, g4, okay, that was a provocation.
It was a provocation and it
And
was
white
late.
picked up the gauntlet. Of course, it can end up badly for white if she doesn't sustain the attack.
Well, the black squares,
Yeah.
like f4.
No, in principle,
I would be
black-
scared to
black
play with
threatens-
white this way.
Yes, black threatens h5 actually. And then if g takes h5, of course, the structure maybe queen f2 is or queen g2. You have to do something about h5. Queen g2. I wouldn't
Somehow I
exchange the
feel
queens.
that g4 was premature.
Yeah, I mean, okay. It is a matter of principle. How do you dare to?
But after queen g2 also h5 is possible.
And g5 knight h7, you mean?
Because, well, h3 is a must, it seems.
But if g5, then
g5, knight h7, you want g6,
yes,
knight g5,
takes on f7. Okay, that can be funny, no?
and
f4,
knight
knight
h3.
knight h3. Okay. So king h1, let's say, but this can be double funny.
Well, I don't know, knight h3 anyway,
Queen,
want to go
queen
knight
g3 is not
f2.
possible. Okay, so
knight f4.
some play starts. No, white should hope for some knight d5 or something.
What would white want?
Maybe knight d5. She should think
Knight
of.
d5.
But maybe it's not working yet. No. Maybe rook d2. Let's try rook d2. I don't like this.
Well, if rook d2, the problem is that I can
Knight-
even go bishop g5.
Aha.
But
If so, queen g3. I was thinking.
but I thought, I mean, I occupy an f4.
Yeah, no,
Queen
it's
g3.
not nice.
I can
It's
go
not
knight
nice.
e5.
No, that's
I
not.
mean, it looks like-
No, probably white has to do something tactical. Knight d5 or knight a6. Otherwise,
So okay, this is the position right now, right? And she played queen f2.
queen
of
f2.
course.
Okay,
Yes.
queen f2 solves
Very
the problems, but
understandable.
okay, takes then h6, knight h7.
Well, the question is, for example, if black goes queen h3, is it dangerous for black?
Maybe queen g3, and at least she mends the pawn weaknesses. No, now there are no weaknesses on f4 and h4.
Queen f2 she played without too
and,
much of a thinking.
and h6 followed by knight h7, I think. h6, knight
H6.
h7. Yes, knight h7, knight f8, bishop g5, knight g6. Without queens on board, there is no attack, and there are such a. And okay, black can still think of b5. I mean, just in principle.
Yeah.
Just.
But what is this without queens? Generally, it's a
and
good question.
And the
What is
bishop
it
on
considered?
b2 leaves all the squares weak.
Yeah, f4.
She can regroup, okay, but if bishop c1, then b5.
What
So-
about after king f2 if black goes g5?
But I wouldn't hurry with that. I would think of playing that only after regrouping properly, no?
But I want to
you want to do
occupy
that?
the f4. That f4 is not possible ever.
But it was
So
not
I
possible
create
at all.
my square for my knight also.
Yeah, I understand. No, of course, g5 is also.
Because this is also possible to go
Yes.
knight e5 and then from e5 to g6.
Yeah,
and then
okay,
regroup
okay.
my
It's
other
a more-
knight and bishop f6.
h6 is the old man's.
Yeah. But also h5 is possible
yes, okay,
next
okay,
move.
okay.
So it can be maybe more energetic as well.
But h6, has the advantage of provoking white. Maybe she creates no weaknesses. It
But
also-
maybe
I mean,
you provoke it so much that I will be happy for the provocation. For example, I go h4,
But knight h7 then, no?
h5.
Is this so good for
I don't know. You go already knight.
bishop f6 maybe, or...
No, the only thing is that I'm kind of
Okay.
usually happy to
If you-
create my good
okay. Okay.
square for the knight. So
Okay,
I
that-
don't think black should be worried too much.
No,
in this
because the bishop is
position.
on b1.
On b2.
On b2, yes, it's not on h3. Okay, white can try h4, but then h6. And then later knight h7 if necessary. Knight h7 and everything.
Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, that
Yes.
is still. I mean, still.
And bishop
the-
f6, yeah. No. g5 is more direct, okay. We had
Okay.
a similar regrouping in mind, but of course G5 is
I wonder if she's going to go that. Okay, board number 2. It's Beydulayeva against Muzichuk Anna.
what
Black has a pawn up. And,
okay,
and I think she's just better.
unless the queen moves away from e6.
Well, but it's not going to be moving. That's not her plan to move
I
it.
know.
Once she found a great spot there, she will be moving only once she wants to exchange the queens. Of course, it's not easy to win the game with black.
Well, I would start with king f7 just to be safe of anything, you know. Yeah, but it's not easy to see what is white doing. Rook d6 doesn't work.
No, it's very difficult for white to play. I think
Yes.
black can also
Yes,
play later.
king f7. Yes,
Yeah,
king
this
f7.
king f7, rook d8, doubling the rook on the d file. You probably go a4
A4
also,
and
stabilize
A3, yes.
completely the bishop on b5. Let's go to the next one. Ushenina is playing with white against Mamadova, and it's white to move. Knight f5.
Slightly unusual.
Unusual,
Isolani.
as I did, yeah.
No, but at least all the pieces, all the minor pieces are on board. So white, okay, has her play.
Well, now it's a question because after knight f5, black is given the opportunity for white to
But-
exchange, for
but
example, and
Iwan
play
is
rook
hanging.
e5. Ah, sorry.
Iwan was hanging, I believe.
Sorry.
I'm not sure.
Yes. Here. No, the knight g3,
Yes.
I guess. Okay.
If bishop d5, then maybe bishop c3.
Yeah, it's possible.
BC, if
Yeah,
BC, then I can
BCD.
take with the e pawn, no?
Yeah. Okay, so it's not given this opportunity that black has to capture it with the pawn.
Yes, but okay, black doesn't have threats, let's
What about
say.
rook e5?
Rook e5 or
Forcing.
knight e5? Yeah. Okay, rook e5.
I want to force matters.
Yes, so maybe she has to return with the knight to e7, knight f7, no? But that's a bit passive. Bishop h4 already.
Knight e7 or d7?
No, d7 gives up the blockade, no? Somehow. d5 will be in the air. Soon. I don't know. Knight d7, I thought rook d1.
Can black go bishop d6?
Rook takes f5, knight takes
Knight
c3.
c3.
And nothing happens, yes?
So maybe rook e5 is kind of not a good provocation.
Well, rook e2 is a move. If you want to... If you're not sure...
Yeah, because this is already threatening, which I wanted to
in
take a
principle...
look. Whether it's a good
No,
simplification
but you
or
can
not,
still play
that's
rook
another
d1,
question.
Rook d1 first, you are not in a hurry. Bishop b3 just to have everything defended, a4 for instance. So,
Okay, let's say board number 3.
but rook e2 just to be ready for the thing. For
Here
the,
we have some
Yes, I just got notified.
serious action.
I got notified that this is. Let's go back a bit because it started some moves ago. For once, I cannot recognize the opening.
Well, this was a very solid
Some sort of
opening.
similar to anti-Moscow variation, no?
H4,
Aha.
like in so many openings nowadays.
I'm sure this is not a strategic move. It's not like my A for A5.
C5,
G4 probably. Oh yeah.
G4.
Who cares about the center?
Takes. Wow, no.
What do you mean takes?
G5.
What do you mean takes?
Go for it. Go for it. D takes E3. GF6. No way. Just simply taking
But
back.
GF, Queen F6. And,
Yeah, there are a lot of pawns, I guess,
already,
right?
yeah, and
Plenty of pawns.
yeah. Okay, so
Okay, G5, D, E, F, E,
okay,
bishop
this improves
E7.
the things greatly. Of course, F takes E3.
G takes H6.
Knight C6. What?
Check.
Check, of course.
And Queen F6. Very complicated game. HG7, Queen F3. So now black sacrificed the exchange on f8, rook h3. But it looks like white is just having a material advantage, right?
Was it necessary to sacrifice?
I think it was not necessary at all. But it's
Rook d8 or?
well, it's not funny to have this bone there in your stomach, I guess. Well, maybe just white
long
castles long.
Yeah, actually, white didn't do anything that. I mean, no, white did a lot of things which are not.
No, this is interesting.
normal,
H4, G4 in the opening.
Yes,
But
yes.
I think right now in this, after knight b3, e5, well, of course, black wants to get some activity, so she brings out the bishop to f5. But I guess the position should be just winning.
Pawns are equal and black is not that well developed. No?
I don't know, rook d1 is interesting. Well, bishop can go bishop b4 check time to time, so it's still not so obvious.
Yeah, but somehow it doesn't seem like. What's this?
Well, it's material up, right? Even I would consider maybe h6 and push the pawn. What do you think?
Yes.
Why not?
To force the king getting closer a bit. On the g file, which is. If king g8, then we can exchange. No, we cannot.
Well, on king g8, I thought simply white goes queen f2.
Aha, threatening this, okay.
And if there is a check, so what, knight d2?
Yes.
So we have e5 on the board. Let's move on. Funny opening, that's for sure.
That was
Vantika
this is
Agraval
some
against
Benoni, no?
Janjinidze.
the bishop of f4 thing, yes. That's a pretty difficult variation for black. Actually,
Bishop f4 and queen a4.
yes, actually a6. Okay, bishop d7 she played. I usually play a6 here instead of bishop g7. Yes, okay, and queen c7, no, you should sacrifice the pawn.
On d6? On b7?
On d6. Hold up, I don't know. No, but that's very, very difficult to prove correct with the computers. But Gashimov played it. There were some games, but queen c7 is very, very slow.
e4,
E4.
castle, knight d2,
Yeah, that's
heading to c4 to attack the d6.
Your development is very difficult. Okay, knight there, f5.
And f5.
Yes, but this weakens.
Takes, g3,
Yes, I think this is part of the thing.
knight
what
a6. So is this theory, you think?
I saw this. I think that John Watson recommended it in his Benoni book, but what
Knight
Phillips there
b5.
is really suffering.
But okay, the white king seems to be still in the center and cannot have any problem.
And now that I try to look at it, and let me see whether I don't know exactly about, but I know after queen c7 it can be something like this, and it's not happy for.
Knight b5 looks kind of unpleasant.
You know,
That's true.
for a practical player, it can be.
Yeah, it's not so easy for black what to do in this position. Queen b6 is possible because knight c4 for the moment is not good. After that, I guess a4 and knight c4 comes.
Okay, knight. The position after knight a6 with this move order was played as early as in 58 by Gufeld with black. But I think that slightly earlier, maybe f5. Okay.
f5, e takes f5. E takes f5, g takes f5, g3. At first it doesn't look so
I don't
bad
think
for
that G3, bishop e2 is the move. No, g3 is a no. I was surprised. No, bishop e2.
No, this I understand.
No,
That's why
G3,
g3.
G3 was played in 2 games. Yes. No, bishop e2 is.
Yeah, attacking the knight on
Yes,
h5, right?
Yes. Yeah, and I know that Watson explains that the knight goes to e8 and black is happy, but Black is just crushed strategically.
Well, if black has to go back to f6, definitely bishop e2 is the move. That's not a question.
Yeah.
That's why I was very surprised that g3. Anyway, I want to play f4.
Actually, it's not even clear why not f4 now.
f4 is there, but probably black just wanted to develop and play even here.
Yeah, no, but
I mean, still bishop e2 is possible, of course, but it was not played, but knight b5.
Mm-hmm.
So probably if bishop b5 takes f4,
Yes,
then white wants to castle
because
long.
if bishop e2 f4, then bishop takes c5 is a possibility.
Bishop takes c5.
No, if bishop e2 instead of g3. Here, one move earlier. Yes, if bishop e2 f4, then bishop takes c5.
Bishop takes c5.
Yes, that's...
yeah.
Because okay, if takes on h5, f takes e3 is not clear, but this is, seems to be... Maybe there's still... no, f3... Yeah, but okay, black has no material and no development.
Why not f3?
I think there is something like that. Okay, bishop e2. I don't remember everything, but okay, bishop c5, and if f3, bishop f3, knight f4, I think they go. But
I thought maybe rook f3 is possible.
Rook f3 was played, but okay, materially speaking, it's not that bad, no? Apparently gf3 is the move.
gf3, queen c5, queen b7.
Queen c5.
Is it?
Yes. And if d5, then d6. If queen c7, yes, queen c5 then.
But we have some moves. After bishop b5, black took on b5, and king h8.
No, I think black is having a normal position now, no? At least
But why king h8?
She wants to go rook g8. I don't know. She fears.
I don't understand king h8.
Well, her problem is the knight on a6, so maybe she should have played queen f7, no?
I understand that you don't like knight on a6, but I think I don't see the connection to play king
h8.
h8.
Was different, no?
I wonder what her plan is. Why is that? No, I understand why king h8, because she wants to go f4, so she wants to go out of rook g1. That's why she played king h8.
But shouldn't we think of development? I mean, regrouping, because then
white can also come back, bishop e2, and only after that f4, right? Probably after this f4 is the reaction.
Now bishop takes c5 doesn't work.
Yeah, but it's still, I don't know how good is this, right? Takes. Black has a great bishop.
And white cannot castle.
White can castle short, but I can go bishop g4, bishop e6 at some point. I can castle long side. It's not so obvious.
Well, something with c4 at some point, no? So that the knight joins the battle. Or b5. B5 queen.
Well, okay, we'll see what she's going to be doing after king h8.
No, now I start feeling that, okay, black survived the opening. I mean, in the Benoni, it's not really so important how the position is. It's important to have some play, because it's a practical opening. I mean, of course, it can be proven with engines that, okay, black can equalize somehow, but this is not the point behind the opening. You play the queen's gambit, accept it if you want to equalize. So you have to have the play going, and the problem is that after bishop e2, this is not so simple. Bishop e2 instead of g3. But here I feel that,
So this was board 1 of India, Georgia. Let's see board 2. Padmini plays with the black pieces against Batsiashvili. Knight e4.
Batsiashvili used to be the same kind of player like Jobava. Actually, I talked to her, that was 7 years ago maybe, and I remarked, we were playing on neighbor boards very frequently, and I remarked that she was really, going for the attacks, sacrificing something. She said, well, I prepare for the games by watching Jobava's games. So then everything was clear. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so g5, knight e4, centralizing the knight. It seems black has a nice position, don't you think so?
Yes, the pawn on g5 is, well, So bishop e4 followed
Well,
by
it was
h4.
the last.
no?
After knight a4, she went h5, g5,
So she
knight
went for
e4.
she went for that. Yes. Okay.
Because
But okay, bishop takes e4, d for h4. No.
takes h4. And this is the question.
Yeah. Well,
Rook-
even if you, okay, yeah, rook c1. I mean, okay, in the long
also
run.
knight c5, no?
Oh, knight c5 to force the things. No. So actually.
And bishop e4 is there. She's following your advice. Actually, the question is after bishop e4, can't I go h4?
Maybe this is what she should do. No, because from statical
This
point
is a
of view.
funny move.
Yes, yes. No, this must be the key because otherwise the black is simply worse.
This is a funny move. Right? Because knight f5. No, knight
Yes.
f5 is the question because knight
Yes.
f5 takes, knight d6. And now my pawns are hanging. And then bishop e6, knight e4,
Bishop
bishop
h3.
takes.
Well, white structure is better, but the pawn on h4. And actually, the black minor pieces are very.
Oh no, she was not even thinking for a second.
And then white played h4, and
Just
no, the game is over.
d takes e4.
I think the game is strategically it's over. Okay, concretely it can go.
Why was it? This is what I'm saying to people. Don't take back the move, the piece immediately. Just think for a few seconds. Sometimes there is an intermediate move.
Maybe it's not so simple. I don't know, but I would think that in the long run this is just promising for white. No,
She's looking at us.
she might have noticed h4. No, maybe the game is not so
H4.
clear, but I think that all the end games would be so nice for white. Strategically, I would be very happy here. A3 rook.
Yeah, it
C1,
looks like
king
a
A1.
pleasant game, right? Because I mean, black can go bishop g4, for example.
But
to
I was going to yes there anyway.
The thing is that my bishop
Maybe
is not
F6.
doing anything.
Maybe f6. Maybe it's doing something. Maybe you want to play f6.
Yes, but I'm afraid I'm going to be slow. That's my problem. And some things, knight b7 happens.
Even queen b3 can be a bit molesting, yeah.
Well, okay, so after knight c5, b6, let's say.
But then you take the pawn, no? On
Ah,
e4.
the e4, sorry,
Yeah, you
sorry.
have
No,
to
no,
go
no,
rook
no.
H.
No, rook e8 first. And maybe it's not so obvious.
No, because if f6 she manages to play, then it can be very
Queen
sharp.
b3, I go b6, you go away.
But maybe f6 or no.
I don't know, queen e6. for
you have to
example.
defend there.
Well, this is kind
No,
of
I
hanging.
was
Or queen d- yeah.
greatly exaggerating. I thought of the positions too statically. There is this f6, which is a huge.
Well, but it seems like
You don't get it, no?
probably I have to get bishop g4, bishop f3. And it's only the momentum right now
Because bishop
it's
f5 I
tempting.
just take.
Yeah, otherwise, and if rook e8, for example,
Knight
then
c5 or.
well, still, I guess you. I mean, this we
Yeah,
have.
it's similar, yes.
So it's interesting to see whether she's going to be playing bishop g3, bishop g4, bishop f3.
No, I would correct my evaluation. We are still in the phase of strategic negotiations of
Yeah.
not very clear how the position will settle. Did she notice now that she had h4?
I don't know. It's a strange pose to
Yes.
think.
She's very young, no?
Yeah, I think she's very young.
No, this was a very mature pose earlier, and then I see the face. She's very young.
Yeah, let's see board number 3 between India and Georgia. Queen d7, this position. Black seems to have a very nice position here.
Just not to forget, it seems that things have got moved further in Caruana's game. But okay, we'll come.
Yeah, we'll have to get back there also.
Okay. We didn't see the India-Romania match at all.
Yes, we'll.
In the open section.
Yes, we'll go back definitely.
But okay, everything got.
There are too many games happening at the same time.
Yes.
That's the problem. So that's why I think we should just look the position and evaluate it, not to get into it too much. Here it seems black is fine completely. Having knight on the c4, b5 is there, bishop diagonal. I like black's position.
I remember when I accompanied Vocatura at the World Championship Under 20 in Puerto Madryn, Patagonia, Argentina. Sumia won the girls' contest. She played quite well. I took her an interview. In the end, she was so emotional. Okay, I thought it was normal, no? And but she played even then. It was 2009. She played very good chess, and I see that she keeps the level. But yes, the position is everything fine for white, but the pawn is on g3, no? That is a bit...
Yeah, but I like black's activity here. Bishop, the activity of the rook.
Yes,
knight.
some sort of Grünfeld, no? But with the pawn on g2, things may be more stable for white.
But somehow this rook should be here already.
Some things, okay.
No?
Few things
Something
missing.
is not right for white.
Few things missing, yes.
Okay, board number 4. Arabidze against Divya. Yeah, Padmini is 28 years old.
Was this the age for pose? But she looked young.
Well,
28 is young.
yes.
What
Yeah,
can
we
I
could
say?
say that she's 18 and we would believe that too. So, rook c8 in this position, what is this if we want to evaluate it?
I think that our mistake is more of a compliment, no? In principle. Well, so white tries to get some concrete.
Well, this a6 pawn might get in trouble one day.
And knight c4, knight d6, sometimes.
Yeah, that's a nice 4 knight.
In principle, black is solid. All the pieces stable somehow. But okay, white has a little bit more space. Possibly some kingside threats. I don't know, queen g4. You know, there is a Catalan where the bishop from g2 can sometimes go to e4, like in
Yes,
Hare Krishna's game.
Krishna's
Yes.
game.
I wouldn't say that...
Isn't this bishop a problem that white takes it?
It's white to move.
It's white to move. Rook c8 was the move.
Then I might take it, no? But then we lose the
But
pawn
this
a6.
a6, yeah, this is the thing that suddenly black can take, and these knights are incredibly powerful in the center.
No, I would take it without thinking if I didn't lose the pawn.
Well, actually, it is possible to take it and then to play bishop
Bishop
f1.
But the fun is to put pressure on the knight on d5.
Well,
Understand.
white can't have everything immediately.
If you want to play simple chess, you cannot have everything. That's true.
Maybe knight b3 makes some sense, or to go knight e4, I think, somehow to eliminate the c5
Maybe knight e4, no? Knight b3 also is more optically more natural, but knight e4, because if she takes, then bishop takes c4, and it improves our situation somehow, no?
Yeah,
Our
probably
position.
black wants to go to a8.
And to force some weakening move there with... You mean queen h5, f5? But no, f5 is dubious, I think. Bishop retreats. Okay, what is white going to do about her development? The bishop, I mean.
Well,
I know.
yeah.
I know.
Yeah. No, it absolutely looks completely decent for black, to say the least.
I mean, bishop d2 is okay, but then what are we going to do with the queen? So that we are not hanging in the center.
Okay, so this
Yeah.
position is
It's
also very unclear. In the meantime, we had a new question, whether what are the differences in training approach of different countries like USA, Norway and India. I believe that USA, it's basically they have the St. Louis Chess Club, who is incredible strong in having the chess life daily, and they organize a lot of tournaments. They organize also the U.S. Championship for women and for men as well. And somehow they have a huge support, fundings for having great players like Wesley So, Aronian went there also, Dominguez. I think generally they are also neighbors, some of these top players over there. Mm-hmm. And if you have the fundings and so financial support also and training opportunities, but those top players, they are going to be training again with each other, I guess. In Norway, I heard that they have some school. For example, Simon Agdestein is the leader of the school, but also I heard now that where Magnus is playing in his club, they also have some training sessions. They have special trainers visiting. So I think the most important thing about training generally, that it's organized and it has a concept. And it's somehow they want to build it up systematically, that you have training sessions every certain amount of time, you organize training camps, and of course also you have the financial support for the players to go to tournaments and to train properly, because this gives them the stability if they have the financial support as well. And we're discussing also about India, that India has made a very clear systematic growth.
Yes, it's at many levels. It's trainers for the kids coming from Europe. They also have their own trainers. Now they also, for instance, they got some contract with Quality Chess, our main publishing house, and they get books for much lower prices to have it for the kids. They sponsor many kids to travel to Europe. I mean, you can see 40, 50, just boys and girls.
Yeah.
They are barely. You can barely see him from up under the board, and they make moves of
pretty good ones.
Pretty good level, So.
Yeah, you can see in India, I think, that there are financial support on many different levels.
I have also worked a few times with one of the ladies playing in the Indian teams now. So she came to Bucharest. We also had training online. So they contact all kind of trainers, and yes, and they support them financially for the travel, for everything. So I mean, okay, to simplify it a bit, if there is money, then chess can produce fantastic results.
Well, I think
But
generally,
you also need a system, of course.
Exactly. I mean, there are some places where maybe sometimes they get money and there is support, but if you don't have a structure built around it, if you don't have passionate people, if you're not organized in a way that you're not going to, if you make only one training session every year or two, twice every 1 year, it's not going to make necessarily a huge change. And also, it's also important, I think, that you have role models.
Yes, they have Anand.
And they have Anand.
And Carlson.
And they have in the girls, in girls also, like Koneru, they can look up to. They have Harika, and they have more. And you see that here, really, in India, but also anywhere you're following events, you're going to be seeing them playing boys and girls in international events. And also here we had a guest of 8 years old little girl. But you see here all over, going around, visiting the place. So this is also something very important. We were showing some pictures where Anand gave some words to huge number of kids, girls and boys. So this is also very important that they are focusing on girls and boys as well, to be able for them to visit, to look up to the players, and also to be part of this possibility to increase. So different countries have different methods, but the bottom line is, if there's a sponsorship in good hands and they have training sessions and training, then you will see some growth, especially if you have, and also India has pretty many good coaches and international. They inviting. Kramnik was here having trainings. I know Galfand was visiting several times.
Starov has been working here 20 years earlier, no? Or more?
Yeah, so it's not something completely new, but now suddenly it became much more structured. And of course, I think this Olympiad will bring a lot of more opportunities for the players right here.
It's like the Fischer-Spassky 72. It gave birth to a whole generation of players. Hjartarson, Pettersson, Arnason,
Yes.
all these guys.
Yes.
So the same, and the Olympiad is much wider, let's say. And the coverage is, of course, wider than in 72. I mean, you can see it on the screens everywhere.
Absolutely. And we shouldn't forget that, of course, a lot of youngsters, they can also develop themselves by playing on the internet, not necessarily bullet chess, but let's say play blitz games, and also they can work with other people internationally. So there are much more opportunities in that sense. But before we go back to the open section, I would like to share with you a very small summary of today already. So let's see the little video footages.
Welcome everybody! My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
We are back to round 5 of the 44th Chess Olympiad in Chennai, India. And the battle is going on. Just behind us, there is a big playing hall running all the games. Almost, because we have a result already in the USA-Israel match. Marin made a draw already. But we have quite some excitement on board 1 with Fabiano, which we are just going to dive in. And let's have our chessboard out. So, on board 1, we have Fabiano playing with the black pieces against Boruchovsky. And
can I go a bit back from the moment we left last time, because it's interesting to...
Yeah, we left it somewhere...
F4, G takes F4 castle.
After castle, move 11, where
Yes.
it was already a lot of excitement, we could see. White came back to G2 with the knight. He was kind of afraid that something will happen to
Well,
it.
knight H5 was some sort of threat.
D5. What a beautiful center for black after D5.
No, in principle, something went wrong for white.
It looks very shaky
He's
for
not
white, right?
developed.
King in the center.
He has no blockade, no stability in the center. The king is unsafe. No, I don't like it.
C takes D5, knight takes D5, so the position opens up from move to move. F takes E5, knight D4. Look how
Actually,
Fabiano is playing.
I think that the mistake was knight takes E7. That was too much.
In the very early stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, just E4, as you said. E4, and it's still normal for her.
At this point, move 8, where white took knight to E7.
You cannot go knight D5 and knight takes E7.
Well, it is losing time, or actually it takes a lot of time for
And it
white.
solves black's strategic problems also.
But in this position, what do we have now here? Because it looks so scary for white. But he did not castle in this position, but played bishop e3 because he wanted to get rid of one of the knight at least. Queen takes e5,
Bishop
bishop
takes
d4, c takes d4. So what happens? It's very difficult for white. White has only one extra pawn for this extremely dangerous position. We would
Which-
not like to be in white's place, I think.
If castle, then rook c6, for instance.
Well, let's say about castle, but there are two problems for white. First of all, normally you should have bishop here, and a pawn is missing.
Yes.
A pawn is missing from right there. So
You know,
if this
if
pawn
there
would
was-
be there, then life would be quite good for white.
If the pawn was there, then I wouldn't mind the knight on g2.
That's true.
But
So is it lost, this position for white?
it looks very dubious now.
How can white start saving himself? This is the big question, because after rook c6, rook g6, or rook h6, both threatens very heavily on white's position, I believe. So after c takes d4, what else can white do? For example, queen b3 maybe?
Let's say
I'm
king
afraid-
h8, no?
But
King
here
h8.
maybe queen g5 can be very difficult for white, and then even just to go rook c1.
But if he castles,
I just want to show that, okay, queen takes or even takes and takes on f2 looks awful.
but
If
castle,
after
no?
queen g5, castle, then okay, let's go king h8.
King h1, I have to go.
Knight f4 is already a threat.
Yeah, so king h1, probably I have to go.
King h1.
Well, knight f4, you know, queen takes b7. But okay, king h1 looks
Well,
natural.
yeah, okay, so queen rook c6. Still, black wants to go to h6.
Yeah, of course it looks...
Somehow you want to go f4 or something, right?
yeah, but then okay, knight takes f4. Ah, no, knight f4 now is maybe dangerous, no? But f4 even queen g4, no? Ah, queen g4 that doesn't work.
Okay, so after c takes d4, we set
But
queen b3.
isn't it better to just go king h8?
Now?
Yes.
You don't want queen g5. Okay, let's say
And
castle.
rook c6. I mean, just to be...
Rook c6, f4. I just somehow want to break out.
Ah, and I still don't have queen takes e2, okay.
I just can't stand it
And
that
if
black
knight
has
takes-
such a beautiful
Knight
rooks.
takes f4.
Knight takes f4, I'm not so unhappy, I think.
I think it's human almost, no?
Well, I don't know. Takes. Well, of course, it can be awfully dangerous, but I think I take and queen d5. And for a moment, maybe I can survive.
Yeah, h6 you have to go. Yeah, okay, it's always worse. Maybe not losing, but...
Well, here already I can go, well, king h1. Can I go there? Or rook c1 and takes? I don't know if this is possible.
We agree that... No, white is probably not lost, but it's unpleasant.
If here takes. But this is maybe should be lost. I don't know, because of course I want to look for some perpetuate check, and the queen is far away. Queen b5, queen b6.
But how is queen b6 takes and king f3? It can go.
Yes, it can go wrong. So queen b5. Queen b5.
King f3 anyway, no?
Yeah, white is quite active in this position, right?
Yeah,
if queen h5 check.
Oh, king g3. Okay.
King g3.
I didn't see it.
King h7. Well, queen e4 is possible. If queen g6,
king
then
F4.
Well, maybe takes, or king g4, king f4.
King f4, no, better.
Yeah, winning a tempi. So it's not so easy, right?
Yes.
White played castle, not queen b3. And after castle, we said rook c6 is something that we
This
have
looks
to do.
natural, no?
I don't know if knight f4 is any better than that. So white is not able to break out with his pawn from f2.
So I guess okay, he has to take.
Well, queen b3 check possibly is there first. But okay, let's say takes.
So you want to
take
attack
with the
this
rook.
way.
And now, let's say queen b3 check. I think I cannot go king h8, because it would be too much giving up this pawn as well.
Yeah, and the queen comes into play, no?
Yeah, I mean, finally I have some defensive force.
Some communication with...
Though it's still very tricky, because black can go here, and with the queen and the rook, it can be still deadly. And let's see Aronyan, because I heard that I guess they agreed to draw.
Really? Just when it was getting interesting?
Yeah, they just finished the game. Well, it's not such an interesting.
Well, at least it's not symmetrical at all.
Well, yeah, little change in structure with this. So black. It's move 31, so this was the first
this was the
opportunity to offer a draw, because the players are not allowed to offer a draw until move 31st. Only a draw can be agreed with either perpetual check or a move repetition. Otherwise, it's not possible. So we have Israel playing with USA, one draw so far, and other games are running. No, actually, already we have Smirin, so it's 1-1, and we have Fabiano having this incredible position, and we have board 4, where we have great surprise that black simply could regroup his pieces. Let's see what was happening, because we left it over here, where knight b8 and knight e8 was the last two moves of black. And we were worried for black if white goes back, bishop f1, having a powerful move, but he played rook b1. Rook b1 seems to me a little bit slow, though of course he wants to prepare the move b4.
Yes, but we saw that before it's possible by other means.
So he went bishop f1, bishop d3, knight c6 back. And now suddenly black is doing fine. No?
Yes. No, but rook b1, bishop d3, they look awful.
You're very harsh on them.
No, but I mean, okay, your maneuver with bishop f1 and then both knight c4 or b4 and knight b3,
But it looks slow, yeah. No, the reason he didn't go to the f1 is because he wanted to go knight f1. So he had his reasons.
But if you wanted to go knight f1, why did he go rook b1?
Yes, that's a good question.
I mean,
f6. Now it seems that black is really very nicely regrouped his pieces
Yes.
to d6.
The concept is clear now.
Bishop e3, bishop takes e3, knight e3, heading to d5. Bishop e6, b4, b6. So
Yes,
what is this
if knight
position?
d5, then he's not forced to take, but even if he takes, there is a nice blockade maybe. But no, okay, he cannot take at once because of h7. But just in principle,
Okay, so knight
queen
d5,
f7,
queen
no?
f7. It's a great... f6 is done, bishop e6, so the queen is exceptionally well placed on f7.
Actually, of course, it seems that white is more active, but I believe that the future may be black's, no?
It's kind of an unusual setup for black that in the Rai Lopez I don't see the knight on d6 so frequently. Sometimes I see it on d7, I see it on g6.
Well,
on
the
e8, but
knight can
somehow-
also go to b7 now if the square on c5 becomes available, for instance.
Well, if once white would be playing b5, it would be very dangerous for
Yes,
white
yes.
due to this plan. Right, knight to c5.
No, and maybe black can just think of playing g6 and taking on d5 with a nice blockade.
Well, for now the question is how white wants to be keeping his knight on d5.
Well, it's not under threat, but what is he doing with it? Because now his pieces are stuck on d3 and c2. Otherwise, bishop d5 is simple.
Yeah, and c4 is not possible. So
C4
let's
is not
see after
possible.
b6 what else, what kind of plan white has. Maybe he wants to go knight d2 and regroup it to knight c4,
Yes.
eliminate the
But,
d6 knight.
but then the d4 square. AB and knight d4 is possible quickly, no?
Ah, that's also a
Yeah.
problem. Wow.
You know, b4 creates some...
Yeah.
no, this is... the pawn on a2 is... a4 is roast.
Well, okay, queen d1, but it's definitely not fun,
yeah, okay,
right?
okay, yes.
Wow. b4 was a committal move, it
You
seems.
know, you start the play, you have to sustain it.
So what about playing can... Actually, it means that black has great opportunities because these two knights control some of the most important squares
Yes,
here.
yes.
Sorry for the drawing. I erase it. No, because these two knights of black seems to be much better than these two. Especially the f3 knight is not doing anything after having f6
Yes,
on the
yes,
board.
that was the thing.
Yeah. So now there is a huge difference between these two knights on f3 and d6. No question about it which one is better.
Knight b8 again. b5 was played and knight b8. He doesn't have preconcepts, no?
b5 is played.
Of course, knight b8, no?
Well, yeah, it is very logical and it's heading to d7 and c5. Once it reaches out, but knight d5. Now actually white has to be fast. Maybe the plan is knight d5 and after queen b7 to play c4 and to put pressure immediately on the c7 pawn. So knight d7 is not possible for now. But let's see, is it possible to play knight b7 and controlling to c5?
Yes. No, of course, taking on d5 one move earlier would have also been a possibility. Instead of queen f7. How is that?
Well, I'm not sure you want to take that. After all, knight d5.
So
Sorry. b5 here, knight d5. If takes, then the bishop on d3 will be very powerful.
Okay,
What do you
the
do?
question is g6, but I'm g6 h4, no?
Or knight d4 and knight jump somewhere.
Okay, no, knight d4 I don't like. Okay, sorry.
f4 and stuff.
No.
This is not going
No,
to
this
be
is
fun.
bad, of course.
Okay, so now queen f7.
Queen f7, c4.
Actually, queen f7 is not played yet. We have this position on the board. So black is hesitating to play queen d7, queen f7, or bishop takes d5.
Well, queen d7 is not so serious because the knight would be stuck on b8. Bishop takes d5, you have just convinced me that...
Well, it seems like somehow that this would be a better move. Queen f7.
So c4, knight b7, okay?
Well, Queen f7, c4, knight b7. Also possibility maybe to play... No, this is not possible because c5 wants to be done.
Yes.
So
it's already it's a knight d2 or what? What now?
it's not so obvious because now this knight is again on b8 and it's not going to be moving in the next move yet until my knight is on d5,
Yes.
right? Because the c7 is hanging.
Yeah, but I want to go to c5 and maybe...
Okay, so let's say knight d2, knight c5, knight b3.
But knight b3 I should not take on a4, I think.
I was not even thinking that.
But
No, but I think you're not going to. So you can take, rook takes, and knight d7 is still not possible. So this is a problem. So
So, okay.
time is an important
Yes.
story here. So if black cannot make his knight to from d7 to c5, then he can get in big trouble if c5 is
Of course.
gonna be on the board. So c4, c4, knight b7, knight d2. Well, bishop d5 is possible to be playing.
Okay, see.
But maybe e takes d5.
Nevertheless.
Somehow I feel
But
e
then
takes
G6, but then
d5
G6.
and f4.
G6, f4. Okay, knight, let's say knight,
Knight
d7.
d7 by now. Yeah.
f5, I'm not so sure about it.
Can white go d6?
Okay, d6 is the kind of things that could
d6, knight d6.
happen. And bishop.
I want to play
C-
c5 or something, but somehow black has more knights than I wish.
It's the usual two knights which are moving around, you know.
Yeah. The knights. Okay, we have queen f7, c4 on the board. Very exciting. Very exciting for the moment.
So it's a matter of timing also, no?
Well, timing is extremely important, it seems, in this position.
Even though the position looks seems to be static.
Yeah, but now basically the battle goes over
Yes,
the c5
yes.
square, right?
Yes.
If white is able to push c5, white is just winning. If black can occupy it with his knight,
It can be promising.
it's well, I don't know whether black will be standing better though, but it is possible.
The future could be his.
Yes.
So knight b7, knight d2. You know, there is also the move rook c8. After knight b7, knight d2, rook c8.
So c4, knight b7, knight d2.
Rook c8. And I want to go knight
Well,
d7.
of course, it's a clear idea you have to go
Yes.
knight d7. The question is whether can I go f4? Knight d7, I guess.
Yes.
And maybe rook f1.
So I should just take that, no?
What?
Take on f4.
f4?
No?
I don't know if e5 is possible.
Okay, those things, yeah, okay, if they happen, they can be bad.
Yeah,
But I
because
could
now
go
there are
with-
two squares for black and he has
Yes.
two knights
Yes.
to occupy
Which-
this and that square as well. So it's not clear. So c4, black to move. Maxim is thinking.
No, the game becomes very interesting, of course.
Maxim is thinking. Let's go back to Fabiano's position. We have rook c6, after castle, queen b3, king h8. So US is pressing Israel on board 1 and board 4. Let's see what's going to be here. Very exciting. I think we should be moving on to see some other games. Can you tell me what Magnus is doing? I know that they are playing in a much lower board.
I checked
I think
some
board 26.
half an hour ago. Carlsen played some positional system with black Nimzo Indian. And top board of the Zambian team made a few structural concessions trying to attack, and when I looked the last time at it, Carlsen was just winning.
Okay, so he's doing fine. Hopefully, we will see also Norway in the top
he won.
top boards. And
He won, it ended to his mate. It is very funny that White built up an impressive attacking setup, queen on h5, knight on h4, rook on g4, pawn on f5, but he got mated on f1 with a queen and a bishop, queen e3 and bishop d3.
Oh, well, it happens.
So, you go there and you don't notice that your back is uncovered.
Well, it happens. The king got...
But before that, White made a lot of strategic concessions. I mean, playing f4, weakening e4, and okay.
Okay, so he won, and do we know what is the standings for there?
So
I think they're still playing, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
Tari is a bit better. Okay, I lost the match. It was okay.
Okay, so that's fine. Probably we'll see Norway also coming back, but they dropped 1.5 point already, because they have only 5 points, while the leaders have 8 points. So let's see some of the top boards. Let's go back to Hare Krishna, see the first board between India and Romania. Finally. Hare Krishna plays on board 1 against Deak. What do we know about this position? Isolated pawns everywhere.
Yes, this bishop c6, knight c6, b takes c6 is somehow typical for several variations. This was actually a Queen's Gambit declined, but it can rise via the Queen's Gambit accepted move order. Well, the only thing here is that the bishop is on h4, which means it's active. It can get to e5 eventually. The problem for White is that it's not so easy to formulate a clear plan. That pawn on c6 looks weak, but in principle it blocks the d4 pawn. White doesn't have the central break with d5. And also he has exchanged his active knight from e5 for the bishop. And now he needs the bishop on e5, but it's not the same kind of pressure. I mean, some static pressure, but okay, how do you make progress? So in principle, it's some sort of pleasant position for White, but without...
So we have bishop g3 on the board.
Yes, I guess
regrouping probably to e5.
Maybe bishop d6 is on it. Is worth trying, no? Because okay, if White gets to play bishop e5, then well, he has some static pressure.
Well, it's a pretty balanced position.
But black is in no danger, let's say.
a5 is also good that he has, so b4 is not possible.
Oh yes, he did all the necessary moves, of course. Sometimes there can be intermediate moves like bishop a6, but okay, this bishop is not that strong in principle. It doesn't have that much action.
Okay, so bishop g3, bishop d6, or queen d7, queen b7 is also just completely
Yes, okay,
fine.
then bishop e5, let's say White achieves something. At least...
well, I don't know, knight d5 or something.
I know, there is nothing concrete. Okay, and now bishop c4, bishop a2, bishop b1, let's say. Something like this, which may already threaten something, no? Almost. I'm not sure that bishop f6... Bishop
It's
f6
such a beautiful drawing there. It looks powerful.
Yeah, I try to make such positions work with White, and it's not so easy.
Okay, so bishop g3, and Deak is thinking. Players, both of them already under 30 minutes, and they are playing for an hour and a half already. Actually, 2.5 hours already. Okay, let's see board number 2, Lupulescu against Judit. What is this bishop doing on e1? Well, I understand defending the b4 pawn.
Yeah, and it can get out with f3, f5, bishop g3. Normal bishop stands with the bishop's pair. Bishop on e1 can do many things. I would say that White's
It looks
position
more pleasant for White.
for White, no?
Yes.
Maybe f5 Black should try, no? Or
So both bishop has limitations.
Yeah, but okay, there is a square on e5.
On e5, so eventually now he goes here, knight
and
d6,
bishop
d2.
Or c3.
Yeah, and
d2. Then rook e1.
And then rook e1, rook e5.
So not an easy way out with
But okay,
black.
this bishop is also blocked in
It's
its
true, it's true.
own pawns.
It's true, but then okay, g4, okay, especially if the position simplifies. Maybe a6 in endgame, the pawn on
But
a7.
I don't think if endgame can be anything for white.
Maybe not.
It seems like there's simply no breaking
but
points.
I think that f5 maybe is the
F5
safest,
is a nice
no?
move.
Because if white gets to play f3 and f5, then
Though I'm not sure it's necessarily, because black can go also g6.
G6,
if he doesn't
okay.
want to block it so much, and also if he wants to keep it knight
bishop
d6
f5
and bishop f5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So maybe black is doing well in this case, no?
Yeah, because if white would be going f3, knight d6, black is
It's,
ready to exchange on f5.
And we don't have g4.
And
Because of queen e3.
yeah, so it's kind of so maybe black has several ideas to play.
No, this is probably more ambitious g6, yes.
Well, okay, white can get rid of the e4 knight. I mean, he can also try to simplify. But no, I'm telling you, I don't like this e1. This was my
Yes.
first impression, and now the third impression also.
No, but you know, if it had been a little bit different, not like this, the pawn on f4 is in the way. That's the problem. That's the problem, which
F4.
doesn't go well
Yeah.
with the bishop on e1.
Yes. Yeah, because after f3,
there
bishop
is
g3,
yeah,
no
that's the
diagonal.
problem. If the pawn was on e3, okay, f3 and bishop f2, and then later somehow. But the way it is, yeah, okay, you're right.
Yeah, somehow this doesn't fit
Yes.
to the picture, the
Yes,
optimal
yes.
picture.
The guy that is not smiling in the picture, no?
No,
Didn't
no.
say cheese in time.
No, because it somehow should be jumping somewhere, action.
But bishops don't jump.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Knights are jumping.
But even there are no diagonals for poor bishop. Board number 3, Erigaisi against Pellegras.
Blockades.
Let's see what we have there. Also bishop pair.
But
For
these
white.
knights are not so bad. Which opening was that? Okay.
Nimzo, f3.
Uh-huh.
Nimzo, f3.
Okay. Well, what can I say? It's an interesting position, no?
Very interesting, very complex, I believe, because now the bishops really have great diagonals. It goes
Yes,
bishop
yes.
g3 next move. That's why h4 was played. Because if black goes h4, then it controls quite a bit. But h4 is not tempting, right, at first, because let's say queen c8, and it wants to show up on h3, but probably bishop f1, and everything is protected for now. The d6
of
is
course,
weak.
The knights look beautiful, but they cannot jump so freely here. So the knights are somehow static.
They are tight.
And they cannot cover the whole board. They cover just...
h4 is a good move.
Yes. And the bishop, they are more mobile, of course. Well, there is no pawn attack for white, because he has double pawns. I mean, if the pawn was on before the c3 pawn, then of course a4, b5 would have been a very dangerous plan. But so these double pawns, they induce some limitation in white's active possibilities. But yes, white seems to have a nice position.
I see Pellegras is not happy with h4.
Well,
Okay, so what happens-
it isn't easy to break either, no?
What happens if black is just playing king e7?
This is what I mean. Yes.
And then if bishop g3, bishop queen e5,
Yeah, queen d4, okay.
queen d4, maybe f6.
f6, no? Yeah, this is...
It's not so easy to evaluate who is better at first, right?
Yeah.
Because if black can bring stability to his position,
But at the same time, it's difficult to think that black can...
black shouldn't be worse.
Yeah.
But it's difficult to white to do something. King G1 knight D2, right? So
Yes.
it's not so easy to get out with the king.
Okay, there's also a question, what is black threatening
Black's next
here?
move. Not only threat, what is next move?
King H2, let's say.
Yeah, because it's not so easy. After this, Queen D6 wins.
So King
Okay.
8, Queen D6 anyway.
So
No, it's each time
Zugzwang.
we ask ourselves how the position is, it changes. It started that it's
Yeah.
unclear, then white is better, then black is not worse, and then now white cannot make moves.
no, but King 8 actually is possible.
Because if Queen
after
D6,
Queen
take and
D6,
King D7, no?
takes King D7, Bishop F7.
Bishop F7, and
Knight
we're still
E5.
hanging. Knight E5. And maybe we win
E5.
already. No more questions,
Yeah.
please.
Exactly. So after H4, we claim that King E7 is the move.
Yeah, King E7 was my candidate, but then when as you mentioned Queen E5 and F6, that's already... No,
King
but this can go
E7.
either way, you understand? If we have these problems in the understanding,
Bishop G3, Queen
Queen
E5,
E5.
Queen D4. So this is like, it's like we
But
have
he
to keep
went
the
back-
tension. Whoever gives up the tension gets worse.
is cooked. But he played Knight E6, I believe.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to go into this spin.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, it seems to me a very sensible move.
And now there is no Queen D4.
But okay, let's say what about Bishop E6 and Queen
Straight.
G5?
Uh-huh.
Queen, yeah.
Uh-huh. Somehow Knight E6 was... Okay, maybe he calculated something, but what?
Well, you can go Queen F7, Queen D8, Queen E8.
But isn't the pawn on H5 hanging?
I thought
I mean,
you have some activity, but maybe not.
It is some sort of extra pawn, no?
Okay, Queen G5.
If Knight F4, then Bishop
Then Bishop G3.
G3 and wins the pawn anyway, no?
Then Bishop G3. Queen
E5.
G5.
I'm not so sure that Knight E6 was what white really needed. Black, I mean.
Takes Queen G5. What does he have in mind? Maybe he wants to go
King F7
and Queen E5.
and Queen or A5 or something. F4, I don't know. A5,
I thought
A5.
Queen E5. What do you think?
But what happens if takes on King G2?
Knight C4. Knight C4 and Knight B2 or A5.
Or maybe A5. Yeah, no, this can be dangerous. Okay, no.
A5, Knight B2, Knight A4.
So King F7 he wants to go. Okay. No, this is very much in
So
the
he's
spirit
provoking.
of the Nimzo Indian. It seems that white has the initiative with those double pawns.
Well, look at these pawns.
You can give up a pawn and
Yes.
neutralize everything and suddenly you are winning, no?
Yes. So let's see.
King F7.
Queen H5, Queen E5.
Queen E5 is maybe the clearest, but I think there are other moves. And now he takes on...
Well, Queen F4 is also possible.
Yes, or
Look
Queen
for pawns.
A5, or Queen A5 going for the whole family, no?
Then I thought that Bishop D4.
Okay, I agree. Okay, Queen E5 is more central. Okay. Yes. No.
Queen E5 or Queen F4 also very possible. And coming to take something.
This can be funny. This can be very funny.
Okay, so what do we have on board? 4.
So Vladigiano, he has a dossier.
What is going on
loses-
here?
whose move is- okay.
92, and it's black to move. So white is trying to
pawn.
eliminate this passer.
With a king on F1, that is a threat.
Yeah, so if knight D3, then rook B3.
Yes, anyway.
So now for black there is a big challenge.
Yeah, okay, maybe he has to allow knight c3, rook c3, rook b2 and play rook a3 next. So by now play something like h5 or...
What do you do?
Maybe just to wait for the combination.
But okay, white...
White wants to go rook b3, not knight a6.
No, because rook b3, knight a4.
Aha. Yes. They had been there.
Can black go knight d1?
Knight d1, so king approaches. Knight
No, if king goes there, I go back.
Oopsie. And no
Then rook
progress.
b3, yeah?
If
rook
knight
b3.
knight a4.
Knight a4, simply rook a3.
Rook c4.
King d1. I think
Yeah.
black will not be able to
Yes,
stop
yes. Mm-hmm.
anything like that. So after knight e2, so it's tough for Narayanan.
So Giano is playing white. Oh, okay. Okay, I was thinking. No, I mean, black's only hope is to reach the rook ending, no? Which is not so trivial.
Well, the question is in what form he can do that, right?
If h5, what did you
Let's
say?
say, okay, h5. I'm not sure white has to take
No, but this, I mean, okay, rook a3,
Yeah.
rook a3. It's not over.
No, I go h4. let's
H4,
say.
okay, h4 to be sure, g6, let's say.
G6, G3.
King g7, king e2.
Yeah.
The king goes all the way to b1.
I wanted to go here, but king f5.
I have to kick away the rook and then
Yeah, but the problem
You have-
is for...
the question is whether I needed to go h4. Yeah,
so this is the idea.
with the king on f3 I don't win.
No, this is what I'm saying, that there is no way that...
So the question is whether I need to go h4.
h5, so takes.
Just takes, yes.
And just go.
Just go. You should advance the pawns more resolutely, probably, no? You know, because if I manage to advance my a pawn, then the pawn on a6 may become a weakness. But of course, I think this is the only chance for black.
To-
This.
Yeah, but for black, it's... This is the thing what he will have to face. So
there is
king
not,
goes to b1 to free up the b2 rook.
or maybe rook c2 and the king goes to b2. Maybe it's simpler like this, no?
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe. Because, okay, then the rook will try to attack f2, I don't know, to go back attack. Well, whatever.
It's not easy. So let's just have a brief look what we had. We had an interesting middle game. Oops, it's a blunder. No, it's not a blunder.
Knight b5?
I thought the c8
Okay.
is unprotected after bishop d6. Okay, so we have here Hare Krishna playing.
Okay, so Lupulescu
They
went for...
simplified.
Oh, he's even a pawn up, but this doesn't really count. Probably.
Yeah,
at all,
most
no?
likely it's going to be draw.
I mean, he shouldn't be worse either, no?
We have here Arigaisi is thinking. Okay, so
So actually, Romania is puts up a very tough
Good
fight.
fight.
Actually,
Yeah.
maybe they are better, no, overall, in the match. I mean,
well, I don't know. With Hare Krishna, it's
Okay, this is complex.
yeah. I mean, it's a battle on this board, and
Yes.
this board
Also,
is,
yeah. I mean,
is
okay.
clearly
This
Lupulescu.
is
This is going to be a draw,
draw,
and
and-
here white is better.
Yes. So it's,
So it's
more
for
on
now.
the-
For
the
now, it
Romanian
seems
side.
like
Yes,
it's
yes.
Romania. What about Shirov doing? What is he doing against Gukesh?
Enjoying his knight on e6.
Well, knight on e6 can be good, but how much does it give to him? Gukesh has
May I count the
23
pawns?
minutes,
Pawns are equal, yes.
and we are just about shortly finishing the third half of play. Knight e6. d6. So it's equal pawns. But we know how dangerous the b3 knight can be. Looking
Yes,
at yesterday
yes.
from Azerbaijani board
Turkey,
4,
yes.
right? Though this g7 looks very weak.
Well, it's almost as good as gone, no? And then the f pawn. But the d pawn is also, of course, the f pawn, if it will become a passer, it will be a little bit farther from the black king than the d pawn from the white king.
Well, this is a problem for black, isn't it? Because knight b3, let's say, white goes king b1.
And knight g7 is a threat.
It is indeed. Black can go, for example, rook f7 if he wants. Well, the question is, he might play some d3 at some, for example, rook h3 or
What about
something.
knight c5 now?
Knight c5, and after takes.
Take on e4.
Ah, e4 is hanging.
Somehow, from structural point of view, I don't like white's position.
No, actually, it looks much more scary. In the center, it's very scary.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
optically, black has occupied all the important areas, no? There is this b3 square,
Yeah.
not in the square, but the fact that one pawn is holding two pawns. And in
Yes,
the center,
this a4.
well, knight c5 is...
No, knight c5 is very powerful.
Maybe knight g5 is necessary, but okay, then...
Well, that's...
then we know already how the position
rook
is.
h4,
I know,
then
I know.
already from side.
I don't...
If rook e1, knight d3, knight f4 is possible also.
Yes, no, I don't want to say anything, but I don't like white's position.
Knight b3 check is on the board if I see it properly. Knight b3, king goes to b1. And let's see if he's ready to play. Gukesh playing knight c5. Let's see.
No, the only question is whether there is something quickly after knight c5, rook g7, knight g7, knight e4. But no, the knight on e4 also stops the pawn.
It is, it's absolutely stopped the f
Chess geometry can be very painful, and there is
And
no
this
rook
is so
f1,
weak.
and there
No,
is no
but
rook
this is-
f1 because of knight. No, chess geometry can be really painful.
when you're on the wrong side.
Yes, yes. No,
And
there are
he's
such
not
knights.
sure. He's not sure whether to play knight c5.
But
Let's
okay,
see board 2.
maybe he can take on c5 and play rook g6 to try to get some activity. No?
And what about rook h2?
Just to go active, I don't know, rook c1. No, something desperate, because the black king is also a bit...
Well, actually, white has to look for counterplay.
and I don't want to see a knight on c5 or e4.
Yeah.
You understand? No, I'm not happy about this position, but maybe this is savable, no?
After this, you go
Rook
rook
e6
e6.
maybe, no? You are not playing alone with black, at least.
Let's see on the other boards what's going on, because, of course, India youngsters would want to score a match point again.
So we see some...
sorry, Mihail plays on board 2 against Anton David.
we see some weaknesses.
Knight a2.
The knight is heading for b3, probably, and c5.
Yeah, somehow regrouping.
Well, this is a very pleasant position for white, no? I mean, the end games, you remember Karpov-Kasparov, the first match, g takes h4, knight
Yes,
g2.
yes.
It can get... and I don't think that in the middle game black can display much of
Okay, so
activity, no?
here white should be better a bit. Let's see
Yes.
longer, because again, Gukesh is probably playing for a win also. Nihal is also a little bit pressing. Let's see Pragnananda, what he's doing. He went down very much on time, and he has a challenging position, I must
His
say.
position is not nice. I don't know if it's really bad, but
Queen A6, Bishop E7.
of course you cannot be happy with this.
No.
Maybe H5. Now that you are busy with other
Well,
things.
it's a question whether H5.
Yes.
Can I go here and play immediately somehow, try to win some material?
You are just this kind of guy. Okay,
Girl.
a girl.
I don't know, King G6 or King G8.
Yes.
So my Queen C7 does not work because Black can be able to defend
But I
the
think
E6.
that H5 is useful anyway because
Yeah,
we
but I
want.
thought that maybe if H5, then it's just let's do it now.
Yeah, and if we exchange
Okay.
queens, then I will have F4 later, so the knight can be really a pain in the neck
Okay, so King
for
F7.
the bishop.
How difficult is this for Black?
King H3, let's say.
Okay, what
Let
happens
him-
if
let
Black
him
just
boil a
does
bit.
not anything?
King G4, just to let him boil a bit like this.
I'm not boiling. No, I'm just passing. I have my easy life. King F8, King F7.
So it means I am boiling now, yes?
I mean, this is the big challenge for White to come up with a plan that gives me
Okay,
a
let's
hard
say
time.
F4. Let's say F4.
F4?
Yes.
You're really up to F4, and if I take,
Take with the
you
pawn.
want to take with the
Yes.
pawn, and up to E5, F5, and you want to have your square on D5.
I don't feel ready to exchange because maybe my queen can still provoke some damage. And I may even, maybe not, play F5 with queens on board. Maybe not.
Yeah, the problem is that Black can hardly make a move, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure how white wins, but he has played.
Bishop F8, what can I do? Sit and wait.
If F5, then you take and King F6. That's not possible.
Yeah, for now it's not
It's not a good moment, yes. If Knight C7...
On IC7, I can go
Aha.
sneak out and I cause some problem from the back.
Yes, okay. So
But we have
maybe
a
now
move,
is...
I think. Queen
maybe-
A8.
Uh-huh.
Queen A8.
Maybe that was a good moment to exchange queens already and then play F5. Whether...
No, now it's a threat. So now if Black plays, let's say, whatever, Bishop F6, then Queen B8, Bishop here, Queen C7, wins the pawn, right?
But
So this
okay.
is a threat. So now the question is, can Black go, for example, King G6? Or he has to play King
Then
G6.
the queen will land on G8, no?
Yes, maybe Queen B8 and Queen
Oh,
G8. You know, I had my
Oh,
game
oh.
against Pascal. It was, I think it was match 2, game 2, when I played in 93. And I had
The
some
blocked
very
position?
nice...
The blocked...
The blocked position in the Rai Lopez, but it was the same kind
the
of...
positional thing with bishop takes E5, yes?
Yeah, but that was the very bishop
yes,
E5
yes.
at
E5,
the very
yes.
end. But I also had the knight on B5, and I was maneuvering with my queen, and this was a little bit the bishop E7. I went to G8, and I started to make some problems in the king's
Only that
side.
you didn't set an H5 then.
No,
It was already set, the structure was set. But now H5 is a huge threat, no?
yes,
So Queen A8 is...
nice move,
yeah.
nice move. And very unpleasant one, too. And Prague seems to be going down in time. Look at that. Look at that. He's down under
this is-
5 minutes, which explains his feelings, I think.
So it means this position is as bad as it looks, no? I mean, not necessarily roast, but...
But we have some pictures which are showing the emotions of the players. Let's quickly look at that because everybody expresses their feelings on their face, or not everybody, but some. Harika is focusing here, playing in against England when they played. Very much in focus. Judit also, so we have some of the Indian players here
The head is full of thoughts and therefore very heavy. We have to sustain
Yes,
it.
well, it seems
Same-
this
same pattern,
gentleman
same
is
pattern.
in trouble. At least that's the impression he gives right here.
He doesn't look happy. Oh,
Very focused. It must be middle of the game already.
but interesting
Heavily.
pose, no? Fantastic picture.
Yes. Concentrating in the center. Please don't disturb me.
This must be Fabiano, no?
No, it's not
It's
Fabiano.
not Fabiano. No?
It's a youngster playing.
I see only the hair and the glasses, so... okay.
And then it seems like most of the players like to hold their
This
hats.
looks very intellectual somehow to me, this picture, no?
And it seems like it's already the end game, as I barely see any pieces.
This is funny.
Well, he's looking into the camera. Do you really want to catch my thought?
Can you see the card after my sleeve?
And the lady players from the Olympiad also concentrating. This is a typical pose for chess players, right? Unless you're Beth Harmon and you're just putting your hand under your cheek.
This man looks a bit worried, no? Or just about to move?
Well, some players are playing. Oops. This is indeed
I can
third.
understand that.
And yeah, some people also focusing in a different way.
Just a beautiful picture, no?
Yeah. A chess tournament, I think, is a really great
The champ.
option to make photographers to show expressions on faces. This was the game against Vocaturo, I believe, as far as I see. And he's maybe not very happy that he was not able to win.
But maybe this
That game.
was analysis already because he's kind of
It's
smiling,
also
no?
possible. And this is already a picture before the game. Of course, everybody plays differently, whether they meditate or just focusing before the start of the game.
Trying to forget everything in order to
Trying
be
to-
able to play well.
Exactly.
Play freely, no?
Exactly. Okay, so let's see what we have right here. And
King G6.
King G6.
So Queen B8 and it's sadness, no?
King G6, Queen B8 is right there. Prague has down 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes, 1 minute and 36.
Okay, if King G8, he has Bishop F6, so it's not the end of the...
King G8, 6, Queen B8. Well.
But then
well.
Queen F8. Then Queen F8 probably, no?
If Bishop F6.
Well, there is also H5 with black, but okay.
Very tough for black. White has lots of time, so Bishop E7 is on the board. Queen G8 will be happening in a second, I believe. It seems like his opponent Santos is excited, I think. That's what I feel from his body
Yes,
language, that
yes.
he's, well, moving from right to left to right, and he thinks that, and you can see that he's shaking a little bit because he's moving his leg very fast. It's very typical at the board, and sometimes even people
Disturbing.
shake the way that the board is moving. And actually, I was the one who was doing also similar things when I was just 12 years old and I was playing in the Olympiad, and we had a little podium, not a real stage, but a little podium there. And I was playing board 2 between my two sisters. One was Susan playing on board 1, and the other sister Sophia was playing in the third board, or sometimes Ildiko model, but I was playing in the middle board because at that time we had only 3 boards on the ladies' team, and I was shaking also. And at some point they told me that, well, it's great that you win one game after another, but what about stop shaking your leg and then not the whole podium will be shaking? So from that on, I think that was the moment when I started to have my both legs up in the chair, like in a Buddha lotus seating, and then I was not shaking my head anymore, my legs anymore.
You know, I was also used to shake my leg as a kid for a while, but you know why? I remember that my father took me to the international tournament of Romania, and it was a big, it was like a theater hall, and the players were down there, and I saw Taimanov. Okay, it's that Taimanov who lost 6-0 to Fischer, but okay, he was a lot of Taimanov, no? And he was doing this. He was very elegant, some nice shoes, I remember that. And he was shaking his leg, and I thought this was an intellectual, So for a while I did that until I understood that it disturbs, first of all, me. So then I quit.
So it's interesting that Santos is thinking. What is he thinking? Why not? Well, Queen G8.
H5 or Bishop F6.
Sorry. Queen G8. Bishop F6, yeah?
Or H5, I don't know. If Bishop F6, then Queen F8, Queen E7.
Maybe D5. No, D5 is giving away. Queen E7, yeah. Queen E7, Queen C8 maybe.
Aha, so it gains some space.
No. Queen E7, Queen B8.
Oh, okay.
Queen B8 and finally...
So H5, so H5 then, yes? It means that white...
No, but
black
after
has to
Queen
play.
F8, Bishop A7 back.
And H5, King H7, no? But still, H5, King H7 is a progress, no?
On Bishop F6, what happens?
No, Queen F8.
Bishop E7,
H5.
H5, and Queen F7.
Yes,
Okay.
and close to winning, no? So I think that black should play H5. Maybe he can play it one move later, I don't know, but this looks...
Well, this is the position, and Santos is thinking.
Queen G8, H5.
Queen H8, maybe H5 after
H5 is
all.
force, no?
Yeah.
But
Maybe
of course,
some G4 at some point.
King H3, F3, G4, you know.
H5 seems to be really the only move.
Yeah, good or bad, you have to close your eyes and play it.
Well, King H3, Bishop F6. There is not much move for black.
No. It's not that
Maybe
you
only
are
one,
making choices.
unless you want to go king. Basically, this is the only move.
Yeah,
it's the
you
only
cannot
move.
allow Queen F7, no.
Yeah, it's the only move because if King H6, Queen F7, right?
Yes, looks bad. And G6 will need to mate very soon.
And resign.
Yes.
G6,
F3 and
F3?
mate soon, yes.
and okay, D5 is the only move. But G4.
Why is it a move? Yes, G4. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so G4. Okay, fine. So Queen G5, H5, King H3, Bishop F6 only move.
F3, Bishop E7.
So actually Santos is right that he wants to calculate it all the way just to make sure that it's not like after every move he has to be thinking. I see Prague is
okay.
unhappy.
Yeah, well, Queen G8 is not such a committal move, but it takes the queen from one wing to the other. In your game with Spassky, there was a moment like this, no?
Yeah.
When it was important which side of... because there was a bishop D8. There was a bishop D8 somehow, no?
Yes.
Or knight on D8, I don't know. There was some piece on...
Yeah, this was my pattern also, to go Queen B8 and then moving to the other side,
it was
to the king's
important,
side.
you went to G8, but then you had to return or something. Something complicated.
I think once I returned there, because I could only go to F8 first, and only later on to G8 and H7.
But it was important, this moment when you cross.
Yes.
You had to understand what happens. So it is some sort of commitment, Queen G8. Why is he so
Santos
unhappy?
is excited about this. They know they play against. Basically, we can say that they are the leaders because they have the most points, board points. match point, there is another 4 team who was in the lead before the round because they had Queen G8 is on the board.
Queen G8, okay.
Queen G8 is on the board.
And H5?
Queen G8 is on the board. H5 is not on the board yet. But actually it's move 40, so that's why he was thinking. Because it's move 40, after that black will be making Bishop D8.
But now Queen F8, no? Queen F8, Queen E7. Aha.
And this is
that's
the moment.
Trick. That's the trick.
Queen F8, Queen E7.
And now Queen B8. Okay. So this was his idea. Okay. H5 is not working. Well, maybe King H3 is a possibility.
And this is a moment when I usually suggest that it would be just much better for white making King G8 and just leave from the board a little bit and have a fresh look at the position.
Yes. I mean, thinking a lot on Queen G8 makes no sense.
Let's see the other games, okay? Because we have the Shirov game running. Let's go back for a moment. I see that black really wants to be playing for a win. Clear. After knight b3, king b1, king b6, Gukesh played.
Because he didn't like knight c5 at once, probably.
Because
of
probably
taking
he wanted to wait for it.
Obviously,
but my
he wants to
question
activate
is,
his king.
What happens if knight g7? What
Knight
was
c5.
his idea? Simply he wanted to go back and put pressure on e4,
Yeah,
right?
that's too big, no? That,
Yeah, okay, so after king b6, white played rook c2, trying to eliminate the pawn on a4, which I fully understand why it was bothering him that much, but this pawn phalanx, we can say that it can be more powerful than white's pawns.
Yes, white has lost ground. Of course, the black king is active and safe as far as I can see now. The king can be going to d5, for instance. Hide from more...
Well, it's not easy for Alexei, that's for sure. It's a very difficult endgame. So let's see. Here Gukesh is playing for a win. Board 2, Mihail is trying. Well, he's going to be reaching out to c5.
Okay, in principle...
Then knight d6. Actually, there is not much if he cannot...
Yes, black has made some progress. I don't know why he played a4. Was he forced?
Well, probably it was after b4. Yeah.
Yeah, but is a4 what we want?
Well, it was hanging. You had to do something.
And earlier,
A takes B4
but
is
earlier,
possible.
one move earlier, can't he play b4?
He played knight
Knight
a2,
A2,
a5, knight c3, b4.
Yes, I'm not so sure about knight c1 and a4. How is b4 now?
Well, it's also tricky, I guess, if it just takes.
Takes with the knight.
Well, after the knight, then knight a5, knight c4.
Aha, that was
Who is
your idea.
better? Who is better?
Okay.
So, okay, b4, a4, bishop d7, knight b3. There was one exchange of rooks and knight d8. So now the pawn on a4 is under attack.
Now I don't think that black is in that big danger.
Okay, so Shirov is in danger. Board 2 is kind of drawish. This is knight c3 was played.
Oh, the knight is going to f4, maybe, no?
To where?
f4.
But how are you going
Knight
to
e2,
get
knight e2, knight f4.
knight e2 and f4?
And then
but-
f4, yes. Sorry, f4.
Well, I don't know. I mean, black can go bishop f6 and then...
Knight e2.
So now the question is how black can do and what can he do against knight e2 and f4?
a6 is hanging. No, it is a plan.
Well, Well, it's possible to play queen f7 and after h5 to go king f6. Sorry, not now because the bishop is hanging.
Yes, yes.
Sorry about that. So it's not so easy, huh?
Bishop f6, okay.
Okay.
Bishop a5, knight e2, queen f7 you want, maybe, no?
Okay, queen here.
But let's say queen a8, just with tempo.
Queen e8, bishop goes back.
And f4, let's see f4. Of course f4...
what is really the threat? That's the problem.
Feelings. Yeah.
I mean, black can also go back to h7
Just go
with
back,
his
no?
king.
Queen c6. Yeah. Okay, but queen c6...
Not so easy. It looks like we did not make progress.
I don't know, if this is not winning, then... I mean, just take on e5 and queen c6. Queen e7, knight g1.
And why is this winning?
Or h5 first. No, knight g1.
Maybe we go for a moment to the game of Caruana because it was a draw.
Uh-huh.
They ended in a draw after what we were
F4.
looking actually,
So
f4, breaking out from the box, takes, queen b7. Ah, there is a move queen b7, rook f4, queen b7. Because we were looking knight takes f4, which was also not so obvious. And this position somehow White managed to make a draw. Well, he has a pawn up for a moment. And White was playing for more. Queen a7, queen e5, trying to go on d5 and give a perpetual check and also to capture the pawn. Wow. So actually I have the feeling that maybe Fabiano misplayed it a little bit. He had great compensation, but I think it was not the best what he did. Don't you have a similar feeling? Perpetual check.
No, okay, good saving by White, no, because he had problems.
Okay,
Maybe
so
he was not clearly worse, but he had.
it was on the edge.
It was very much on the edge.
4-2, it was agreed to draw Aronyan Nabati. Wesley so as well after knight c5, actually not much after, where we left move 31. And this is the game Dominguez against Rochstein, which is going to be deciding the final result of the match. And I'm pretty sure that USA is not happy what is going on generally, that they are struggling for now in the Olympiad.
I see only one possible plan for White to take on c5.
Well, this is going to be the question. At what point is he going to be capturing there?
Yes.
This is, for example, the first moment where we can talk about it, to takes. What happens after that?
Of course, White has fantastic compensation, no?
The c7 pawn is under attack, and that
no,
will be
it
taken.
is lost. It is lost, no? The pawn. Not the game, the
Well,
pawn.
the question is, if the pawn is lost, isn't it the game as well?
Well, I didn't want to discourage. Okay, so maybe h5.
Yeah, black has to come up with something, otherwise it's going to be collapsing. h5 is the only reasonable reply, I believe.
So bishop b2, let's
Bishop
say, no?
e2, and now, first of all, black can go rook d7.
Rook d7. It's not happiness on earth, but... no, of course...
It's great pressure. It's great pressure for White. I mean, the match situation is 1.5, and this game will decide.
You know, when I intuitively learned about positional exchange sacrifices, it was only later that I read Petrosian's book, but there was this Karpov-Korchnoi match in 78, and they had 3 games almost in a row, 2 of them were in a row, where there were such minor pieces blocking an open file, but they were defended only by 1 pawn. And both players who had the occasion, both Karpov and Korchnoi, they took it. And there was a game which was very similar to this one, the structure, that ended in a draw. So this somehow, since that moment, when I see this, I know that
You always take. Yeah.
Okay, now
And then you look around.
I prepare for one or two moves, but I have to take. That's the reflex.
Yeah, the question is how White is going to be improving his position after giving it up.
G3, knight G2, H4, knight E3, knight C4. Let's say it's. The question is whether to make some of these moves earlier. Before
But the
taking
question
C5.
is whether can you make these moves earlier? Because if let's say you go BG3, I'm going to be playing H5, you move away, I
and knight
stabilize.
FD7 and greet you from.
And then,
send you greetings from the seaside. Yes. I
well,
understand.
your idea can be only to play Rook F1 and F4.
Okay, there is still some pressure, no? But somehow black seems to be decent, no? Hard to say, no? G6 is also some sort of.
Okay, so then this position, after Rook D6, White has the dilemma. Well, don't forget that right now we are only at move 28. Black is under a minute. G3 is played. And I guess Rook D8. So there is a huge time trouble for Black. White wants to make it somehow keep the tension. Interesting that he did not play H5.
Rook D8 is the kind of move which looks natural, but how does it improve Black's position? Does he want to go F5? He takes Rook D5.
Well,
Otherwise,
maybe
I
he
don't
just wants to have his rook in the game. So
No,
after now, if Rook C5, already then he wants to take and F5.
Maybe F5, no? E takes F5.
He takes F5, Rook
takes
D5, and somehow have both rooks on the D.
No, this makes some sense, no? Maybe this less bad. Okay, Queen takes E7. Yes.
Okay, let's see what Lenier is up to.
No, or he can simply play H5 and then Rook 8 D7, which looks a bit more active than Rook 6 D7. No?
Sorry?
If Rook C5 now takes
takes H5 and Rook 8 to
and
D7.
Rook, yes, because Rook A7 was not
Yes.
possible in the previous. But now,
Yes,
okay.
absolutely. It is much better.
No,
I mean, to keep the control over the 6. Though White can go Queen C3 and then the A5 pawn can fall off.
Yeah, but can Black get something on the other wing? Maybe not. It's always a question, of course, no? And F5 is not working now.
Well,
Yes.
Black can go knight H7, knight G5 as a optional idea. But of course, giving up the A5 is not fun.
Okay, so knight G5 is a good move. It threatens with a double attack.
But
So
let's see, Rook A D8. This is the position. Lenier is thinking, should I go Rook takes C5 or not? This is the question. Is he going to be going knight G2 to regroup his knight?
But if knight G2, maybe F5, no?
F5 takes...
Rook D5.
I'm not sure I'm scared so much of this.
No, you shouldn't be scared because your position is a bit better, no? At least, but I mean, Black looks decent now. The D file, the C5 knight is safe. FG knight G6. Some small mechanisms are working, no?
Well, okay, Rook D2 seems to be a powerful move, but I think Rook F3 is possible.
F3. Yeah.
And this can be quite annoying for Black.
Well, from structural point of view, yes, but okay, A4 is permanently hanging too.
Well, we have the queens on the board.
Yes, I know. Now is when Tartakover's saying applies, yes, between opening and And then game.
We have quite a few draws already today. I see that in the England team also Adams made a draw, also Havel made a draw, so 2 more games is running over there. But of course this game is extremely exciting. This is, let's see, French board, because we did not see the French players so far. What's going on between Wojtaszek, Fressinet? Duda made a draw already. And on board 2, Wojtaszek, Fressinet. Wojtaszek has a pawn up. So this seems to be quite promising for white. Very promising.
Not to talk about the square on c6, no?
Funny pawn structure, though.
Yes, but it's compact. It's
Very funny. Well,
yes.
black is looking for some counterplay on c3 with his knight.
But the counter actually so it's black to move.
Knight e4 was the last move.
So that's the chance, no? Because if knight c6, then knight c3. Maybe not simple, no?
Well, I think simply king g2 is possible.
So that knight c3 doesn't work.
So knight c3
Rook d4,
after
but rook
that.
d4 first.
Sorry?
Rook d4, rook c4.
c4.
Rook c4, he can go.
Rook c4,
Knight c6,
knight
threatens check.
c6.
Threatens
Black
check.
has to move something g6 or something. Check on d8.
g5 maybe.
And, well, a lot of moves. Also knight e5 and rook d7 looks very frightening. So, okay, clearly white is having the upper hand. Very clear advantage. Board 3. Wow, it's a piece up for white.
Well, for 2 pawns.
For 2 pawns, but France is not doing well because they have a draw on board 1, they have a draw on board 4, and then it means that Wojtaszek should be winning, then Poland will be winning the match. Let's see what's going on Azerbaijan, Cuba, which is Mamedyarov on board 1.
So I see the knight dominated.
But is it enough?
A good question.
Because let's say king c6, king e3, king d5, king d3, b5 or something like that. And
now
it's like
some sort of Zugzwang, no?
it's like a pawn endgame, right?
Yes, and there
I
is
mean-
and it's maybe worse than a pawn ending because you cannot go to c3 with the king.
Well, both are in Zugzwang, but white can get in trouble.
Yes, yes. Because there is no king c3. Without minor pieces on board, king c3 would keep the...
So this is the position now, bishop d4. And, well, of course black has to bring his king. It's, I'm always saying that in the endgame, suddenly your king can become a great attacker.
But how are we with the reserve tempi? King e6.
Okay, here, king d5, king d3,
b5, g4.
b5, g4. Yeah, the problem is for black that he would like to be playing.
He doesn't have moves.
Yeah, that's a problem.
I understand.
Yeah,
it's a
this
Zugzwang.
bishop blocks the knight, but this knight also blocks in some way the bishop, right?
Yes.
If white would have to move the king, that would be
But it's not the
kind of
case.
a problem for black because the black king could activate itself.
But the bishop also puts pressure on the pawns, so black doesn't have so many reserve tempi.
Yeah, because after h6,
H4.
white is just playing h4 and also ready to play another move h5 if it's needed. For example, after b6, h5.
This should be completely losing. No, maybe better to just to go. No, h6, just to go with the king. Go back with the king.
Well, in this position,
I mean, okay, we went to d5. We had
no,
fun.
the
I
big
played
question
d5.
is whether I go king c6, king e3. What about playing b5, king e4?
Yeah, something
Knight
like that.
d6 is losing. Yeah, that's losing
is
because
losing,
the
yes.
king is
no
controlling.
activity. Yes, no activity.
And king is winning the pawns. So bishop d4 after it looked not so necessary, not so good.
So
but
maybe,
it seems like maybe
king
it's winning.
e6, king e6, king e3, g6. I don't know if b5 first. No, okay, I know b5. Okay, maybe b5 first. I don't know.
G4, let's say.
f5. I have to go.
F5. Yeah, it's interesting. Interesting happenings here. And let's say h4.
h4, let's say h5.
Yeah, takes, king e3, king d5.
Yeah, now you have to... Probably I had to play h4.
Oh, still it's interesting because let's say bishop g7,
Yes.
king f4, king g5.
Oh, no, but
it
here
looks,
I'm losing the race. No.
Yeah.
I'm losing the... No, I wanted to... Maybe h5 is not such a good idea, no? Do I need it? But what do I play? Take on g4. Let's take on g4. Yeah, why not? And king d5.
King d5.
You were
okay.
asking for it.
Let's say g5.
b6.
King. No.
Oh,
After b6, I can move my bishop.
Aha.
So there are different forms of trapping the a4 knight.
Yes.
We see the
So no b6, okay.
Quesada.
No b6, let's say king d6.
Thinking what to play.
I don't want to go b6. No, but he has to play g6 and f5. If it doesn't save,
this
then...
is the position. There is a good chance that Mamedov is winning. Let's see board number 2. Mamedov, wow, what is this?
It's a structure, no? Do we call this a structure?
Well, I thought we're going to see some position which is understandable, but this, well, white is completely winning, it seems, right?
If I'm counting where the far advanced pawns, yes.
Well, and I think this game also finished. Actually, white won. White won. Okay, so Azerbaijan is losing 1-0 so far against Cuba. Let's see board number 3. Here black is doing absolutely fine again.
Yes, the double pawns are
And
compact.
let's see board 4, where Azerbaijan is in trouble too.
Doesn't he have chances?
Isn't
Oh,
it,
he's hanging, no? 97.
Well,
Everything is
everything
hanging,
is
no?
hanging. This,
Oh,
and 97.
even that.
Rook e1 check.
Doesn't hang anymore.
Well, I think...
Queen takes h3 doesn't work, no? The combination. No, rook h1, rook
Rook
h1.
h1. There are some tricky
I knew
stuff.
that there was some combination, yes.
But first of all, this is possible. Secondly, after rook e1, what about playing king f2? And after queen e6,
97.
90...
95.
No, I thought 95. Well, 97. Let's check 97, because after 97, let's say king here. What about knight takes?
Yeah, that was my primitive
Rook
idea.
e2. King goes out.
We had to
And
h3.
queen e4. Well, it's still
Knight
not
f6,
over.
Knight f6.
Knight f6.
Does it or no? It doesn't work, no?
No, I think it doesn't work because takes, and king g6 for the moment.
Yeah.
So black is just escaping here. White plays king f2. So what's the idea of white? I thought to go knight e5 maybe to attack the rook, but I'm not sure this is going to be correct. Queen e6
What
is
if
on
rook
the
e7?
board.
What if rook e7?
Queen e6 is on the board. Rook e7, rook e2.
Yes, and I go to
f1.
to.
Well, not
I
much
cannot,
of a
I
choice.
cannot, okay, no, this is
So
too
then
much.
it's just queen rook e1 and it's a draw. So after
Yes.
queen
yes.
e6, he is upset. And he's going to go, he's in time trouble. 33 seconds for white. Knight e7 check, king h7. We're gonna see what's going on here. Let's see, white is confused. It's move 40 already. So he should, I think, also stand up and go away a little bit just to have a fresh look at the board, because it's move 41. And let's see what white can do here. Well, it seems it's not obvious yet what will be the situation here, because if white goes queen c2, then black just plays f6,
mate is,
and now queen
yes.
e6 is in there. So of course, but black can knight d5. It's a problem for black. So after bishop queen c2, bishop e4 can be the move, which after queen c8 maybe. And now exchanging the queens.
And rook behind the pawn, and
because queen g8 is also a threat. So if, let's say, black goes queen b6, white can take, and after check, white can go king d1. Otherwise, king f1 would be checkmate, and
similar,
this is how Magnus
yes, this was the construction.
checkmated his
yes.
opponent. Exactly this setup.
Yes.
So
And
after
it was also that white was
having some pieces on the king's side.
Not had anything in that game, but okay.
So king d1. But this is a draw. Look at what is saving for black, because
Queen B1.
check and queen b1. What a draw opportunity for black. This is a nice one. This is a nice one. So basically this is the position. This is move 41. And white is thinking how to continue the game, because rook e2 is threatening or queen e2 is threatening. And for white, if white goes knight d5, then rook e2. And after king goes out to g1, queen e4, this we were looking. And then white's only move is knight e3. Black is going to be taking. And okay, black has some chances to make a draw, right?
Yeah, with such a weak king.
But still, rook f7, and the problem is for black that queen f5 is a threat in case of check and rook e2. So in this case, white would be winning.
Yeah, that's completely winning.
But after king h7, so white is calculating. Let's see board. No, that's our next match. So what is Cuba? It's Cuba is leading 1-0. And then this is where Mamedyarov should try to win. Then they can equalize. Here in this position, well, it's definitely black who is playing for more.
This looks worse and worse for white,
very tough. 28 seconds for Durarbaili.
But look at the structure, at the knight on c3, at everything, no?
Well, white has a pawn up for now, but not for long, because all of his
Takes and the knight returns to f6.
Are hanging. So it's black to move now g4, just taking back. And, well, it looks awful for white. So here, Azerbaijan can lose the game. And in this game also...
He went for knight d5, yes?
Yeah.
Which may be just good.
Well, probably king g1 now the move. And after queen e4, knight e3 will be the move. And black is trying to save the game. But okay, Azerbaijan is in serious danger right now in this match. And what has happened with the US? Let's go back for a second to the game of... let's see what's going on.
3 draws and Dominguez playing.
And Dominguez, let's go back to this game because it is very interesting what has happened here.
All the good things happen.
Move 36. Here. Black has 1 minute, but actually, I don't know.
I'm not sure black is doing so badly, no?
Well, at first this is what I thought too, but I'm not sure exactly.
Of course, it's 2 pawns for the exchange, and but okay.
So in the last moves, after all, white did take in this point. Rook takes c5, takes, black went f5, not going for h5 and defending the pawn with the rook. f5, bishop f3, rook f6, giving up the pawn on c7, but white just played rook c2 because he wanted to make sure that the f2 pawn is not taken
So
sometime.
it's interesting that he just wants to regroup, but okay, he loses pawns on the way.
So he's going back
97, yeah.
there, and he wanted to make space on the f5 for his rook, I
Just
believe.
to get coordinated, but okay.
Desperately he wants to take something on f2.
But he loses a few pawns on the way.
Well, exactly. Queen a7, knight b6,
Rook c7, queen g8.
rook c7, queen g8. Well, I don't know. I don't have a good feeling for black. I don't know what's your take.
No, I don't like it.
Somehow it does not look perfect.
It looks too passive, no? And okay, if he takes the pawn on a5, it's... but okay, concretely, if he takes on a5, then f takes e4 he wants to go, no?
You want to take such a pawns?
No, then f takes e4, so probably he has to go e takes f4 first, no? Or what?
Well, e takes
F5.
f5. Yeah, e takes f5, but after that g5 maybe.
g5. And knight
Though I'm
g2.
not sure because here, and
Rook
bishop
f5.
e4. And there are some
Oof,
big
yes,
problems over
yes.
there.
Mm-hmm.
So ef5, gf5.
And take the pawn on a7, or...
You want to take this
I
pawn?
want to come back with the queen.
But then I go e4 and then I capture knight takes d5.
Aha, so I'm not in time for queen c3, okay.
So yeah, somehow I think white should be acting
something
on the
better, yeah.
seventh rank somehow. And we have some moves there because rook c6 was played, and after rook c6, knight a4. If I see the camera movements correctly,
But okay, it's a pawn.
very
And-
stressful for
and the knight was attacked, no?
captains as well. Move 37, and both players are under a minute, so they are just playing with the 30 seconds.
Playing
Extras.
with their captain's life.
And the thing is that right now, what is white going to be doing? Queen a5, then f takes e4, I believe. And after rook f6, rook f6, this is what we have. Queen a5 is on the board. Wow,
And
queen
knight,
a5.
knight b2 or what?
Well, f takes e4, I would suggest.
You know, you were mentioning earlier about the trainers making sure that the team is well prepared, that a lot of things. I wanted to add then, but maybe this is a better moment to say it. And captains have to make sure they finish the Olympiad alive, without heart attacks and other...
Well, it's good that probably the US team has a very experienced captain, John Donaldson, whose first Olympiad, or maybe not the first, when I met him for the first Olympiad in '88. F takes e4 is on the board. F e4. What is white up to with 25 seconds on the clock? And it's getting more and more and more complicated and chaotic, this game. White cannot take back. I just wanted to say that he cannot take back bishop e4 because of rook f2, but it's not the case because the a4 knight is under
Yes.
attack. So actually maybe now black is in big trouble. Let's see. This is a bad news for black. Black is...
Maybe he hurried, no?
Well, the problem is the knight on a4, right?
No,
Cannot
knight
go
b2,
back,
no.
but if knight b2, then probably queen c3 is quite painful, where e5 pawn is also hanging, and the b2 knight.
And
So
if
actually
he
black
exchanges
is-
queens...
Well, anyway-
Okay, the question is whether he has an attack now or not.
Well, rook f2 was played, queen takes a4. I don't see how black can save the game, because it's checked, then simply king h2, and one of the pieces will cover the check after rook f2. And the queen on g8 is sadly
For a
very
second, I
passive.
thought that the second rook was the queen, and then there would
Yeah,
be
then
queen
it would be a
g1 mate.
different story, absolutely. So Dominguez is thinking and capturing the knight on a4, move 40. So he had 6 seconds left, but maybe actually more. 32 seconds. No, he had 2 seconds left when he played Queen A4 because he has 32 seconds now, as it was the 30-second added. So probably now Black should be playing Rook D2, for example, or something to keep the king cut away. Or maybe Queen F7. That's what the move, Queen F7. To put it on the F file, that's important. Interesting that Dominguez is not leaving the board either. And he's just thinking, what is he going to be doing? And, well, Rook C1 is one of the options, right? Rook C1, for example, what Black would be doing? Rook E2.
Bishop F3 maybe then.
Or, yeah, but maybe Rook C1 is just winning because White has material up. And what did White...
And those pawns, even if Black will be an exchange down by some miracle, then those pawns, you know... And the pawn on E5 is... I mean, okay, just to have some reserve... reserve elements.
Well, this is essential win for US because this is something really a must. Because it's round 5, we can say that, okay, there are still a lot of rounds to go. But they dropped already half a point, so they desperately have to go on and hang on and play and win matches. And for now, they are not so convincing. But of course, they are by far in rating very good. And today, actually, I liked Fabiano's play, generally speaking, but I think he could have pressed it more.
But his opponent pushed him too far to play, no? To play the good one. I mean...
That's true. That's true. He was provoking with this opening Bishop H3.
Bishop H3, let's say, it's not clear from the beginning how it is. But Knight D5 with the idea of taking on E7 is surely wrong. I mean, it's just giving away to Tempi and solving all Black's problems. Yeah, Rook C1 is the only move, no? But it's
well, it's kind of tricky, right? Because I was also considering, for example, what happens if Knight G2, but then Rook F1, King H2, and Black Queen is coming to F2 to checkmate on G1, and then there is only move to play H4, but I'm afraid there is
and H5, no?
something happening right there, right? I mean, White is not in trouble yet if he gives a check, because H5, King G5, and then King ends up on H6, and it's just helping mating the Black King.
Well, still Queen H3. But the king still
H6.
goes. Oh,
it's just safe there.
Yeah, but H5
but
at
here,
once.
Yeah, after
maybe
King
even
H3,
without check. Maybe even without
H5.
check. No? Not here, okay.
I don't know whether.
No, because now he can move away with the knight. Okay, he doesn't have squares.
Okay, so.
But if we play H5 one move earlier, then it's even.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe okay.
It's
a detail.
To play
it's
H5 first, so
and
after
then
that.
But then he goes. Okay.
Then White cannot do anything.
It's a detail. It's just winning.
Well, after this, probably G4 only move and then takes, right?
Yes, and
it's still not over. It's never over.
It's true.
So maybe after all, Queen G1 was a better
Queen
move.
G1 more restrictive. Yes, okay. Sorry to have argued with you.
No, I'm not sure that is the case. That it's for sure, because after H5, White goes. G4, Rook F3.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so White has to give up something.
Yeah, the knight doesn't have good squares.
Like Knight F4.
And how is that? Queen.
Play Rook G6.
No checks along the diagonal.
Yeah, but actually it doesn't make sense to go here, because in this position Rook C1, which we consider that it's problematic for White, right? Can Black do something else? It seems that White can be happy, because if the Rook goes away to E2, or let's say to D2, then White goes, no, let's say where to go with the Rook. on rook c1. No, actually, it's quite frightening for white
Well,
too. I mean, if
optically-
rook d2, rook b2, let's say rook b2, and then white goes knight f3, right?
And the blockade is perfect, no?
And yeah, it seems that...
And he doesn't have to dismantle the blockade because the pawns can advance by themselves somehow. I mean, rook d1, everything is defended, and then
Well, basically, white goes rook f1, whatever. On the second rank, there is nothing.
queen b1 is also, queen a1 is also a threat sometimes.
Yeah, so this is... well, it's also a little bit fortunate for white that everything just works out the way it should.
Yes. And rook c1 is on board.
Well, this is a very important victory for the US.
So in the match, in the Romania match, 3 draws we have.
And we have one game.
Only the 2, but now the bishop
Erigaisi
seem
is
to see.
still... Who is better and why? Equal pawns, 2 bishop
pawns.
against 2 knight.
But it looks frightening, no? How did...
And I don't know who is better.
What happened here? How did they get to this position?
Well, this is the kind of position we were, right? And instead of bishop e6, king g2 happened. Knight f4, king f1, queen e5, centralization.
Which looks okay. Queen d6.
And queen d6 was played.
Okay, takes.
And b6, well, now we can imagine. f6, king f2, king e8. King e3, knight g2. Okay, so white did not want to make a repetition, right?
And she played g5.
g5. Takes, e5. And we are getting there. Knight d5, this is the position. Move 40. Move 40. So what about c4?
Optically, this is bad for black, no? It's space. And the blockade is not so stable. I mean, bishop h3 is coming.
So c4. Takes bishop c4. But okay, what about it? I mean, just if you go back. King f5 or...
But don't
what's
we
the big deal?
Don't we need the bishop on h3? I mean, what did c4 actually bringing new?
Well, okay, bishop h3.
You take,
You don't care.
maybe I just go to f7. Can this work?
So you want to say that black cannot save the knights because your plan is to go king f6 or king g6 and king f7.
Yes. And even if you don't take on c3, I don't think it makes a big difference.
So if
Just bishop
here...
h3, yeah.
Well, not necessarily, because after, if your next move, okay, let's say I go a5, not a6, but I go a5, and on king f5, I go knight f4.
So maybe I should go bishop g4 first.
So after a5, bishop g4, but don't forget that I have my pawn to push.
Okay, takes, let's say,
Takes,
king f6.
king f6, and you want to say that black is in huge trouble.
I think the bishop is in time to stop everything.
It's over. Yeah, bishop h3 is on the board. On the board. So if this wins, then means that
India wins.
India wins there against Romania. If there is no way back for black.
Yeah, it went wrong somewhere in time travel, yes. And actually he had more time, Polygras. his position was probably entirely viable. But maybe he should have kept the knights on f4. No, now after bishop h3, I see a
So
mathematic
this
win.
match will be over. Then let's see Spain, what they're doing against the
This is the Shirov game. Yes.
teenage team. Well, Gukash's pawns are running ahead more than Alexei wants to.
Quicker.
I believe King
Quicker.
e6. Somehow these pawns are there. Very, very much forward. And let's see what's there.
And it's two connected pawns. It's not like in the game Shankland saved,
Yeah.
where there was only one. And the king has
So is
ways.
there any chance for white here?
If there is, I don't see it.
It seems like it's far, far away for Alexei to have his pawns. Okay, so this means that if Alexei is losing, we have a draw on board 2. We have Santos playing. His queen is back to d1, but this is not going to take him. Well, I don't know if anywhere, but look what he had in the last few moves. He regrouped his queen to g4, and then he is now going back. So he wants to go knight h3, I guess.
Okay, this is the classical way of doing things. I mean, you're not going
But
anywhere.
after h5, it's not so easy to go back already.
Maybe.
Because if you have to commit yourself to play g4, that you don't want.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm skeptical about white's opportunities. Board 3.
By the way, we have a final result. Ukraine, the ladies. Ukraine,
Let's go to the
Azerbaijan,
ladies.
equal match. Maria Muziciuc won, but Buxa lost. Buxa, we saw that the position was difficult, no?
So actually that match is 2-2.
Yes, it ended in 2-2.
Okay, so...
And Romania is leading against Poland 2-1.
Draw.
Romania is leading.
Oops, checkmate here.
And Bulmaga needs to hold a draw against Kashlinskaya in order to ensure the match win against Poland. So the girls
2-1.
and Bulmaga with black. I don't think that a draw should. Okay, the pawns are hanging, no?
So actually you're leading, yeah?
They are leading by 2-1, yes. But okay, the pawns are hanging there, no?
Okay, but that is also only equal. So Romania is doing very fine.
Yes, yes.
A4. But I'm not sure they should be winning at all.
No,
Right? I mean, first
doesn't
of
look
all,
like-
what happens if I just go knight d6?
Knight d6. Oh,
And after here,
knight takes it.
knight e4,
Rook takes there, yeah, but it's a lot of activity, no?
well, f5 is possible,
Even f5,
or rook c3.
Rook c3, I was thinking, no?
Rook c3, trying to be threatening with knight g3.
This doesn't look like a win. This, okay, now she threatens to deliver a perpetual.
Well, rook a7 check.
So maybe we should stay low, no? With king f8, no?
Well, it's not fun, right? To stay there. Why not king f6?
Knight g4.
King f5?
King f5. Oh, and suddenly we start attacking, no?
So knight g4 will be not the move, but maybe
h5.
a5.
a5. But now it's a perpetual, no?
Here, king e2, here,
Aha, king f3.
King
You
f3.
can avoid it, okay.
here, king e2.
Okay, so this is not so clear. Let's see how the rook ending would be. I mean, here there is
After
play.
a4, you mean to give it check?
Take.
Takes.
Check, let's say, no?
Check king d4.
King d4 and rook f3. I have to do something too, no? Maybe this is just a draw or...
I don't know. Let's say
No.
rook h5, rook e4 takes.
But then f5.
You go f5. Okay. Okay. So takes, rook c3, king d4, rook f3. If rook a5, rook a4, rook f4 here takes, check.
Okay, king
King f8, a5.
So okay, rook
Rook
back.
h1, a6, rook a1, and it's impossible that white can win this.
No.
Well, okay, king f6.
Well, okay, check.
Check, king g5,
I should go there.
go
yes.
back, takes.
And now king g7.
Or maybe you try to take, no?
Uh-huh.
Though I'm not sure. Okay, king g7, doesn't matter. I go king g5.
Yeah, you have the space advantage, no? Maybe this on a bit on the edge.
No, but maybe still it's just rook a4, king here, and just...
No, king f4. If king f4,
King
then
f8.
king f6. Okay. The king cannot approach, no?
Yeah, the king is
And
just trapped.
there will be no Zugzwang. Yeah, okay. Of course, she shouldn't calculate that far, but I think that taking and rook f3 looks like... no, with knights on board... okay, depends now on what... there is also a matter of temperament. I know that Irina is very... she likes activity, she likes dynamism, so... maybe she's tempted to keep the knights, but apparently the threats are not real with knight d6, knight e4. So
Well,
maybe...
this will be big for Romania to win this
well,
match.
it is not bad already, but of course it would be big too if she holds.
Okay, so what are the results in the ladies section? India is leading 2.5.
Against France, yes.
Let's go back. Tanya won again.
Oh,
They're leading 2-1, and then we have one more game. Vaishali plays with black.
looks winning, no?
She looks that she has a good position, but I'm not sure it's so simple because of the checks.
The king, yeah? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unless she can go, maybe bishop d3 is the move. So India will be winning. Then we have Ukraine, Azerbaijan 2-2. We have India, Georgia still playing on all boards.
Oh, that's great.
Ukraine, let's see. 1 second, let's see.
This game we saw, and yes, this was Ukraine. This we didn't like from the beginning.
Yeah,
I
this
believe,
was
no?
India, Georgia.
Uh-huh.
Here, rook g7. So here, well, it is most likely going to be a draw, I must say.
But okay, you remember
But it's
Ushenina's
still-
game.
Okay, let's see board 2.
This is Batsiashvili.
This is the game we looked earlier, where this was h4 possibility.
It
Looks
still
good for white.
good for white, but okay. The king is safer, yes.
Well, and white has a pawn up, by the way.
Well, pawns are hanging everywhere, but okay.
Well,
if
mostly blacks.
If we start eating them, then
Well, I think white is in black. So India has, okay, this game India is doing better. In this game, no, here, I'm just switching, sorry. So what do we have here? Okay, so board 1, it's a draw. Board 2, India is in trouble.
Okay.
Board 3,
India is
Indians
lost.
are losing.
Okay.
And here, India is in trouble. So actually, Georgia will win.
Okay.
Then we have the Kashlinskaya game, which means that it will be.
She went
victory.
96. I told you that her temperament tells her to keep the knights. I don't know whether white had an improvement after knight
No,
x6.
because after, when you still have the knights, as we know, you can always trick some moves. But of
Yes,
course, in
but-
this
but-
position, the
but-
match needs a draw.
No, and you need a draw.
And you need a draw.
You don't want to lose for yourself. I mean, okay. I don't know. Maybe she evaluated well, but I'm afraid that okay, in rook ending you can evaluate better.
Okay, let's see Kazakhstan, Cuba, because I see that they have all games are still running. No game finished yet.
Okay.
Abdul Malik on board 1. What's going on? Black is lost, so Kazakhstan will be 1-0. Black here. Oh,
Maybe
Black is not
Sarah.
worse here either. She's doing fine.
Yeah.
I mean, Black shouldn't be problem. Board 3. Wow.
This reminds me of some
Of yesterday's game of her.
No, an older game, Ivanchuk with Black against some
But it was
Amazonian
she
player.
who was
Sorry?
Balabayeva yesterday
Aha.
also with Queen,
Queen
and
and Rook against Queen and Rook.
Yes, which was very nice. And then,
But isn't this similar to some game of you with Ivanchuk?
yes, actually I did have
The
in
king was,
Novgorod.
But
Yes.
yesterday too, the Black King was coming up to. We
Exactly.
didn't show the game. We had too many interesting games today, but we had selected it for the same player. Yes.
Well, maybe it's time.
Maybe it's time for her to learn something different. I mean, okay, how many games can you win with Rook and Queen against Rook and Queen? Yes, maybe it's a good moment to show it, no?
Well, if I have the opportunity, yes. I'm not sure I will be able to do it. It was her game, right, from yesterday?
Yes, Balabayeva, yes. And there should be only one. It's the same team. So, King d4, Rook there.
So we show the game which we wanted
Yes.
to show anyway, because we would like to invite you anyway to give us questions if you want to ask something from us, or if you have your idea which game you would like us to show, which was the game of the day, of the round, or move of the day. It can be from any team of your favorite teams. And from yesterday, we want to show, we got some interesting comments also on our hashtag. So please send us your thoughts to hashtag BestChess Olympiad 2022. And this is a position we wanted to share with you. Actually, she won her game
same
yesterday.
player, yes.
Same player from Kazakhstan against Mongolia.
It seems that the Black King is close to become active now. I mean, and Black
But
is
it's too active.
Black is a pawn up actually, no, and good structure. But
White played rook g3.
when you attack, sometimes you have to retreat. And now there is a threat of mate. Rook b3 obviously the only move.
And she found some very nice idea in all these tactical way, because now it's a pin,
Yes,
and Black
queen
has
b5.
to go Queen b5. And now there is no concrete mate or tactics how to win, but she
F4.
can play the way if it would be a pawn
Opponent.
endgame.
And actually she could have taken on b3 in several moments and play f5, but actually there is no hurry with that.
The opponent played a5, and after f5 the opponent resigned, because it's the beautiful breakthrough is happening, and practically only later she can take on b3. So
Or
this
maybe
was,
not at all. She can queen, and if queen e8, queen b3
yes,
mate. Okay.
yes, it's also possible. So this was her yesterday's game, and now we are witnessing her other game of today.
A similar effort, yes.
And so let's see her game of today. Right. I'm trying to get back to that game because we just saw.
But
This
is
game.
this a win or not?
But this is funny that it has the same style, because actually
Yes.
maybe the opponent wants to resign or not, because after King d3, what about going there?
Yes.
King e3. Well, for now it's not possible to exchange.
Yes, e6 or what?
Because the queen, the both
But e6, queen
would
d1.
be queen at the same time.
Is this actually a win? Doesn't?
I don't know. So after King d3, maybe
it-
White will actually has to go here, and Interesting now what happens.
It can be a perpetual, no?
Well, this can be perpetual, but I believe that black cannot go elsewhere because after
Rook
that
F3.
some check and it...
Maybe it's
it
still a
lo-
perpetual.
Yeah, but it looks kind of very
Oh,
difficult for black, I
know.
believe. Maybe
I know.
queen c6,
Yes,
or
yes,
queen
okay.
f8.
It can be a bit much, no?
I mean, it could be difficult and after
Yes,
the
yes.
pawn is going. So we'll see whether after queen b4... Actually, it is already going perpetual. So I believe that there was a draw or somebody is claiming because this is what they had for a few moves already. So I believe that there is a claim or
But
it was
okay,
a
it
draw.
gave us the occasion to show the game we had prepared.
Yes. Yes, and then on board 2, Kazakhstan won already because it's a checkmate at the end. I see king h4, g5, nice checkmate.
There is no game after checkmate.
And unexpected though, because
Actually,
look at what
sometimes-
happened. White just entered queen f3, bishop d4, check. So it was nice. It's a nice finish. Black won.
Actually, mate doesn't always finish the games, you know. For instance, I know that Spassky had an occasion at the Olympiad. He mated the opponent who tried to make another move. I mean, just to answer to mate. And I was playing with a woman grandmaster, very elegant, very beautiful. And I mated her with 2 knights. It was an ending against rook and bishop. I was winning because I had some pawns, but it was a surprising mate. And I played my move. She wrote it down, and she started thinking. Okay, now what you do? Okay, you cannot be, you must be a gentleman with a lady, no? But time was ticking, and it was a mate, and I wanted to go home. So I started to make her sign. She looked at me very sadly. She knew that her position was worse. And I showed her the king. After a while, she understood and smiled. But it's not always, because mate is something, you think that mate is something not happening to me. It's something
Well,
theoretical,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
sometime.
Okay, so what do we have? The Indian team we've seen. We still have this game running.
Okay, so black
Right.
also showed her teeth, finally. That pawn, now the pawn on h5 is some sort of candidate to something. But I see that Batsiashvili is playing more positionally now. I don't see her her Jobava attacks. But it's good to pass through different phases.
Actually, it's not so easy because,
No,
as
no.
you said, that the pawn is taken on h4.
I played the dragon, you know, for a few years, and there sometimes the h pawn. I played the system with h4, h5. Sometimes that pawn can.
Well, now there is a great opportunity to blunder, which of course will not happen on the board, but there is a great chance to blunder. I don't know actually how good is it for white, but
that
it's
pawn is
not
always,
it's not easy. It's not easy. Okay, so let's see Abdul Malik. She's winning. Then this is the board. Wow. Look at that.
Actually,
We thought that black is doing very well, but there are some tactics happening here, so it seems like white may
7.
take over because black attacked the bishop, but the intermediate back rank problem for black. Queen e4 still took. Queen d8, king h7.
And now there is a threat of perpetual, no?
Well, it's a problem for white maybe because rook f1 loses to queen g4 and queen
Yes,
e2.
yes.
And
So black is not worse, let's say, no?
And the thing is that if rook goes somewhere, then there is a good chance that black is going to be mating or no. Though I don't know if queen rook b7, maybe instead of rook b7 to go rook b8.
Yeah, to threaten something, yeah.
Let's say check, here, check, here, checking h4.
Yeah, so
The
this is
thing is that if
exaggerated.
black goes e4, then check, and it's a perpetuate check.
No, but queen h5.
Oops, not
H5.
exactly
Yeah, no,
perpetuate
that's-
check. Sorry
yes.
about that.
Yes.
So actually it is a perpetuate check, but black has to give that.
Yeah,
Right.
probably not more. Maybe Bolmaga had a clear idea in mind. But maybe Kastelska didn't play the best move.
Where is her game?
Because she took on
rook c3.
h5, and now rook c3 suddenly defends the pawn on a5.
Yeah.
She should have taken on a5 now.
Takes.
And now it's not easy to make a move with...
No, but I also took on
Yes,
h5.
yes, with-
No, but
really?
we couldn't, because after rook a5, then the other problem, so it's both. Because
okay.
then knight g3 is the problem.
Okay. So rook c3, okay. If she saw
knight
this
d-
concretely, then it was not a bad decision, okay. So rook h5, rook c3.
Yeah, because if
I understand, yes. So it's a
if
symmetrical.
here, then knight e4.
e4 and now, okay, and now,
Yeah.
okay. So then it means she, it's a matter of taste in this case.
Rook c3.
c3.
No, we just took knight e4.
Yes. And what to play with? That's a good question now. The threat is maybe rook a3, no?
Well, knight e4 is also not bad, but rook a3,
Rook a3 is
possible
the threat to just
to keep it.
finish the game, no? To make a draw. Of course, she can also get the better of it if white doesn't do anything.
Well, it's not so easy to make a move with white, right?
Yeah. I mean, after rook a3, rook takes a4, it would be better for black already.
Good move, rook c3, very good move.
No. Okay. I had my doubts, but now that I saw this move, she knows what she's doing. Okay. That's. I apologize for her fans if I didn't trust her.
Okay, so let's see and go back to the open section. But before that, I want to show you something. Actually, we have a very cute video from Vishy Anand. He was sharing it on his Twitter. It's a good question. So let's see this question, what he was asked by a very cute little girl at a meeting where they could ask questions from him. I will do this.
Lights. Well, I do it facing straight.
No! How to distract the pieces?
Distract the pieces. I have no idea. I try my best, but they never get distracted. I'm sorry. You can distract your opponent, but I don't know how to distract the pieces. It's a nice thought, though.
Right side here.
So this was something very cute. I found it interesting that the girl was asking whether how can you distract your pieces. And then first Vishy says, well, I'm putting my knight, I like adjusting the piece. No. How do you distract? And then Vishy was so cute saying, well, you can distract your opponent. So this is the big question in the Olympiad always, that can you distract your opponent? Of course, if you're playing fair play, you're not distracting your opponent, and of course you take care of your pieces. But it was a very cute reaction I wanted to share with you. But before we move on to some more games, I also want to share some interviews which was done in the field just after the games. We have several interviews. Please join us.
Hello everyone. For my next interview, I have Ramla Mohammed from Djibouti. Ramla is playing her first tournament, and first tournament she's playing is the Olympiad. Ramla, how do you feel? And you won today. Your debut win in a tournament.
I'm very happy because it's the first time, as you said, and I'm really happy. I cannot express my emotion.
How do you plan to celebrate your win today?
I'm going to go out for the first time because I deserve it, I think. Yeah, I will go out and change and take a dinner with my friends and my team.
Lovely. And are you going to be at the party tomorrow?
Yeah, of course. I will be. Yeah.
Do you have a dress plan for it?
Dress plan? No. I will just check what I have and then take what could be good to me.
Lovely. That's brilliant. Thank you so much for talking to us, and good luck for your chess and for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I'm joined by David Navara from the Czech Republic, board number 1. How are you doing, David?
I'm doing relatively well in the tournament, and of course I need to acclimatize and get used to air conditioning because it's not easy.
I see today you have a bit of a cold, probably because of the warmth and the air conditioning inside.
Yes, I don't know the reason, but it might have played a role.
A lot of people are having the same problem because it's a very disparate level of warmth and cold. So you were telling me before, you won your game today. Team is going good. You're on 3 points out of 4, maybe 4 out of 5.
I have 3.5 out of 4, and the team is going to have 4 victories and 1 loss after this match.
Okay, tell me about your game today. Who is your opponent, please?
I played against Daksuran. Sorry, okay. Sorry, I apologize. I'm Dambasuran Batsuran of Mongolia. And he is a strong young player, improving, but he achieved a reasonable position, but then played some inaccurate moves, and I got strong attack, and then it became rather messy when we were both getting short of time, but eventually I managed to deliver mate or sacrifice a queen.
Of course, David, you're a hugely experienced player. Do you know exactly what number of Olympiads this one would be for you?
Pardon? Could you?
How many Olympiads have you been to, including Chennai?
This is my 10th Olympiad over the board, plus I played 5 games in one online Olympiad, so 10.5.
So it's number 10. How would you rate the Chennai Olympiad with respect to the other Olympiads you've been? Better, worse? How are you thinking about it?
It's nicely organized, and there are many volunteers who are doing their best, especially considering that India was in a sort of time trouble. But on the other hand, it might be difficult for some players to get accustomed to a different climate, a different food, and so some people are a bit struggling with it, but I mean, everywhere might occur such problems. Hopefully we will manage.
One last question. Is this your first time in India, or you've played here before?
Surprisingly, it's my first time in India. I could have played some World Junior Championship many years ago, but back then I was rather focused on my studies and was not playing so many tournaments so far.
It's actually quite surprising that elite player such as yourself, who's traveled all over the world, had never been to India before.
Yes, it's very surprising.
Okay. Thanks a lot for the interview, and good luck for the rest of the rounds.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Welcome back to the 5th round of the Chess Olympiad here in Chennai, India. We are in most of the games already at the end game because we are playing already. The players are already there for 4.5 hours nearly. So we stopped at a very interesting end game where we thought things are finished already, or more or less to a draw, and it was between Poland and Romania ladies section. But we want to get back to it because there's some very nice endgame happening very unexpectedly. So when we get back the board in a second, you're going to see what we want to show you. In this position, the previous move, we thought that after rook c3, rook a5 is not possible. And there is some surprise that actually it is.
You know, in chess and in many other sciences, the truth is, like if you are putting on better and better glasses, stronger glasses. No, it's like going deeper and deeper. Actually, it's the principle according to which computers are stronger now than 30 years ago, because they see further. No, so first we thought, okay, why did she exchange knights and make a draw? And it was when we saw the knight d6. But then we understood that there is this rook c3, and we relaxed. But then actually there is rook takes a5. And now we have to check further. Of course, knight takes e4 is possible transposing to knight e4 at once, but the critical move should be rook takes e3. Here we establish that white has some chances.
And basically, the thing is that it's a surprising situation. So you're playing your game for many hours already. You think that rook a5 is not possible. You're having a great position, and how cool you are that you just played knight d6,
You didn't
rook c3.
exchange the knights because of that.
And suddenly your opponent plays rook a5. What is this? Is she blundering?
No, of course, but how is the evaluation with the rook pawns?
So the big question is that basically the thing is that white has two passed pawns, a and h pawn. So I guess let's say h5 or king c5 immediately.
Instinctively, I would go king c5.
So knight a5, king c5. What is this? Because it's starting to be extremely interesting.
Because black has two targets on f7 and d6. He cannot afford losing them.
So now maybe we are going to end up some study-like positions. So what happens if, let's say, black goes knight b7, and I want to attack, counter-attack very fast?
Okay.
Let's say, is it possible, or a5 is just there? And after knight e4, a6.
Knight d6 just in time, no?
Knight d6, and after a7, knight c8. So if we would take away all the pawns which is on the board, this is a typical pattern how you can save a game.
Even with the king far away.
Being very far away.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, somewhere, yes.
Okay, so this is not possible. So this is why I thought knight c5, and after king b6, knight b6. Though white can go e5. Which can create still trouble for black.
But okay, then. Okay, black has lost some tempo, no?
Well, this is.
That's a problem.
Maybe very unpleasant. And this is the fighting spirit. This is what you really do. You're fighting for yourself, you're fighting for your team. Because Kashlinskaya is actually fighting to save the match and to equalize to 2-2.
But maybe should try king f6. Okay, this knight
and we have rook takes e3 on the board. So
they go.
Bulmaga calculated the way that it's going to be okay for her to take the piece. So let's see whether what is the best move, and what is she going to be, Alina, playing? King c5 or h5? So what about h5, just to talk about the different options?
I think king f6 is the best move anyway.
King f6?
I mean, not to lose time. King
c5.
King c5, king g7, and now I saw king d6, no?
I thought just king b5. Isn't that possible to play?
But then knight b3, I can...
Knight b3.
I can resist on that wing.
So this would be losing probably for white, right? Takes, king h6.
Winning, no? Yeah.
And the king is just simply very far, and it's going to be black who is going to win the game. So let's see what... so maybe h5 after all is really something, king f6, and black is fine. So let's go back to king c5.
c5, but nevertheless king f6. And my worries are connected not with king b4, when I think that black is resisting, or knight b3.
But okay, now a5.
You think that now it's a lot different?
Still, it's a problem because king g6, king b5, king h5, king here.
Black should not lose this, no?
The only thing is that black is not losing and it's a draw. Let's see
F6,
what
okay.
happened. e5.
If I was afraid of e5 actually.
e5, so
Because if not, king f6, yes.
white stops to
Now the question is f6. Exchanging pawns, because this is what we are interested in.
f6. But after f6 already it's a different story, right?
I
King
think
c5.
it should be a draw. Takes.
Takes.
The knight can somehow...
King f7,
yes.
king b5, knight b3, a5.
So you think it's okay, takes, king g6?
No, and it's, well, you have to go king f5, right?
Yes, yes.
So you're taking the other pawn, because this would be losing,
No,
but this is a draw,
yes,
capturing, and then you just catch the other
yes. No, I was afraid of e5, because it doesn't allow king f6, but f6 I suppose is forced.
pawn. Well, the question is what happens if after f6 white goes, let's say, king c5. Takes.
King f7.
King f7, h5.
Okay, king g7.
King g7, king d6.
Okay, but then I can come back.
No, the first question is can you go knight b7,
No,
I
but
think.
I go back and I threaten knight c4 maybe, no?
And, okay, h6.
But
Knight c4.
no,
I go king c7.
No, now I don't need knight c4.
Okay.
Now I can go king g6. Can I lose this? Let's see, okay, because it can
Why
be...
do you think you cannot?
No, okay, let's check. My king is very bad, no?
Well, I think I just go here and I push my pawns. Oops, not there.
My king is... Okay, so then... Okay, so f6 is not a solution, yeah? Then I should go with the king the long way.
No, but in this
Not
position,
f6.
you had an option to not to go to back to f7, but to go knight b7 check.
Okay. Okay, but this is, very... King e7. King e7, king h6.
c6, maybe.
King c6.
King e7 you want.
But then king h6 maybe.
I was thinking to go king c6 now. And
if I go
after
back-
this, king d7.
And king
Again,
b7,
go back.
knight b7, yes. It's on the edge, yes.
Yes, because another line I want to show that after this move, it is also a draw again, because on king f7, e6,
It's on the
knight
edge,
b6,
but yes.
and knight c8 is the draw,
Yes,
forcing.
yes.
So e5, black to move, she has only 8 minutes.
Maybe king f8 is simpler. What do you think?
If king f8, king c5, king g7, king b5, knight goes there,
Knight b3
a5.
I would prefer, no?
It doesn't matter, I
Okay,
guess.
okay.
Or it does, because you
No,
go king b6.
King b6 and win, yes.
Yes, sorry. Knight
b3.
b3, a5, takes,
King g6.
king g6, king b5, king h5,
No, king f5
king
also.
f5 again,
F5, no.
and after
No,
this,
h5, I resign. Okay, sorry.
so king b5, king h5, king c6.
But this, how is this actually? It's very...
How it's possible to go? But it's also a draw. It's just in time.
Yes.
Actually, black is winning.
Actually, if white insists
so
a lot.
much in time. So king
Yes.
f8. So the question is,
King
okay,
f8, she played king f8.
yes, but white can make a draw with chasing the knight.
No. I mean,
So,
we don't talk
a5
about it.
is losing, but then
Knight
this,
d4,
is,
okay, of
this is
course.
the way how white can, after all, save the game, because, well, unless she wants to go king d6 and again trying to go there, that's
Okay,
possible
she saw
still.
the king is on g7 already. Okay, now the question is what happens if she goes like she did with the king to e7.
Yeah, king d6.
Was king g7? Okay, probably it was necessary, no?
Well, she played king g7.
The king was on c5 still, okay. So if
So
king
king
d6,
d6.
that's the question. King d6. To put the king on e7 and then...
Nice endgame is going on. White is thinking what she is doing.
No, the only question is whether but there are no double attacks, no? So king d6. If I just pass, the king goes to e7, h5, and h6 wins, I guess, no?
If what do you do? Sorry?
If the king goes to e7 and black doesn't do anything, then h5 and h6 wins. I assume, no?
Well, actually, king d6 should be the move. I don't know what.
Where is black's counterplay?
Knight c4, king e7, knight here, h5.
h5.
Well, she has to play king d6. Not to lose tempos.
So maybe f6 was still saving, no? What we were looking because of this knight, I don't remember where, of yours.
Alina was European individual champion in 2019. As Tambi pointed out to us. It's a nice endgame. Maybe we can keep an eye on it.
Yes, okay.
Just in case, but now we can go back a little bit to the open section. We have some final results in some teams. Like India won by 1 point because the endgame with Arigaisi, it was won against Parligras. And then we have another match almost finished, but it's not yet. Gukesh won against Shirov. In this position, when we looked last, it was also resignation. So they're 2-1 for India, and there is still one game running, which is Santos against Pragnananda. This was the game which was very, very difficult already for black. And now it's equal pawns, but actually in practice, it is 1 pawn ahead, I believe. We can say that.
Pawn endings
and
would be
now
lost,
black
no?
played queen a4, but I don't really understand exactly what happens on queen d8 check.
What about queen f6?
Or queen f6.
You don't like queen f6, no?
But I don't understand what has happened here. King f8, queen h4, queen a4. What a move! But this is what is this?
It cannot be this position.
Well, maybe we'll have a closer look at the board exactly whether really queen a4 happened in the game, because this means something extremely bad for black. If that happened, it's impossible that he played queen a4.
Okay, the endgame
And I
was
think
not
queen
fun.
f6 is on the board. Well, it's not fun, I understand. Yes, because there was... But king g7 was a possibility to make.
No, of course, it's just slightly better for white. But now it's...
But something is shocking happening here. This is absolutely shocking blunder.
Yeah, of course, it helps white a lot.
No, but this is a very serious blunder. I mean, in this position, black goes king g7.
Yeah, and okay, he struggles, but yeah.
No, but you don't feel the pain and the incredible blunder. What happened? Queen a4.
No, but I cannot even call it a blunder. What is it? I mean, it's not that it's something you don't see. It's not so hidden. I mean, okay.
No, but it's some blackout.
Maybe, but
Well, you would not play queen a4.
No,
I mean,
no,
you have to have something.
You understand that there are blunders and blunders, but this is somehow beyond understanding.
Well, the problem is that these kind of happenings can really affect your tournament in later on. If you blunder something, different, because this is somehow
Okay,
that
but,
probably
He also had a round where he was minus how much for 30 moves. So I
yeah,
mean,
okay,
you
but
know,
that position, he just simply got a worse
Yes,
position,
yes.
and then he was fighting, and he was
Yes.
bad.
Yes,
But
yes,
this is
yes.
something. It seems like you're not aware of it, that there is an f6 square
just-
in the on the board.
Yeah, it's
Because
it's
Queen
really
D8
curious.
is also something else. Because maybe here
Maybe
he
he
has
saw-
some
maybe he saw
idea,
only-
some check and some perpetual check idea. Even this I don't understand.
This is not so obvious that
Sorry?
even this is not so obvious that it's.
Well, it seems that this is also bad, but Queen f6 is just absolutely just collecting with check all the pawns, right?
No, it's strange.
So we see Ramesh, the coach and captain of the team. I'm sure he's, very upset on what has happened.
No,
But
it's hard to
still,
explain. Hard to explain. Yes.
Of course, the team still won, and they won 2.5, 1.5. India too, which is quite amazing, I believe, that they are
Yes, Spain
definitely
is a
won
very strong
all
team,
their
of course.
matches. But this was definitely an extremely painful loss for Pragnananda, and he had already his game against Switzerland, as you mentioned it.
No, I mean you have to learn to live with it. I mean sometimes you're lucky, but okay, this is just one.
This is
move.
something else.
Yeah,
this is something very different
But
from
you can understand
numbers.
that Pelletier can also say the same. I mean, okay, we have to take these things.
Even it's different from Pelletier's point of view, I think.
Yes.
Because this simply means that you were not aware of some squares in the board.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I have. Well, probably I had some
this is
blunders
not-
like that.
This is not easy to explain, of course.
Yeah, I mean this one you just
But
cannot
I
explain
didn't
that.
see, for instance, the game with Pelletier, but also if this +6 was real, I mean, okay, maybe Pelletier was just asking himself when.
I saw the
his
game.
opponent will- So is it really so obvious that it's?
I saw the game. It was he made mistakes. It was obvious that it's very winning for Pelletier, but he was like making inaccuracies
win.
and he didn't make the punch. You know,
Okay,
you
okay,
just
okay.
know
Yes,
that you're
yes.
just absolutely winning. You make this move, you make that move, and it will win by itself. But of course, it's not winning, especially when you're playing against someone who is fighting. Like I've had several games like that. Being in Prague's situation, that I was hopeless, I was hanging on, I was fighting, and I think simply.
No, because this +6 is so I mean it doesn't
No,
say
it
so
was
much.
winning, but you have to
Okay,
win
okay.
the winning
Yeah,
position,
yeah,
right? He had Prague's king was completely exposed.
Okay,
There
okay.
was bishop, queen, and knight, and then bishop, queen, and rook. And then he was ruining little by little, and then at the end he blundered something. He just gave a pawn or something and blundered. But this, I feel that this game can have much serious consequences for Prague because you just simply don't understand yourself.
Yeah. I mean
I mean, this means that
it
you're,
allows 2 checks,
and it's just
allows
so
two.
elementary, right?
and actually
It's not calculation.
Queen f6 was there as a threat, not as big.
Well, it was not a threat that
No.
takes the pawn, but it was
No,
there
but
as an option
Queen
to
f6
play.
and King g4 and the King advances. No, it's some.
I just want to highlight that there are differences between
Yes.
bad moves and bad moves because it can affect you in a very different way, or at least it did to me. And also, this is something that. I mean, Queen a4 is a move which probably Prague didn't do when he was 8.
It doesn't even threaten with a perpetual.
Well, it is only a good move
mean-
if it's your move again.
Maybe. Yeah. Okay. Queen c2, Queen takes c3. No.
I mean,
Yes.
if you go Queen a4 and black to move again and you play Queen c2, it's just about a good move.
To follow your dream.
Yeah, but otherwise it's just
Yes,
losing
yes.
all your pawns. So that's why I wanted to talk about this a little bit, because it affects also the team. And I wouldn't be surprised if Prague will not play tomorrow.
No, actually, when I saw Queen a4, I refrained to express my first thought that it was a broadcast mistake, because
Yes.
I don't want to cast
Yeah, this is-
any criticism over this fantastically organized Olympiad. But it was not a broadcast error. It was the move played. So no, because it's really not easy to believe that is also.
Yes, it was like definitely we think that it's just something wrong. That is why I wanted to get a closer shot on the board
Yes.
until we saw that
Yes.
Queen f6 actually is happening.
Yes.
Because it's.
You don't know what to hope for. To hope for the broadcast to be perfect, flawless, Or
Well,
on
in
the
this
contrary,
case,
to protect Prague from such a shock. No, it's
well, that's a good question. If you're captain of the team, how would you be deciding? Would you be making him play tomorrow? Because there is a day off after the 6th round. So tomorrow players are playing, and after that there is a free day. Because if he does not play tomorrow, and then he has a free day, so 2 days, it's pretty a lot to kind of recover and tell to yourself, convince yourself, now new tournament comes.
well, it's also a lot of time of swearing with yourself, you know. So it depends on how he knows him. I mean, the captain. I don't know Prague personally. I don't know. I mean, okay, a trainer should know how he reacts.
Well, I think it's not an easy choice, that's clear.
Yeah.
At the same
Because
time...
2 days is tricky. 2 days is... if you go swimming and doing sports and reading and listening to music for 2 days, not looking at chess, then maybe it's good. But if you will look again and again at that position when he blundered...
No, that you cannot do. If you're a competitor and you want to become a world champion, obviously that's not the thing that you're going to
No, I mean,
cry
these
in
are
your
the
hotel
two
room.
extremes. These are the two extremes, no?
No, this is only that it makes you unbalanced very much when you understand that something happened. But still, India too is on the number 1 place because they won 2-0, so they can't complain at all about the result in generally team-wise. And also the other boards, they were just okay. Gukesh won a very nice, convincing, interesting game against Alexei
And it was
Shirov.
subtle because he didn't play knight c5 at once. I was impressed by that. He didn't hurry with knight c5, remember?
Yes. Yes.
That was actually showed understanding.
That was a nice thing.
Yes.
Okay, so we have results. India against Romania, it was 2.5, 1.5. Then India 2 still won 2.5 to 1.5 against Spain. England, Armenia, we are still running there, or we are not? Yes, the last board, because Armenia is leading by 1 point to 1.
And it's theoretically better. Okay, it's a draw, but...
and it seems like it will stay that way, that Armenia will win against England 2.5. Then we have Israel, United States, where I believe that we
Lenier won.
Lenier won, so actually USA won. It was a sweaty round for them, I must say, but okay, US is still dropped only half a point match point, so they are right there. It's not a big deal because it's only round 5. Then let's see what happened between France and Poland, because I see there are still 2 games running, and the first and the fourth board was a draw.
It's still happening, actually, yes.
Wojtaszek against Fressinet, well, this is obviously... Wojtaszek is going to be winning.
Yes.
Then board 3, what do we have here?
Maybe this is a draw,
well,
no?
this is this a draw? I would be very upset if I wouldn't win with white.
With white, yeah. Actually, the king. No, the king is in trouble.
The black king is in trouble, and
no. Of course, no. I thought only of.
Which means, and also he has to fight very much because he has to balance equal the match, which means that Poland against France is going to be 2-2.
Yes, if everything goes according to the plan.
Yeah, then let's see Azerbaijan against Cuba. It's 1-1 right now, the match up right here. This was where Mamedov lost with black, and on board 3, Quesada played very well and played to victory with black pieces.
No, that was a nice... we didn't see it the whole game, but the way that structure evolved, no, it was very convincing.
Yeah, and board 1, Mamedjarov...
Plus it's a mate.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mamedjarov is still playing on board 1.
Aha, I had seen the position at some point. Yes, now, okay, the knight is free, but that's all.
It's not going to last long. So there is going to be 1 point favor to Azerbaijan against Cuba.
It's good to
and board
see
four.
a player like Mamajorov, who is generally known for his attacking spirit and imagination and everything, that he has a good endgame technique. He went for this.
Yeah.
No, of course.
No, but he has.
Of course, any average
Yeah.
player should know that with the bishop on d4, white has some chances. But okay.
Yeah, but probably he knew exactly what he was entering into.
Yeah, and he continued. Yes.
Yeah.
So this is better for white, but is it winning? In queen endings, the main question is how far advanced is your pawn.
So this match also can be 2-2 if white will win this game. No, white will win this game. That's yeah.
Cuba even
Yeah.
wins or what?
No. Then it's 2-2 because it's 1-1. Mamajorov wins, so there is one lead. And then this game, if it's a draw, then Azerbaijan wins. But if white...
But Cuba won 2 games. It's
yes,
2-0 for Cuba.
sorry. Yeah.
No, then Cuba won because Cuba cannot lose this game.
Wow.
Of course.
Wow, Cuba is beating Azerbaijan.
Yes, because Mamedov lost the
Yes.
the structure,
Yes.
And the mate was also
Yeah.
delivered by Cuba. No, the Cubans, I kept saying, I perceive them. Okay, I have played with several generations of Cuban players. They are dangerous. They
No,
are
I know. I also had my experience.
Actually, one of the easiest game for me it was with Lenier, who is the strongest among them.
Yes.
It was a draw.
No, with him
but
I had some positive
I know.
matches.
But I had, with this the normal Cuban guy, the mortal grandmaster. Not they can be very dangerous.
So what is this end game, apart from the fact that Black is not going to be winning this unless some miracle happens?
Maybe it's still a draw, no? Can he be quick?
Well, probably it should be not more than a draw.
But he doesn't want to make a draw at once. He could have forced a perpetual already.
Yeah, but as we know that this is everybody plays their individual game, even though that of course it's a team. He knows that he's not risking anything, right? The only thing is that I think the king maybe is in a bad spot. So somehow, maybe if white makes it right. But maybe it's time to check the database. It's
the table basis, yeah? Okay.
The table basis, because...
with this brother, with Omar, I have played several times. The other one, I don't know, which I suppose it's his brother, the other Almeida Quintana, who played... it's not sorry, it's the Quesada brothers, not the Almeida brothers, sorry. I was confusing things. So let's
see what is going on here objectively, because we can check it on the table base. I have the feeling that this could be winning.
Just don't touch the pieces, because then I cannot.
White king on king c6.
Well, it could be winning, of course. Now with the pawn on b6 only, it's winning. With the pawn on g7 is also winning, but we have no queens. It immediately gives you an evaluation. Okay, so it is black to move, yes?
King c6 and it's black to move.
Draw with only with queen e8 or queen e6. So it means that, but
queen
it's
e6
logical.
is logical. I go king c5.
So don't hurry, please. Queen e6, king c5.
c5.
Then only queen e7, okay, logical. Check.
Well, you can have another check on e5 also. Okay, king b5.
King b5.
Queen
only
e5.
queen e5.
Well, there is no other.
Yeah.
That is understandable.
Yeah.
King a6, queen a1, right?
Several moves. You can also pin the pawn with queen e6.
d6.
Or queen d6, queen e6, yes. But queen a1 is a draw.
Okay, so it's not an only move yet.
No, but there are a few moves which were...
Yeah, okay, so let's see. Let's follow it a little bit. Maybe with the...
Yes.
Because time of white is 1:52. So still the king is on c6.
And black has to...
Well, it's not a pleasant game for black, especially that you know that the team lost, or most likely it's going to be losing, because you cannot win the game.
Yes, that's...
And with the draw, the team is losing, but it's not you who can change matters already.
It's not that you take risk, you sacrifice a pawn and try to generate some chances. No, you have to find a draw.
Well, it's very upsetting for Azerbaijan, right?
It's
they
surprising.
dropped already half a point.
So I think that Irina Bulmaga came close to save the game, but it
We have
still
queen
looks
e8.
on the edge, no?
We have queen e8 on the board.
Queen e8 is still a draw.
Yeah, queen e8 was... No, but he went queen e7. No, the only thing is that the system gave me the wrong move.
Queen e8, yes.
So it's queen e8. Queen e8 check.
Everything is draw except for king d5, which may lose.
Yeah, king c5.
Obviously only queen e7, and that's true.
Queen e7.
It goes there, no?
King b5. Yeah, we have what we were looking, checking. Queen e5.
So he
Well, white knows exactly that it's only he can win this game because the pawn is standing much farther. Okay.
Okay, king a6. And now finally he has a choice. So he can pin the pawn with queen e6 or queen d6. I assume that...
Yeah, queen e6, queen
Queen-
d6,
if
and
queen
queen
d6
a1.
Yeah, queen a1 looks more logical, okay? Queen a1.
Yeah, somehow
From
people
human point of view.
like to... Yeah, humans want to give it check because for sure, until the moment I give it check, the pawn is not going to be pushed.
Well, we
Right?
have a saying in Romania that as far as it's a check, there is no mate.
Yes,
I mean, you are not getting
yes,
mated.
yes.
It's not always true because it can be some
Yeah.
countermate, no?
Yes, yeah.
Like in studies, for
Counter
instance,
check,
no?
yeah.
Counter check and mate.
King b7, so now black can do something. Queen d4, I guess. Or
E5 or d4. Okay, you remember the thing Carlsen didn't do against who was that? The queen ending. He didn't centralize his queen.
Yes. Yeah.
Was he playing, it was around that time ago. Okay, 5 days ago.
Yes.
So the queen belongs to the center. That's,
Yes, against Meyer.
Against Meyer.
He
Yes.
was playing.
Yes.
And he did not centralize his queen. But now probably queen e5, right?
Queen e5 or queen d4?
D4. Centralizing the queen in queen endgames.
It's not a miracle that
you can't go wrong, really, right? But black is thinking, has 12 minutes. But I think we can get back to this game. Let's see what other games are still going on. And then we go back also later on to Bulmaga's game. What is happening? Or is it a draw? Just to...
I try to understand what happens here.
Let's see.
It's a draw already, yes. King f4. Yes,
King
yes.
f4, this is what we have. So
F7, ID8, a
F7,
trick you have used also. Yeah.
Okay, so
So
it
fantastic
was
day for Romania, no? I mean for
the ladies.
no?
Yes.
Okay, boys were not that far from it either, but okay.
Okay, so let's go back to the open section and see some of the games are still going on. Wojtaszek, Fressinet is still going on as on board 4 it was 1-0, so it was a checkmate.
Oh, it was quick.
Which means that indeed the match will be 2-2 between France and Poland.
Yeah, I think we can count on.
Yeah, it's interesting that Fressinet is still fighting in this game.
But H4 maybe, no?
It's black to move, indeed. 2 minutes only on the clock. Still, but after H4, E6,
no?
I don't see really what is the big issue. I mean,
takes.
Besides that, King G4 is also not a bad move, just to stop everything.
And can they take on it? You catch my point, yes? King G4, Knight F5, I mean.
Knight F5.
Knight E7.
Well, not, yeah, actually that's...
Knight E7, F7, F5,
EF.
E takes F5.
EF and passant, and
Yes,
it's
yes,
over.
Yes.
So I don't know what he's going to be playing. He played King F8. He's just fighting. So
Okay.
on E6, I don't know exactly.
Knight
is the
B6
plan?
isn't a bad move either. But
Sorry?
okay. No, E6 is the most convincing. Now
But it's interesting because usually they don't play it so long, right? I mean, it's already...
They can take example from the younger generations, no?
No, but I don't...
yeah.
I don't know. I mean, probably it's just very painful to lose the match.
Yes.
No, but they are not... 1 second.
You said that it will be 2-2.
No, they are not. It's going to be 2-2, yes. Sorry. Then we have Mamedjarov. I think there is a mistake. I don't think it's... I think it should be that Quesada already lost. I'm pretty sure about that. So we have this.
What do they say?
That it's the game is still going on.
Maybe they didn't place the kings.
Yes, Mamedjarov won already. It's written on the board. So 1-0 to 1. This is the last game, which is what we are seeing here. And then from the top boards, we still have Kojul playing against...
so Kojul is the captain and the player.
Sorry?
Kojul is the captain, but he is also a player.
Yes.
No, when I saw him on the captain list, I stopped thinking of him as of a player.
Yeah, but he was a good player for many years.
No, of course he was European champion.
Yes.
No, but he is a captain and a player here.
Again, Queen's endgame.
So Kojul is white. Okay, It should be a bit better for black, no? The number of pawns
We see
do
the
not
ladies
count.
finished between
Irina, yes.
Paulina, that game which we just looked with Bulmaga, it's a draw, so Romania won against Poland 2.5.
Actually, even yesterday they beat Germany, which is higher rated. But today that was quite a team they defeated.
So this match is between Croatia and Iceland. And Croatia is actually leading in this match, 2.5, so actually they won already. Do we have any more games running? I think all the matches, all the other top matches on the top 15 board finished. So maybe we can look table where we can see the matches, how they finished so far, starting with...
Okay. Ladies or open?
I think we are going to have it also on the screen, possibly,
Okay.
what was happening in the teams. Let's see. Well, this endgame seems to be...
Worse for white, no? Even though he's a pawn up. But in queen endings, the number of pawns
Who is
counts.
first with the pawns, right?
Yeah. The pawn on
That's the
h4...
big question, but I doubt that white is so bad. I mean, if I go queen
No.
c4, king a3, f7...
I understand. Okay, so also actually... Okay, but still b2. And no threat yet, no? Well, of course it can be tricky because white's pawn is also very far advanced. And maybe the h4 pawn will make a difference. So maybe white is winning. Or okay.
So here, queen d3, king a2, queen d5,
king a1, he has to
queen
go.
a5, king b1. Yeah, maybe king g6.
It can be tricky,
Though king
no?
g6 is tricky because black plays king c1,
But queen c7.
queen c7.
Oy, oy, oy.
Okay.
Okay, so actually white's pawn is also dangerous and theoretically white is better.
So the Vaitasha game is still going on, but I think it's not for really only 4 seconds because this is already too much.
Never say too much.
Yeah. So actually, yeah, we have Armenia won against England, 2.5. Then we have United States won 2.5. Very important match. Fresine is losing, so it's 2-2. With Azerbaijan became 2-2, right? No. Cuba wins.
Wins, yes, at least 2.5.
Well, yeah, depending on the queen's ending, right? Which I bring up to the table for us. Wojtaszek, Yarov. This endgame still.
He still didn't play queen d4 or queen e5, or did he?
Yeah, they're still playing. Then we have also Iran-Turkey. Iran just crushed Turkey 3-1. Uzbekistan 3-0, and the force board is still playing. Then we have Netherlands made a huge crush on Canada, 3.5.
It could become the fourth thing, you know, Uzbekistan, because they have an extra knight.
So actually,
it can become the fourth thing. Yes.
Wow. But let's go to Anish because we were neglecting Anish for today, unfortunately.
We have been neglecting him from the beginning, I believe, no?
No, we were seeing some of his games.
Yeah, okay, yes, with the double pawns, yeah, in the center.
Knight c3, a6, bishop f4, rook c8. He was playing with the white pieces today. And, well, Eric Hansen, he did not play in a tournament. Rook c6.
Nice.
What a beautiful, very natural, positional
We're just
exchange
talking about
sacrifice,
the
right?
second one in this
this is
round.
when a top player sees something like it, just takes it, right?
Yes.
Look at this this rook on c8. So
actually, something like this happened to Giri by the hands of Carlsen. But here it's simpler. Here it's much simpler.
Yes.
I mean, here you just take it.
But it's positional. You start to collect the different pawns on a6, g5. Wow.
Yeah,
but of course, it's very difficult to play it with black.
No, but g5 is the only logical move. Okay, white has some weaknesses too. And actually now the structure becomes a bit double-edged. One of the games I mentioned earlier, Korchnoi-Karpov, Korchnoi was better, but he had this structure on the king sides with opposite colored bishop. So it can be...
Actually, black is playing interesting,
Yes,
though I
yes,
don't
yes.
like g4 giving away the e4 square.
Too early, maybe, no?
Yeah, because somehow...
Yeah, too early.
Stabilizes white, everything. I mean, look at how beautiful this e4 knight is, right?
Yeah, he has to...
Rook d2, bishop goes away. Knight g3, queen g5, queen b3, king h8, d5. No, it's interesting that basically the exchange sacrifice, white collected 2 pawns, and then now he's opening up the position as much as possible. And probably king g2, rook d1 should come one day. Yeah, king g2, knight f4. takes, queen f6. And it seems like probably black lost on time, actually, because it's move 40. And white did not make a move. That's quite strange.
Well, it looks better for white, but...
But it was better before, I think.
I think it was much better before.
So
now,
this is... okay, so...
Well, he won.
Yeah, he won. And then, well, India won 3.5. Slovenia lost to Germany 3-1. Then we
so
have...
Germany is coming back.
Yeah, Germany is coming back. India 3 won 2.5 against Chile. Then Croatia, Iceland is still playing, but already Croatia leading 2.5. Czech Republic, Mongolia 3.5. We saw an interview with David Navarra. Unfortunately, he got a little cold, I think. He was not in such a good shape. Indonesia, Serbia won against Indonesia. Georgia crushed Paraguay 3.5. Moldova, Greece 2-2. Then Italy punched Uruguay 3.5. So that's probably good for their soul. And also on the cross table, Belgium, Australia 2-2. Then Colombia made 2-2 with Argentina. Sweden, Philippines won 2.5. 1.5. And let's go for the ladies. What are the matches on the ladies right in round 5? With India won again, with Tanya Sachev being the winner of the team, because the other 3 was draw. So that's 2.5, 1.5. Ukraine, Azerbaijan is 2-2. And India...
the first point they are dropping now. They had 100%. Yes.
Oh, Ukraine.
Yes.
They dropped 1 point now, 1 match point. Yes, now then we have India 2 against Georgia. Georgia won 3-1 very convincingly. Then Poland had a very difficult time today against Romania.
So there are three teams with 100%. This is India 1, Georgia and Romania. It's getting tight. Yes.
But it's getting narrow. But of course we are going to see other matches with... So we see Poland, Romania. Romania won 2.5. 1.5. Then we have Kazakhstan won 3-1 against Cuba. Then we have Germany-Mongolia match where Germany made a very convincing victory. Next matchup was US-Peru. Peru won against United States. Indonesia-Armenia match.
This was a bit surprising, no? I mean, okay, the States are not as strong as in other Olympiads, but still they were favorites in this match, by far.
Yeah.
By rating, they were clearly favorites.
Yeah. Okay, so go back. Well, it's getting, right? Before tomorrow it's round 6. And then we have a free
the
day.
Last moment and changing situations, at least for us from the side, no? We think of the Bulmaga game, no?
Yes, absolutely.
The true switch is like this.
Poland is a very, very strong team. We should not forget it.
No, and surprises, everything.
There is still going on this game with Azerbaijan, it seems.
The men's.
Azerbaijan has finished, so it seems like from the main group we have only Koshul game which is running, which will be, I think, shortly agreed to draw as well.
So I think that in the open section there are only 2 teams with 100%, India 2 and Armenia, no? Because the States had dropped 1 point earlier.
Yes.
And the same, yes, Poland dropped 1 point yesterday with Romania in the open section. And India 1 had dropped 1 point earlier. So we have India 2 and Armenia, which are probably playing against each other tomorrow. And at least one of them will drop some point or 2, no?
Well, it's
Inevitably.
there is going to be some 2-2s also in the next round,
No, but
quite a bit.
Tomorrow there will be maximum one team after tomorrow. Maximum one team. In the ladies there could be two teams with 100%.
Wow, we have 4-0 on Uzbekistan and Netherlands one.
Yes.
Yeah, so what we have on the board still, there is a few games running only, and still end games, and it seems like probably actually in the whole it's already over, as I got to know this information. So today we had another very interesting games and a lot of interesting matches. And so let's see who is the first. India won, right? India 2.
India 2, yes. And Armenia.
And Armenia. So probably tomorrow we are going to be seeing a matchup between
yes.
India 2. And we'll see how Prague is going to be handling today's problems of what happened. Because it was
It's a very good question. What is best for him? I would throw him into the fight. You know, you just go. You deal with your problems.
You would make him play tomorrow.
No, I mean, look, it's also about raising a man. No, he will have things like this in his life and chess career. You know?
But there are some situations when there are no choices. Now there is still 6 rounds to go, which makes.
But 2-3 days, I'm afraid it could be too much. You know, I mean.
Yeah, but also it depends on who is staying out, who is staying in, because they have a very good team anyway.
Yeah.
So
no, I mean to protect him, maybe it's better to make him play.
No, I think generally speaking, for the captain, the only thing matters is the team in this situation.
I was thinking only from the boys' point of view.
No, I think when you're a captain of a national team, when I was a captain, I always set the team the way that I believe that it scores the most point. Because in Olympiad, it's the priority is the medal of the team.
No, then that's classical
individual,
solution.
He has to survive anyway, whatever. If he plays 12 games out of 11, also he has to survive. Yes. He has to do everything for the team.
No, okay, it's for the team, then the wisest thing would be to give him a rest, no? But the question is, in the long run, if he doesn't spend well these 2-3 days, it can be bad for the team.
Well, this is the big question.
If for some reason he goes down psychologically. So.
Yeah. So this is the big question for the captain of
Good, I'm not the captain here. No?
Teenager team in India, yes. And in the ladies, who are the first? Can we announce that?
Well, there are 3 teams in the ladies. So just a moment.
I think.
So one of them is India. Yes.
India won again, so they are number 1. They
Georgia.
have 10 points. Georgia also have 10 points.
And Romania.
Romania 10 points.
Probably Romania has less game points than the others. I'm not sure which between India and Georgia, but Romania had lower scores. So, but anyway, they have 100% match points.
Only 3? What about Azerbaijan? What did they do?
It was an equal match.
It was
yes,
equal match.
There were 4 pairs of 8 teams, meaning 4 matches with 100%, and one of them ended in a draw.
Okay, so we have only few leaders in the open section and also in the women's section. So thank you very much. I hope you had also an interesting afternoon seeing and watching with us some of the most important games. We always try to capture the interesting moments and hope that you also learn from our discussions about different openings, middle games, and a lot of end games. So see you tomorrow, and tomorrow it's going to be round 6. All the best. See you tomorrow.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.